over the world. There are parts that come from Italy, there are parts that come from Japan, there are aerostructures that come from Canada, from Mexico. They are sort of the final assembly is in the US.
Hello.
With parts from all over the world. Now,
God dagen, Rally i dag.
Charlie Ortberg, the Boeing CEO, he has said he is really concerned about the fragility.
Fikk med deg meldingen fra Trump da?
It
Igjen?
has been fragile ever since COVID, and it was just sort of on the mend. The company was on the mend, and was worried that these tariffs will sort of pull them back, all the good work that they put into the factory floor, into the
kvitt den robotstemmen i dag?
that will basically get destroyed.
Nej, jag låter inte ses.
Alla TSXTOX. Ja, da rørte Donald Trump den tariffen som han nekta for i går da. Fy faen for en klon. Mark Dupis, ja. I går sa han skulle ikke lire av seg 145%, skulle ikke røre det. Gikk 5 timer da, så gjorde han om til 80% i stedet.
Er det fortsatt like ille?
Ja, det er fortsatt like ille. Kina kommer ikke til å akseptere det. Men det er sånn der... Ja, det blir bare for dumt dette her. Ja, og buy stocks now i går. Jævla klon. Men nå skal jeg ikke klage mer på Donald Trump. Hvis han sier noe mer i dag, så skal jeg bare kjøpe og lukke øya. Tredje teknisk, og så kommer det melding fra Trump, så kjøper vi. Samme faen hvor bra det går der. Det er planen i dag.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action. We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative. If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Ja, litt som å kjøre bil lukke øya. Det er en som er riktig her. Se det, hver dag nå.
Between the type of information that's being collected by investors and the marking issue that you're describing.
But what mark-to-market assets do is it forces honesty into the situation.
Drit i tomme butikkhyller. Drit i consumer confidence. Gi faen inflasjonen. Hvis Trump sier det skal opp, da skal det opp. Sånn er det bare.
The future of AI was different. I guarantee you that if you look at other portfolios that aren't marked, they didn't move. If private assets are going to eat the world, as they say, with the equity market halving in the number of names, you come to a world that is increasingly an echo chamber. Imagine you have a firm that has some public assets and some private assets. If you see your public assets in AI going down by 20%, you're going to be thinking very, very deeply about what your private assets are worth differently than someone who
Antagelig mozzarella.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day.
Det er sikkert for høye, de CPI-tallene som kommer.
More than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
A short time ago, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York President John Williams said keeping inflation expectations anchored near policymakers' target forms the bedrock of central bank policy. A warm welcome to all of our TV viewers, but also to our radio listeners who are here in Reykjavik, and I'm delighted to be joined by President Williams. Thank you for joining us. I mean, there's a dual mandate at the Fed. We all heard also Jay Powell on the FOMC not cutting rates. You're putting firmly the focus on inflation. Why now?
Well, first of all, we do have a dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability, and these are both very important. But one thing we've learned from history is that, having well-anchored inflation expectations, having the public have confidence that regardless of whatever's happening today, that inflation will come back to 2%, and that we'll make sure that happens, is very important for price stability and also for economic stability. It helps actually, these are it actually helps reinforce our ability to achieve both of our goals. And given the uncertainty, given the experience of the past 5 years, it's been very important to keep inflation expectations anchored. That has been successful.
Du holder
It's really important to keep them.
MRKS, men det hjelper jo ikke. Hvis Trump sier noe annet, så går det opp, uansett om det er dårlige tall. Det kom dårlige tall på torsdag forrige uke, det kom dårlige tall på onsdag forrige uke, det kom profit-warningen fra onsdag forrige uke, det kom dårlige inflasjonstall, det kom dårlige tall fra Fed. Alt har kommet inn dårlig. Ett tall som var bra, arbeidsmarkedsrapporten var bra. Ellers har alt var dårlig, og vi har bare gått opp på grunn av hva han har sagt. Så selv om de CPI-tallene antageligvis er litt for høye på tirsdag, så kommer det til å gå opp, ser det ut som. For det går jo ikke ned, for han twitterer jo noe hele tiden. Han gir håp, og det er algoritmebottene, de algobottene, de reagerer hver gang han taster, bare dunk! Og sånne her, det er ikke mennesker dette her. Du må bare prøve å spå markedet. Det her er botten, tjung, 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 opp og ned med 300 poeng. Bang, bang, bang. Det er det samme hver dag. Get ready for the biggest account boom in American history. Jævla klovn.
In response to these policies, and then come to a view of what's happening to employment, inflation, and importantly, the risks to that outlook. So, once we have that better information, we can, assess the situation and make decisions. So it's about getting the information so we understand the direction of travel for the economy and make the best decision possible. We don't, but right now, things are still quite in a good place.
Yeah, if there's a sharp downturn actually in unemployment. But you're still worried about inflation. Does it mean that Fed cuts will have to be quite aggressive quite quickly?
It's really hard to speculate on what would you do if this situation happened or that situation. I mean, where we're in a situation, which we could be in, where inflation is higher and unemployment is higher, we need to balance the achievement of both of those goals. We need to take actions that we think will bring the economy back to 2% inflation and achieve maximum employment as well as we can while anchoring inflation expectations. So it really depends on what happens, how did the data change, and also kind of how long the inflationary effects, say, of tariffs seem to be lasting. Right now, we can theorize what may or may not happen. Once we have more information, we see how that's going through the economy, then we can make more informed decisions.
Yeah, and I know it's difficult and we don't want to speculate, but the market is speculating. Yes. The market is expecting, at the margin, one cut this year. Are they more or less right?
Well, I don't like to say the market's right or wrong. I think the market participants are doing exactly what we're doing. They're analyzing, they're looking at the data, they're looking at the announcements, they're analyzing that. One of the things you definitely see in the market pricing in the U.S. is kind of the modal kind of is a relatively gradual decline of interest rates.
Sonheng, det er akkurat sånn jeg føler det, men jeg sitter allerede i en jævla trade. Går ikke an å trade sånn som du skal trade, det er bare sånn flakslodd.
So they are having to think through that. They have to kind of guess what.
Hva tenker du om avtrening til markedet med markedet vil være normalt så lenge du ikke har en president som skriver de tingene han skriver. Ellers har jeg ikke noe å si om det er bot, jeg har ikke noe å si dritt. Et normalt marked så skal det gå opp på bra nyheter, og så skal det gå ned på dårlige nyheter. Og så skal du som trader forstå nyhetene. Og så skal du liksom, det er rettferdig da. Så det har ikke noe å si om det er botter som trader, det har ikke noe å si hva det er for noe. Men nå så er det en president som går imot Fed, som Sonheng sa. Han går imot alt. Han sier ting en dag, og så snur han på det andre dagen. Sier at så ta bort tariffen på... Han skal ikke røre tariffen på Kina. På en dag har han droppet den med 20%. En dag. Dagen før så sa han at hva sa han da? Nei, uka før så var han ikke i dialog med Kina. Nei, da var han i dialog med Kina. Og så sa han at ikke var i dialog med Kina. Nei, det blir bare forvirret. Det blir helt sjuk i huet. Discord, Mozzarelli. Mange på Discord.
Q2 when we were raising rates quickly, that the consumer would finally balk and slow down, and they continue to consumer spending continue to be good. I mean, clearly, again, this is kind of the line between the hard data.
Tror du ikke han sier det for å gjøre det slik at vennene skal posisjonere seg riktig markedet for å si neste dag? Jo, 100%. 100%. Største endring av markedet var når de tillot
early in the year, because before tariffs hit, we know businesses did that, that's for sure. So there was a bit of that behavior, so people are definitely...
Har du tredet lenge, eller?
Consumers have been pretty healthy, but it's also been kind of preparing for what happens if tariffs come in.
President Williams, I mean, you've done such really significant work and research on neutral rates. How important is it actually in all this uncertainty to have that in mind?
Well, I would say to me, again, I've spent a lot of my life studying this, so I'm going to say it's important. It's important as a way of thinking about what's a normal interest.
Tror du aksjene dine i SMS-porteføljen, de går dritbra, FX-haveren. Porteføljen min går dritbra. Du trenger ikke tenke på det. Dette er indeks, og hvis markedet krasjer så kommer det til å falle, men aksjene mine i porteføljen går dødsbra. Det går som av faen. TGS-en er opp som et helvete. Koa begynner å røre på seg, kontrakter, alt det går bra. Det er bare Nasdaq og Trump og USA som er litt sånn vanskelig nå. Robin, kommer helt an på Trump sier. Vi har falt 3 dager på rad nå. Før han har skrevet noe, så har vi falt. Falt masse i går, falt masse forgårs, og så går det rett opp når han prater, så aner ikke. Tanker om KOA, samme som før, 4,50.
So it doesn't seem to be fluctuating a lot now, but there's some uncertainty about it. So yes, when you ask me,
Den er jævla kjip sånn, men det er liksom, man bør egentlig ikke trade når han holder på. Klager over det samme var det. Klager over det samme nå i halvandet uke. Han er aktiv hver eneste dag. Biden, eller Obama pratet en gang i måneden kanskje. Han har prater flere ganger om dagen.
He has a lot of thoughts on monetary policy. He was again talking about it last night. Even if he doesn't do anything with the chair, removes him or anything like that, does it make the job of Jay Powell's successor a lot harder to make sure that there's central bank independence is intact?
Well, I do think central bank independence is very important. I think it's important because history shows it leads to better outcomes, lower inflation, more stable inflation. We've seen that around the world in central banks in many countries that have independent, most countries have independent central banks. For me, I've been in the Fed for over 30 years. I come to work every day just focus on our mission, maximum employment, price stability, work with people who are choosing to work at the Federal Reserve, bring all of their knowledge and experience to help us do that, along with our other responsibilities. So we're nonpartisan, we're not political. We just do our job as well as we can, and kind of what's happening outside of the political world is not what I'm thinking about.
But do you feel internal pressure, or again, not so much? Doesn't actually impact. Does the central bank have to try harder to make sure that everybody understands that you're independent, or again, does it not factor?
No, I don't. I think it's the same as again throughout my career. It's like we're not partisan, we're not political. I'm not even nominated by a political figure through the Federal Reserve Bank president process. So you really feel like this is how we've always operated. Again, through many different administrations through my career, and that has served us very well. And that's what I think the American people, quite honestly, expect from us. Like we're pretty technocratic, and to be honest, very nerdy, very focused on the data.
Lemmer, det kanskje er det.
Best for the American people, regardless of
Husker du hva jeg sa til dere om TGS? Husker du hva jeg sa til dere om TGS? Stemte det? På rapporten som kom i går eller i dag, når faen den rapporten kom.
I wouldn't expect people to spend a lot of time thinking about the FOMC meeting and the statements and the minutes from the meeting. I would hope that if we do our job really well, we're taking the concerns about inflation in the future, concerns about is the Fed going to be there to do their job, off the table, so that people, whether you're families or businesses, can focus on the things that's really important for them to get right in their lives, and that our job is to make them not have to worry as much about economic and price instabilities, And so I feel like, in a way, a sign of success is that people are not, kind of so focused in their everyday lives about what we're doing. But we just have to, that commitment just has to show through in our actions and hopefully the outcomes that we're able to achieve.
President John Williams, thank you so much for joining us. So that's it from Reykjavik here in Iceland, where we had a central bank forum. With that, I'm going to hand it back to you, New York.
All right, Francine, thanks very much. New York Fed President John Williams and Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua coming out of Reykjavik, Iceland. What a fascinating career. He mentioned in that interview that he's been at the Fed for over 30 years, so I looked at his CV. Kicking off in 1994, obviously he became eventually the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, and now he's the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. So he's done both coasts, and in the meantime, or in the middle of that, he was a senior economic advisor to President Clinton at the end of his second term.
Yeah, and now here in New York, of course, very closely tied to the market functionings. And fun little fact, market plumbing thing going on here. Actually, the Federal Reserve right now keeping a close eye on those repo market operations. So clearly still concerns about those treasury markets, which, by the way, are actually up on the week in terms of yield. So with all the perceived calm, Matt, you're actually ending the week higher on yields and flat to lower on equity markets.
Right, looking at 436, 437 right now on the 10-year, so not quite back to the danger zone that we had seen before. Here you see S&P futures up a third of 1% after closing in the green yesterday and the day before. So 3 days in a row of gains after a slow start to the week. Less than 4 minutes ago until the opening bell. Maria Waitman joins us next. This is Bloomberg.
Geir, hvor mye marginer har du? Det skal nok gå bra.
$2 billion investment in the last 2 years is a massive amount.
Yes, because we focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the US FDA and European standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in
Så går bra. Men vi gjør en ting I dag. Hvis det kommer en til melding, så bare går vi long. Og så får vi bare gjøre det som skjer hver dag.
So you're about 8,000 strong?
Yes.
All Indian also?
Jeg litt lei av bare se det falle hver dag, og så kommer det en melding som går rett opp. Og så faller det igjen, så kommer det en ny melding som går rett opp. Og så faller det igjen, så kommer det en ny melding som går rett opp. Kan like gjerne være med på jordene litt. Bare ja, jeg trenger ikke være så jævla steinhard.
What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that
Yes, Nico.
I think the world will need that.
Men ha det helt klart, de tallene som kommer på er pissnegative. Jeg vil ikke gå long, men jeg kan gjøre det bare for å være med litt. Men det liksom, det strider litt imot meg egentlig. Jeg kan godt gjøre det. For jeg vet jo alt som skjer. Kommer til å gå meg opp når han prater, så skal det ned igjen. Jeg bare redd for at når jeg først går long, så ramler det som faen, for det skal ned dette. Ja, det typisk Nico. Gjort det mange ganger før.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We're moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Futures higher ahead of the in Switzerland, although we're only looking at gains of a little more than 0.25% now on S&P futures. NASDAQ futures up 0.4%. If we do close out the session in the green, it'll be the third consecutive day of gains after Monday and Tuesday. We're down. Here at the New York Stock Exchange bell, Mark Bristow there. We just had him on the program. The CEO of Barrick Mining Corp ringing the bell. They have a single letter ticker, which is really a pretty cool deal. B is the ticker there. STRZ ringing the bell at the NASDAQ after a split with Lionsgate. So STARS will trade on the NASDAQ now, and Lionsgate will be LION on the New York Stock Exchange. In terms of the movers ahead of, or I should say, seconds into the session, we're going to look at kind of a mixed picture here. You got Lyft up, but Expedia down.
Yeah, seriously a mixed picture here. It's still earnings season, as we've been talking about, Matt. Still earnings season. Consumer-facing stocks, Lyft boosting its outlook, now up about 16%. That has been accelerating its gains throughout the morning. Expedia now down almost 12%, accelerating losses throughout the morning. Affirm Holdings now down about 7%. The forecast was disappointing. Of course, that is a barometer of some credit health there, Matt. We will keep an eye, of course. Our team at Bloomberg Technology has an interview with the CEO in the 11 o'clock hour.
All right, we'll be watching that closely. Also, IAG is going to buy, 32 Boeing jets for British Airways, its biggest order to date following yesterday's trade agreement between the U.S. and the UK. You can see Boeing is only up 1.5%. I was just looking, by the way, at Wolfspeed. You know, this is a chip maker that our producer in London, Dan Curtis, is always paying very close attention to. Right now, Wolfspeed shares are down 23% at the open. So obviously, these AI-related companies are pretty volatile, but a 23% drop for Wolfspeed as a going concern risk spurs many cuts on Wall Street. Maybe that's one we'll talk about throughout the program. Now, Bank of America says the party is over for
Wolfspeed chipmaker er ned 23%.
Rally on optimism on trade deals, but that won't last. Hartnett argues investors will buy the expectation, sell the fact when trade deals are announced. When I was a kid, we used to say, buy the rumor, sell the news. Let's bring in Maria Waitman, head of equity research at State Street Global Markets. So Maria, first of all, good morning. Great to see you on this Friday. What do you think? I mean, it seems like we fell a little bit too far after Liberation Day. Now we've rallied a little bit too much in expectation on trade deals.
Well, I think I'll be a little bit more optimistic than some of my peers. So for what we see in our indicators, and primarily State Street custodial database, so what investors have done since the start of the year, when we were all super optimistic about U.S. stocks and U.S. exceptions, they really squared up their positions. So allocations to, say, tech is going from the highest ever to neutral. Allocation to cyclical defensive trade going to neutral. Allocation to US dollar going to neutral. EMFX at benchmark. Risk appetite is all at benchmark. So investors really squared up those positions. So now we're at a level where, okay, market expects kind of a lot of bad news, there are lots of pessimism, all the expectations, all the surveys are very, very negative. So to me, that's kind of that's the rumor that everything is super bad. So to me, the kind of risk reward is a little bit on the upside, given that if we get something, that's positive, and then investors can start kind of potentially like rebuilding positions in some areas.
Yeah, the optimism was certainly felt this week, but it's interesting. If you look at the S&P 500, we're on track to really end the week flat. I want to pull up what S&P 500 look like because it tells you a little bit where investor sentiment is going, and you really saw a lot of that pain on the week in the healthcare sector. Now, this is the sector where there's still a lot of uncertainty around Trump's tariffs, but other places like consumer discretionary, even energy, financials, were all up on the week. Maria, does this mean that the healthcare sector might be sold off enough, given that we're kind of still at peak uncertainty for the moment? Does it bode well for everything else?
Yeah, I mean, to me, healthcare is like a tricky one. The healthcare sector is a sector where we see the lowest institutional...
Ja, det här var helt fucked, dette her, Sondre.
...underrated position. And I fully get there is huge uncertainty, there is regulatory uncertainty in the US, there is tariff uncertainty, so lots and lots of risk for the sector. But given how low the positioning is, and uncertainty, I mean, we should kind of think about uncertainty as kind of two-way risk, so it can happen or not happen. so kind of probabilistically, and positioning is really, really low. And healthcare companies, they do have like strong return on equity, they have good cash flow generation, their margins have come down quite a lot, now they look like stabilized. So to me, that's actually quite decent quality defensive sector. So to me, healthcare looks somewhat interesting. So yeah, no, I wouldn't be that downbeat on healthcare.
When you look, you say all roads still lead to the U.S., and we've seen, so many people move to diversify internationally, Maria. Clearly, you come from overseas, so you have a different universe around you. But aren't you concerned about big issues like debt and deficits? Tax revenue doesn't look like it's going to be very strong. We continue to spend a lot of money. Doge didn't cut nearly as much as anyone expected it was going to, or at least as was promised. Aren't you concerned about the dollar's place globally?
Well, Matt, I live in Italy, so you're talking about high deficit countries, and well, you can take a page from my book. But no, of course, those issues that you highlighted, the real issues that are very concerning. The point I'm making is if there is a problem in the US, other countries will feel it a lot more. And for whatever kind of challenges we see in US economy, it's still stronger than other countries. And okay, maybe it lost a little bit of a momentum, and the gap between where US is in terms of economic growth and the rest of the world is kind of closing a little bit in terms of corporate earnings. Maybe it's closing a little bit, but US is still a lot better and stronger economy than others. I mean, it's only been, 6 months when we saw Germany is in recession and Europe is struggling, and ECB is too far behind the curve and governments are not spending. Not a lot has changed in that regard. Okay, sentiment has improved. So yeah, I appreciate your point on...
Hansi Mansi, vi skal opp hvis Trump prater, samme som hver dag, det er ikke noe nytt. Hvis han prater så går vi opp, hvis han ikke prater så går vi ned. Det er ikke noe annerledes.
But what is really interesting over the last couple of weeks, we began to see investors coming back into US stocks. Not bonds and FX, but stocks. That's where we're seeing inflows, particularly in tech sector. Again, like stronger earnings in tech helped, and we're seeing investors kind of dipping their toes back into US.
Maria, real quickly, one more question for you. You mentioned that the risk is mostly to the upside still, but what would change your mind?
I mean, we can't wish away the uncertainty, and we can't wish away the kind of policy changes that kind of upset the market. So what I'm saying is that investors have square up positions. They haven't gone underweight. They can, of course, do that. So I think we're kind of living on kind of a little bit of borrowed time, and one tweet, one true social cost can upset that sentiment. But to me, that we already have quite a lot of pessimism priced in. If we stay where we are, markets start drifting higher. If we get some positive trade news, we get higher. But obviously, with negotiations on the weekend will come with nothing, and trade war escalates. Of course, that would be felt by the market.
Maria Bateman of Straight Street, we thank you so very much for joining us this morning. To end the week, now let's get a look at some more stocks on the move this hour with Bloomberg's Denitsa Sekova. I know, Denitsa, you're looking, for example, at Cloudflare.
Yes, we're seeing quite a few strong earnings reports and reaction. One is Cloudflare. The stock is up about 9%. It's coming off very strong earnings reports and solid guidance, which obviously has been something that investors have been very worried about. Cloudflare has expanding portfolio of quite-based security and computer offerings that's helping. JP Morgan says incremental uncertainty drives prudence in the guidance we're seeing. We're also seeing an interesting reaction by Jefferies. They actually lowered their target based off this earnings report, saying that despite the great revenue beat, the operating margins were only in line with consensus. So obviously the bar is very high. The company is up 25% year to date, so you can imagine why people like Jefferies are more conservative here. But definitely a very strong day, a strong year for Cloudflare.
I'm looking at Trade Desk, and I watch this stock pretty closely because my buddy Mark Douglas runs a company called Mountain, and we're always talking about. Well, we're always saying they're about to go public, right? Maybe it's really going to happen now. And actually, the demise of Trade Desk stock this year was really something that made me think they got to push it off. But Trade Desk is doing very well today, up another 22%.
It's doing very well, really maybe one of the strongest days. As you said, the stock is down 40% year to date. It's been under a lot of pressure, but what we're seeing is a pretty strong earnings report exceeding expectations, which I guess coming into this were not as high. The company said that the volatility in the economy is actually helping. We're seeing all those reshuffles in ad business and streaming that are happening at Google and Apple. And what we're seeing is that Trade Desk is actually potentially benefiting from that. We're seeing a lot of optimism. For example, Wedbush upgraded their targets. A lot of people are happy about the healthy second quarter guidance, about the first quarter results. And of course, they launched some new platforms. They did a lot of investments. So obviously, cheap price, investments, and people are getting optimistic that from here that there is some upside. And today is a pretty good showcase.
I'm anchoring Bloomberg Business Week this afternoon. I'm filling in for Tim Stenbeck, who's on like a day off or whatever. And Mark D was supposed to come on with me, but we put out that story this morning, and then he said, no, I can't now, I'm on a plane.
You know what's interesting about this too? I've got to say, because I know you watch Trade Desk closely, so I was thinking of what to say to you. The fact that they're doing well today is actually a great thing because people were so worried about advertising spending.
Exactly.
You know, another company that's not doing as well today, Monster Beverage.
Yeah.
Something.
Because of you.
I know, I drink a lot of Celsius, but, you know, my question is, it's actually not positive on the morning, but as far as tariffs go, do you think now that companies can, you know, of course costs are going up, but given that a lot of companies are already doing well, is this an excuse, right? I mean, if there are other things going on.
What, to raise prices?
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
We're actually seeing some consumer optimism when it comes to Monster. Morgan Stanley raised their target, and they say that they're seeing a lot of enthusiasm from consumer. And what we're seeing with markets and consumer is that things turn sour very quickly. So you can imagine just coming from very depressed levels, small upside in the reports really help. Of course, the stock had a small loss in earlier trading. Now we're seeing it flip, and perhaps the reaction we're seeing from analysts is a reason. The company is up 16% year to date, so even the initial reaction is not really a big thing. But they did indeed talk in their call and their earnings. They talk about global economic uncertainty. They talk about currency pressures and all that. So it is important, but I guess the worst case scenario is not there.
They also have, do you guys watch MotoGP, the Motorcycle World Championship?
What do you think?
Fabio Quartararo, sponsored by Monster, is having a fantastic comeback.
That's the reason.
In the past few weekends, you know, Franco Morbidelli, Alex Rins. Okay, Denitsa, thanks so much for joining us. Denitsa Sakova, they are wrapping up some stocks. Coming up, Pinterest surges as the company's results ease concerns of an advertising slowdown. We'll discuss those results next ahead of our interview with the CEO of Pinterest, Bill Ready. This is Open Interest.
Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is $1 trillion game. One lost, one again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever.
Everyone is selling the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you'll want to watch Primer, because details matter.
Lasers on.
So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels. Hope you're jotting this down.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
And it's time now for our top calls, some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, we're looking at Tapestry, getting raised to a buy at Morgan Stanley. The Coach and Kate Spade handbag maker raised its annual outlook again, struggling them off about a weakening consumer. Morgan Stanley called it a positive revision story. And next up, Expedia getting downgraded to a sell at Piper Sandler. Revenues and bookings in the online travel company had missed estimates, and the firm says Expedia's comments around U.S. travel was discouraging and suggests a tough slog from here. And finally, Lyft getting raised to a buy at Goldman. The ride-sharing company is reporting better than expected bookings in the first quarter, and Goldman sees compelling risk-reward for the stock, Matt.
All right, sorry I got a Ricola. Just finishing a Ricola here. It was a long night at the bar with all the school moms last night. Let's get to Lyft right now. We're joined by Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde here on set. Sorry, I had kindergarten orientation.
Oh, it's exhausting.
I had a school board debate. I've had so much school district, and everybody goes to the bar after.
You're living the life.
These events.
I want to be you, Matt.
And take a Lyft home because you don't want to be drinking
That's the kind of guy you are.
and driving. This company has done, it's obviously far smaller, but much better than its bigger rival.
In many ways. I mean, Uber's numbers were still relatively resilient, but they didn't live up to the expectations, and Uber's stock has soared so far this year. But Lyft is doing really well because it's slightly cheaper. And I think that's what really Mandeep Singh over at Bloomberg Intelligence is signaling out here. They've got a really loyal fan base that is growing. They've now got 24 million users and above. And people are coming back time and time again because they're a cheaper offering. How long they're able to substantiate that, it seems as though the more products that they unveil, the more they're able to deliver on EBITDA. Their earnings were really resilient here. You're seeing like 79% increase in EBITDA, while revenue grows to about 14%. They're still signaling they're going to be able to do that in the next quarter as well. So resilient consumer, more new products, going abroad as well. They're bringing you a taxi offering. This is a company that's managing to fend off also that activist investor. Engine Capital have dropped their demands for changes at the board because Lyft has managed to acquiesce and say, sure, we're going to buy back more shares. And that's also what's helping pop the stock, I'm sure.
Also popping Pinterest today. I think this is so interesting because a lot of
people you're using it.
I'm using it a lot these days for certain reasons. But, you know, Pinterest actually is seeing large advertisers increasing their share of wallet. In this economy, people are really watching how advertisers are behaving. Why Pinterest?
Well, it's interesting because they're managing more and more to be personalized when it comes to artificial intelligence. So they're also making the whole use case for an advert and for a marketer that much easier. You saw that with Meta as well. But I think when there's got worries about TikTok, they've been able to really take more and more market share. They're also trying to claim, and they claim it time and time again, when you go to Pinterest, you're looking to buy something. And so there's that much clearer and closer relationship that the advertiser is getting with you as a potential consumer. They're driving up the value because they're getting more people on board. Remember, this is a company that is adding monthly active users and then some. But they're also really managing to be resilient when we were worried about Shein. We were worried about Temu. We were worried about these Chinese retailers pulling back. That's not showing up in this quarter or the quarter that they forecast for. Unlike Snap, which couldn't give us a forecast, they've stuck and given us a forecast, and it looks pretty rosy.
I have been using Pinterest a lot lately as well, by the way,
Why
because it's
have
a
you
great
been using it?
because it's a great way to store recipes.
Oh.
I'm the guy who cooks dinner for the kids every night, so I store all my recipes.
You're out with the school mums, you're at the school board, you're doing the dinner. Man, you're
you
a
know,
dreamboat.
I was going to say,
What a
he's
modern
really
man.
shocked me in the last couple
I'm a
months.
super dad. I want to talk about Affirm. This company came out with earnings last night, and first of all, a testament to the CFO there in terms of guiding analyst expectations, because they did a perfect job, right? Revenue was bang in line. But they also slightly raised their forecast for earnings and for revenue.
But shares slump. Max Levchin and the CFO must be slightly bemused by why we've got the stock reaction. So are the analysts. In fact, Mizuho saying, look, they're raising their key metrics. This is a knee-jerk stock reaction and they think it's going to fade. And Evercore is saying, look, underlying trends are really good here from the volume perspective, from the active customer perspective, and overall they're saying, look, maybe this is once again reflecting some lofty expectations. Max Levchin's going to be joining the show a little bit later, and I'm sure he'll talk to the resilient consumer. They're not seeing any pickup in terms of credit issues overall. We're all sat here waiting for the consumer to stop buying, and thus far they're not doing it.
It's interesting. Very excited for that interview. You are still seeing Affirm stock almost 20% on the year. However, Max Levchin doesn't tend to care about the stock.
Oh, funny that. The CEO never cares when they go on telly.
Well, they own a lot of it.
20%. Yeah, if you lose a fifth of the value of your company in, we're 5 months into the year? That's tough.
Yeah, but we'll see what he has to say to you, Caroline. We're looking forward to that interview. That is Caroline Hyde. Tune into Bloomberg Technology today. They have a trio of CEOs: Affirm, Lyft, and DraftKings. You know, my favorite is sports betting. That
I know you have a problem with that.
I
You gotta
do.
watch it. It's addictive.
I do. But also here in our next hour on Open Interest, we're going to speak to the Pinterest CEO, Bill Ready.
With Caroline, she's coming back.
With Caroline, she's coming back.
Reason to
This
continue watching.
is Bloomberg Open Interest.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ
Okay, vinst nå.
only
Liten
on
trend.
Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control?
Til det på Harris nå, jeg kjører en long mot på den jeg bare begynner sånn rolig nå. Bare akseptere at han kan prate, så bare driter jeg av.
Geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Amber Woodard in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
Now let's shift our attention to Wall Street South. Ken Griffin's Citadel has made a peculiar play in the talent wars being waged among the top asset managers, hedge funds, and banks in global finance, and that's by introducing a 4-year non-compete clause. Let's dive into the details with the reporter who broke the news.
Du blir snart kalt for feltmadrassen, Lena.
It's really interesting to see him do this. He is putting muscle behind lobbying efforts in Florida to get this non-compete clause brought up to 4 years in that state. How are people reacting?
Yeah,
Jeg sa med alle de kjærestene dine.
This is a bill in the Florida legislature. This would become Florida law. It allows non-competes of up to 4 years, and
you know, some of the criticism is that it's just very employer friendly. It would
litt for mange nå, Lena.
give a lot of power over the employee in terms of, you know, giving them their job and then they have to sign a non-compete, which would potentially mean that they couldn't work for up to 4 years after they left if they ever wanted to.
So I saw this initially, Anna, and I was thinking, cool, 4 years of gardening leave. Like, you continue to get paid, and you get to...
Den kjip, Geir. Den jævla kjip.
But there's some caveats, right? Because it's not all gardening leave, and you don't get your bonus.
Correct. So, yes, it sounds like a very sweet deal, as you say, but the employer is only obligated to pay the salary, and, you know, at hedge funds, bonuses can reach into the millions. It can actually make up, you know, such a huge percentage of an employee's total compensation. So salaries actually may not, you know, might help keep the lights on, but it might not really maintain the lifestyle that you have.
But if you move out of Florida, Anna, can you work for another company? Is this only if you stay in Florida?
I think that would probably be up to courts to debate. You know, what the bill tries to say is that this actually expands beyond Florida, that this would be if your principal place of business is in Florida, this, you know, expands basically everywhere. You know, I would imagine that could probably be challenged in court, but that is what the bill says.
It is the most read story for a reason, Anna. Everybody wants to know these details. Fantastic reporting. Thanks so much for joining us. Anna Kaiser there talking about Citadel and potentially some new rules. Coming up in the next hour, AQR's Jordan Brooks and Pinterest CEO Bill Ready. This is Bloomberg.
We'll have to see over the next 3, 6, 9 months how the tariff discussions play out and what does it mean.
Well, I do factor in some effects of tariffs now on inflation, on prices.
I like the idea of the 10% tariff across the board.
I've spent my entire career focused on fiscal discipline. I don't think these people have the foggiest notion what they're doing. And I think DOGE is doing tremendous damage to government.
Elon Musk is probably the inventor of our age, but who understands that we're in the midst of the most profound convergence among technologies.
When we are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption,
we cannot close this retirement gap without private-public partnership. We have to have good policy.
do you think, Dawn, that the market is correct to be, as of now, pricing in 3 rate cuts in 2025?
I would take the other side of that bet.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Michael Wallace. Former Supreme Court Justice David Souter has died. He was a liberal vote on matters of abortion and church and state. When he retired from the court after 19 years in 2009, President Obama lauded him.
He approached judging as he approaches life, with a feverish work ethic and a good sense of humor, with integrity, equanimity, and compassion.
Obama chose Sonia Sotomayor to replace Souter. David Souter was 85. On his first full day as Pope, Leo XIV celebrated Mass with the Cardinals at the Sistine Chapel, asking them to help him spread Christianity around the world. His older brother, John Prevost, told CBS Mornings he spoke with him briefly yesterday after he was elected Pope.
So we were able to talk for maybe 45 seconds, and I said, congratulations, and he said, okay, goodbye, because he knew there were reporters in the house, and he's not ready for that yet.
Prevost says even as a child, his brother always wanted to be a priest. CBS's Elaine Cobb reports Europe is promising more help for Ukraine.
EU foreign ministers have pledged to free up more than $1 billion worth of frozen Russian assets and hand the money to Ukrainian defense companies. Meeting in the western city of Lviv, the ministers also approved the framework for a special tribunal to try Russian leaders for the crime of aggression against Ukraine.
In Russia, it's Victory Day. There's a huge military parade in Moscow to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the surrender of Nazi Germany in World War II. A U.S.-based aid group in Gaza is closing all its soup kitchens. Reporter Linda Gradstein is in Jerusalem.
The World Central Kitchen was serving more than 130,000 meals per day.
Helt greit. Det bare fokus på Trump, da. Så han forandret tariffene i stad, rett før børs. 80% kontra 145%, så det gikk jo opp på det, da. Han sa i går at han ikke skulle forandre på tariffen. Det varte jo nøyaktig 12 timer, så forandret han på tariffen.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will attend trade talks with Chinese officials in Switzerland this weekend. The BBC's Laura Bicker.
For China, these talks are a fact-finding mission. Officials will want to sit across from Donald Trump's representatives and find out what the US president really wants. It is likely they will push for the 145% tariffs on all Chinese goods entering the US to be lowered or scrapped completely.
This is CBS News.
Jeg snakket med en programmerer i stad som kan lage en bot som handler på utsagnene til Trump. Faktisk på tweetsene hans på Truth Social og på Twitter. At den reagerer med en gang han sier noe. Så vi skal teste ut det.
CBS News military consultant and retired U.S. Army Colonel Jeff McCausland thinks
Sånn
transgender
AI-greie.
are unfairly treated.
Transgender-related conditions are the only gender-related condition that requires a discharge, regardless of the fitness for duty of the individual.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
58 felony cases are being dropped in a small Alabama town after a grand jury ruled they tainted by a corrupt police department. The police chief and 4 officers from Huntsville were indicted for removing evidence from the evidence room. Most of the cases involved drug charges. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Hvis det faller mer nå, så kan han bare si det at nei, det blir ikke 80, det blir 75, så går det opp igjen. Og så faller det på nytt igjen. Og så kan han si nei, det blir ikke 75, det blir 60, så går det opp igjen. Og så faller det på nytt igjen, så kan han si nei, det blir ikke 65, det blir 55. Han kan holde på sånn hver eneste dag, og så går det opp. Det underliggende er fortsatt negativt, men han kan si det for å kjøre algoen opp, ikke sant?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Friday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live as well. So head over to Bloomberg. Head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Live Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. Coming up today, we're going to get the latest on the whole China tariff, U.S., UK tariff situation. Sean Dunn and Bloomberg News senior economics are ready. He's going to give us the latest reporting there. Henrietta Trez, managing partner and director of economic policy at Veda Partners. She is our go-to person for all things Washington, D.C. We'll see what's happening with some legislation. We got some big tax bill to get done. We got to keep the government open. All that kind of stuff that we're all used to. Elliot Stein, Bloomberg Intelligence litigation analyst. Here's a title of his note. SCOTUS would likely let Trump fire Powell even if the markets don't. I have no idea what he's talking about there, but I want to hear what he's got to say there. Ed Harrison, senior editor of Bloomberg and author of Bloomberg's The Everything Risk newsletter on economic looking ahead. What are some of the data we need to be focusing on? So we got a lot coming up in terms of economic data, corporate earnings, and policy as well.
Lena, han handler garantert ikke gjennom seg selv.
The major stock average is pushing higher right now. The Bloomberg Business Flash right now being brought to you by IBKR. Will the year-over-year change in the U.S. CPI exceed 2.6% in April 2025? At IBKR forecast trader, the yes was recently at 26%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com.
Å, fy faen, Tesla opp 7%.
Trading day for this contract is.
Hva er det som har kommet på Tesla i dag, da?
The major stock average is again modestly higher. 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 up. Consumer and energy leading the pack. Insulet is the best performing individual stock in the index. This is the insulin delivery system maker. They boosted their revenue guidance for the full year. Meantime, Alexander Altman at Barclays says, the investors shouldn't hang their hat on any trade deal this week.
20% opp på Tesla. Det er bare vilt. 8 nå.
And I think people often lose sight of the bigger picture and they're so focused on the minutiae. And actually, if you listen to what has been said by the administration, they said don't expect necessarily anything dramatic this weekend.
Right now, the S&P 500, 25 points higher. That's up 0.5%, 56.89 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 100 points higher. That's up 0.25%. And the Nasdaq 100 up 126 points. That's a rise of 0.6%. Apple working on new chips that'll be the brains for future devices, including their first smart glasses, more powerful Macs, and artificial intelligence servers. Ryan Reynolds new. This is for you, Alex.
Thank you.
NNTN, this is the advertising and marketing company backed by the actor Ryan Reynolds, launching their IPO maybe next week. This comes after tariff-induced market volatility delayed the plans. And finally, here's one for you. The market for reptile and amphibian pets booming with 4 million U.S. households owning them. The market for their food and supplies hitting $800 million last year.
Funny point. When I was growing
like
up,
little geckos, designer geckos, because they crossbreed. I don't know. Anyway, some of them are selling for $50,000 each.
so when I was growing up in the Upper West Side, there was somebody who had a pet iguana and would walk the iguana with like a leash and everything. And this thing was really big, and it was like, oh yeah, the iguana on a leash was a thing.
It's not really related, but I ran over a rat this morning on 10th Avenue.
That's
It's not a.
That's not a reptile, but also you killed it, so there is that.
Thank you,
Friday. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Market Driver is brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor to staff ratio, small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. Let's take a look at some of the stocks in the move today. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. You're looking at Microchip. What's going on with Microchip?
Looking at Microchip, Alex, that's having a good day today. Currently, the stock is up more than 13%, so extending those gains from the open. And that's because we did get the fourth quarter results after the bell on Thursday. Adjusted EPS slightly beating the estimates there, 11 cents versus 10 cents estimate. And we also saw net sales that were also slightly above forecasts, but were down 27% year on year. But the chips manufacturer did highlight a silver lining. They say that the fourth quarter, quote, marks the bottom of this prolonged industry down cycle. And analysts at Evercore are still rating the stock outperform and say that the company is exiting an inventory correction and entering a restocking cycle.
That's interesting. That's always important when it comes to those chip guys. Not doing so well, though, today is Expedia.
Exactly. Expedia down just over 7% at the moment. Hearing earlier losses at the open of as much as 12%, and that's because the travel outlook for this company specifically is not looking great. They did cut their full year outlook for gross bookings and revenue. First quarter results also missed estimates, and they were highlighting that there was weaker than expected domestic and inbound travel. A lot of that apparently potentially related to the near 30% decline in inbound bookings from Canada, which contributed to a 7% drop in overall inbound travel to the U.S. Now, we did hear from Booking and Airbnb, kind of like comparable companies for Expedia. Both of those top estimates for the first quarter results, but they also issued weaker than expected second quarter guidance.
Bucket list item. I just decided last night. Kentucky Derby.
Ooh,
And
that's a good one.
And we just had our person come back to us. It's not cheap. Dude, it is expensive.
Yeah.
How much are we talking here?
Just to get
Just
your
enough.
nose in the door without airfare, the cheapest option was $4,000.
Whoa, per person. Wow. And that doesn't count the hat, right?
It's 3 days.
It's 3 days.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but it's we'll think.
We'll think about it. I mean, but that's why it's a bucket list.
That's why it's a bucket
That's
list.
why it's not an every day occurrence.
Yep.
All right, let's wrap it up here with CrowdStrike.
Looking at CrowdStrike today, down more than 2% at the moment, and those shares are declining after a Bloomberg News exclusive report that U.S. prosecutors and regulators are investigating a $32 million deal between CrowdStrike and the tech distributor. And the transaction was apparently due to a deal to supply software to the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, but apparently the IRS never purchased or received products, according to our sources. And so investigators are now questioning former employees, and they've also obtained internal CrowdStrike records. I'm sure reporters are all over the story, so keep an eye out for more exclusives from that team.
All right, Christine, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Christine Aquino, she is a managing editor for Markets Live. Joining us live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We got a little bit of green on the screen. A trade team heading over to Switzerland today for trade talks with China. And President Trump out today with a tweet saying 80% China tariff, quote, seems right ahead of the talks. So we'll see how that plays out. Sean Donnan joins us. He is senior economics writer for Bloomberg News. He's based down in Washington, D.C. Seems right. I don't know. I'm not sure where that number came from here. Sean, what are expectations going into some of these trade discussions with the Chinese in Switzerland?
Look, the administration from President
Right.
on down,
Allah.
they're clear they want to do some de-escalation this weekend, and that they want to bring tariffs down from the 145% plus level that they're at. We have heard
Trump har forandret tariffene, det fikk du med deg.
60% was something that they're targeting. The president's out with.
Ja, til 80.
But look, the thing to keep in
Hva var det han sa I går da?
even if we get what would be a dramatic de-escalation,
Han sa at den ikke skulle forandre den helt tatt. Sånn det gjør.
to 80% or 60%, those levels are still incredibly high, and they're still going to be prohibitive for a lot of
Det var storyen I går.
the folks at Bloomberg Economics.
I dag det en ny dag, nye muligheter.
Ja, men samme Trump da, det problemet.
Ja.
Men faller vi nå etterpå, og han kommer med en tweet, så bare går jeg long, ass. Jeg bare bestemmer meg for det. Jeg gidder ikke mer.
It speaks to how far we've come in the last month. It was literally a month ago today that these reciprocal tariffs went into place from President Trump, and then he had a bit of a U-turn and put on the 90-day pause. So the window on what is being discussed has shifted remarkably over that time.
Ja, Sondre, altså jeg tar bare en hedge da. Jeg skal ikke gå long, for det her skal ned. Men jeg må kjøre noe mot, for det går jo opp hver gang han prater. Må bare play the game, rett og slett.
And is that a good or a bad thing as far as markets are concerned?
Well, look, I mean, Bessent's the guy for now, right? I mean, he's leading the delegation there, and President Trump has moved around. I mean, a few weeks ago, it was Howard Lutnick who was the guy, right? And on China and other things. It looks like the Secretary of Commerce is now dealing with other countries, and there's a lot of negotiations going on there. Scott Bessent is the man of the moment this weekend. He's being joined by Jameson Greer, who really is the trade wonk in the mission. He's the U.S. trade representative, of course. So look, one of the things we learned in the first Trump administration is President Trump has lots of emissaries, and he often shifts emissaries over time.
Det er ikke sånn jeg liker å trade, som jeg har sagt hver dag. Det er liksom trading basert på hva Trump sier. Det er ikke trading basert på noe virkelighet. Det er veldig spesielt.
Har Robert fått fiksa mikrofonen sin, eller?
Ja, I dag så hørtes det mennesker, faktisk.
Look, it's going to reach consumers soon. I mean,
Jeg må åpne newsdesken og se om det er noe spennende.
Today, and exports from China to the U.S. are down by 21%.
Hentet nå egentlig mine dollares I natt, men...
Her står det eksporten fra USA til Kina ned med 21%, og så bare rister han på hodet. Det jo krise der borte. Det jo krise. Altså, du kan tenke dere at shippingbransjen nå har jo tapet penger som bare faen. Du klarer å bli ratende hvor mye det eller vil de tjene på shipping, liksom. Det borte.
And then it becomes a question of when do we see those jobs be cut? So if you don't have the volume coming in, do those dock workers get scrapped? And that was a question posed to President Trump yesterday, and he's like, well, good, because the long term it's going to be good for America, but what's that trickle down going to wind up looking like?
Yeah, and we're already seeing job cuts, and we're also seeing hiring slow down, and I think that's the other thing to remember is a lot of the uncertainty around trade isn't necessarily about cutting jobs or closing factories in the short term. It's about not expanding factories. Right. It's about not growing. It's about not hiring more people, and that, of course, is what's really toxic for the economy.
Yeah. All right, Sean, we got to leave it there. Thanks a lot, Sean Donnan, joining us. He heads up all trade and economic coverage for Bloomberg. All right, coming up, Henry Atris, Managing Partner and Director of Economic Policy at Beta Partners, will be joining us for Take on what to look for over the weekend. Plus George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace Defense and
Airline. Bare merke til at dere så hører nå, vi faller hver dag, frem til han sender en melding. Har du sett noe på Gula, Stig, I dag?
Ja.
Hva tenker du da?
Jeg tror 3 dager gull tidligere I dag. Men nå så det litt sånn lugubert. Litt vanskelig å si hvor den skal akkurat nå. Men til I morgen så var det opp. Nå så har den egentlig bare reacta oppe der. Det ser jo ned ut,
Men sentimentanalysen helt lik, den har ikke rørt noe på seg, som jeg kan se.
Nei, men folk sitter vel på gjerdet og venter, tenker jeg.
Ja, det det smarteste. 2 store tradere jeg vet om å ha sluttet å trade. De har satt posisjonene sine I hedge og gjør ingenting. Nå har jeg penger på den ene shorten her. For bare se om jeg skal ta den nå, eller se om han lager en ny bunn, eller om han snur på støttene nå. Ja. Oi, der fikk jeg litt pluss. Tok den nå. Faller igjen, faller hver dag. Fordi det skal ned. Og nå sier jeg, kommer det en melding nå etterpå, når det faller etterpå, så går jeg long. De 2 tredje gjorde nå forresten, de var på high risk-kontoen. De som lurte på hvor jeg shortet den. Jeg shortet 2 trades på high risk. Bare bygger den opp litt. Longen etterpå kjører jeg på copy-trading-greia. Jeg kjører ikke mer short der. In Botox we trust. In Donald Trump we trust. Jeg er ikke noe... Jeg kan kun trade når markedet er sånn som det skal være. Ikke når han prater. Men legg merke til hva jeg sier til dere. Det faller hver eneste dag til han kommer med melding. Så det underliggende er fortsatt piss dårlig. Don't be fooled by the orange hair man. Som heter en brus.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half. We move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. The offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The major stock average is almost unchanged for the Dow right now. They are moving slightly higher. The S&P 500, if it keeps this up, is on track for its third straight week of gains. That would be the longest winning run in 2025. Investors are looking to the weekend as the U.S. and China trade talks get underway. Here's a fun fact from Bloomberg Intelligence. The average member of the S&P 500 made 6.1% of its revenue from selling goods to China or to Chinese companies in 2024.
Litt piller for kropp og sjel.
Full-year outlook for gross bookings and revenue, and the travel booking company also saw a near 30% decline in inbound bookings from Canada.
Og Alexa, hvis du gir meg litt tid, så skal du få til det. Trump kan ikke holde på sånn her for alltid. Det her er det jeg lever av. Jeg tjener penger på det her. Jeg tjener ikke penger på ikke gjøre en dritt. Så vi skal få det der til. Bare vente litt til ting blir litt normalt. Ikke sånn tariffprat hver dag, så går det der fint.
And then Microchip Technology shares trading higher. The company reporting fourth quarter results. The period, they say, marks the bottom of the prolonged industry down cycle. And right now, those shares are up close to 13%. Overall, the S&P 500 up 6. The NASDAQ Composite Index is up 50 points. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average looks like it's about to turn negative, unchanged right now. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
I arbitrage, John, between Lyft and Uber.
I've started doing that too now, actually.
And that has
huge savings.
Oh, okay.
Like 30%, 40% sometimes. It's crazy.
Well,
it's the same driver,
my
same car.
Uber driver, and I never do Uber, but it was a New York City cab that showed up.
Falt bra nå da, Stig.
It's much cheaper.
Yeah, but sometimes you just can't.
Yes, sometimes you can't. But I mean, Matt Miller doesn't.
Ja, det faller nå da.
I'm a big ARB guy as it comes to the right.
Ok, hvor lang tid tar det, tror dere, før Trump får hetta nå og sender en melding? Det må jo komme nå rett rundt hjørnet. For nå går vi snart til rødt til USA. Nå skal jeg, dette er liksom, dette er ikke kødd, skal vi sjekke her. Det kommer en melding snart. Da går jeg long. Jeg skal sjekke. Klokka 17. Ja, først klokka 17.
All right, let's go down to Washington, D.C. We've got a lot going on there. Henrietta Trez,
Vi følger med.
she's a managing partner and director of economic policy at Veda Partners. She's actually
Det er så teit, da.
Louisiana. How cool is that? I think New Orleans. That's awesome.
It is so stupid.
And Henrietta, I mean, from your perspective, and you talk to your sources in Washington, should we expect anything coming out of Switzerland this weekend as it relates to U.S.-China trade?
Yeah, it's a good question. Obviously, the president outkicked his coverage here with the 145% tariffs on China. The problem is 80%, which he's talking about now on social, is still prohibitively high and doesn't really move the needle for small businesses or anybody importing from China or overseas right now. So the expectation I had going into this before the president started tweeting this morning was effectively that Secretary Bessent is trying to establish himself with the vice premier of China at these meetings in Switzerland this weekend.
Trump administration to review National Space Council.
In the last couple of days is that they are extraordinarily cautious and not at all optimistic about whether Secretary Bessent
Det skal så jævlig ned.
whether the United States is serious about actually reducing tariffs. And so the president is trying to, give Secretary Bessent effectively the permission structure that China needs to enter into the conversation in any kind of meaningful way. But sorry.
Yeah, so did he do it by saying 80% looks good and it's all up to Scott? Was he able to accomplish that?
I think that from a directional standpoint, it's pretty clear now that Secretary Bessent...
Jeg håper det gjennomsprøter nå. Det er ikke tilfeldig at det faller, skjønner dere.
Whether he has the ability to go further than that, I think is not something that China can necessarily accept, because obviously the president
Og det faller på greit med
is the
volum
one who
også.
actually set the terms of what's going to happen, not Secretary Bessent. So it does undermine the secretary a little bit. And I think what we should hope at best case scenario is some sort of joint statement, which we don't often get. Usually the U.S. will put out a statement.
Nå er Wall Street i rødt. Nå er alt i rødt. Nå kommer det melding fra han hvert øyeblikk, tenker jeg. Da gjør jeg klar en long igjen.
I think that what we'll see now is the business community come out and say, hey, 80% is still too high. We need this to come much, much lower, if not all the way off, which the president does not seem inclined to do.
This trade policy that President Trump is deploying, how is that good politics?
I think the supporters of President Trump really like the tariffs. They like the sort of sticking it to the man mentality. And so even though you're seeing the polling drop pretty materially, even with Republican voters, his core base, I think the last time I saw numbers, it was like 43, 47% of the Republican conference is very supportive of the president's tariffs and his strategy, and they're willing to give him this opportunity to wait and see. But on Capitol Hill, you have absolute panic. It's sort of like ducks sitting on top of the water and then furiously paddling underneath. The Republican Party trying to write this tax bill is running into the reality that tariffs do not raise $2 trillion if they do not bring in revenue. And of course, if you stop imports, you're not bringing in tariffs.
Nå ramlet vi med 140 poeng her. Det er ganske mye. På så kort. Se på den canonen her, da. Jeg blir like optimistisk hver gang det faller. Og så bare vet jeg at nå er han oransje mannen snart klar med å trykke på en knapp.
Well, that's interesting. The one thing I touch on with this 2.5 million for individuals and 5.
Jeg må slå av mikken. Jeg har et møte som varer i kvarter. Jeg kan bare være her selv om jeg bare slår av mikken.
Gjør det.
And the image is one that the American public is really primed to notice, which is cuts to Medicaid. We have been talking about Medicaid cuts for 20 years now, since Obamacare. It's something we talk about on our Wednesday webcasts. I wish we could move on from it, but the American public is so attuned to any cuts to Medicaid that they sort of viscerally react negatively to any tax bill that would include those data sets. So in this circumstance, the president has realized that supporting taxes on the wealthy is actually very popular, and this is a great way to sort of reimagine the tax bill and potentially get more support for the package from the American public. But obviously,
alle tre indeksene er røde.
All right, Henrietta, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your time. Always, Henrietta Trez, Managing Partner and Director of Economic Policy at Veda Partners, coming to us via New Orleans. via that Zoom thing here. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world of airlines, aerospace. Red headline crossed the Bloomberg terminal.
Micken din är av, ja.
Radar screens at Newark Airport went black at 3:55 a.m. Friday. That's not a good thing.
No.
Again?
No.
I don't know what's going on there. Granted, I fly in and out of Newark all the time, but come on, fellas, let's figure out what's going on.
Apparently it was brief, but like, what does brief mean when you're in the air? That
Brief
feels-
when you're landing a plane, that's an eternity.
Well, John, I've got my Flight Radar 24 app, so I can see where all the planes are and
There
all
it
that
is.
kind of stuff. So I can maybe help out a little bit. But George Ferguson, he does this for a living. He covers all the aerospace companies, the airlines companies. George, talk to us about just the state of our air traffic control system. You've seen this, you've lived this, you've talked to all the companies. Is it unusually bad now? Is it different? What's going on?
So I don't think it's unusually bad now, but I think it's sort of always way behind the times technologically. I think money gets thrown at it from Congress to band-aid it, get it through the next couple of years, decade, who knows. And so they're always working again with this older technology, and I think it's a job where people aren't clamoring to get into it, right? There's a fair amount of stress. You're managing airplanes full of people's lives as it's skidding around the U.S. airspace. I don't think young people find it exciting during the pandemic. You couldn't do it from home. You'd have to go to a air traffic control center to do it. And so, the job sort of interest is probably a bit on the wane, and they don't get paid a lot of money to do it. And so it's challenging, I think, to keep the airspace, safe and sort of well managed.
I mean, it feels like that's an important part, though. Isn't the Trump administration trying to fix a lot of that, though? How was the hurdle rate?
Super important. And so I think that the Trump administration has talked about doing a whole revamp of the system, which is long overdue. I think the challenge, though, is the money. I think you're talking, I've heard $20-30 billion thrown around. You're talking a lot of money and a number of years to get it done. And again, the country always seems to have another priority. But I think, air travel is critical to the U.S. economy, and obviously safety means more people will use it. So I think it's a super critical issue, one that's not going to get fixed overnight, and one that's been deteriorating, over multiple presidential administrations. So this isn't sort of Biden's problem or Trump's problem. This has been, throughout time, one of those places where Congress just sort of short shrifts on money.
In other aerospace news here, I see that IAG, which I think British Airways and Aer Lingus, they're buying they put in an order for 32 Boeing 787 aircraft for British Airways and 21 Airbus A330 neoplanes for Aer Lingus, Iberia, and Level brands. I mean, these are big wide-body aircraft. These are $10 billion is the investment here. It seems like the airlines are still pretty bullish long-term.
So look, everyone has to
Ja,
refresh
gul
fleets, right?
popcornpenning.
And so, and it's their business, right? And so, I wouldn't, that's the business. I wouldn't be, I don't know if is unbullish a word. I wouldn't be unbullish. They always have to sort of, be refreshing. By my count, though, 30-some 787s isn't the 10 billion. So that we were promised yesterday. So I got to believe that there's more to come. Look, I think my guess is that IAG, again, is British Air Lingus, Iberia. They ought to have a pretty good summer season along with the U.S. airlines as we continue to see good traffic between the U.S. and Europe. I think that's a secularly rising, market for both U.S. and European carriers as Americans, Europeans sort of constantly going back and forth across the Atlantic, wanting to see the old country or the new country. So I think it's a great business. Plus, British Air will connect you into the rest of the world. But going back to, I think, our tariff discussion yesterday, 30 787s don't add up to 10 billion. So I wonder if there's more to come or if we were doing everything at list price or something like that. I'm not sure.
Before I let you go, 30 seconds. After earnings came out, what's your favorite airline right now?
I mean, look, I still think that the big U.S. full-service carriers, especially United and Delta, are really poised financially to take the opportunity they'll get this summer of continuing strong demand across the Atlantic. And I think premium travel is still the place to be. So that financially, those guys should see the gains.
All right, George, really appreciate it. Always the best. Thank you so much for joining us. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence, Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst. All right, coming up, apparently this is Paul's favorite story. He's been talking about it for 2 days. Can Trump fire Powell even if markets don't like it? Elliot Stein, Bloomberg Intelligence litigation analyst, will be joining us on what SCOTUS would actually do if Trump tried to do that. We'll break that down for you on this relatively calm Friday. This is Bloomberg.
Nasdaq fortsatte ned. Har noe support rundt 977-området. Se om vi bare braser gjennom, eller om vi tar imot. Jeg har ikke sagt noen ting ennå som er merkverdig. Nei da, det har han ikke. Med en gang han sier noe som er merkverdig og markedsopplegg, så kommer det et mer.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, and the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages, they are now drifting lower. Investors might be on hold as those high-level U.S.-China trade talks take place in Switzerland over the weekend. Meantime, Jay Woods of Freedom Capital Markets says, you know what, investors still waiting for the veil of uncertainty.
Nasdaq bounsa på den 977-området.
Until we get some clarity. We may get some clarity on data next week, but what we're looking for is clarity out of Washington.
Yeah, right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average falling 111 points. That's down 0.3%. The S&P 500 has turned lower, down 13 points. That's down 0.25%. The NASDAQ 100, 57 points lower, and that is down 0.3% right now. Best performing stock in the S&P 500, that belongs to Insulet Corporation. That's up over 17%. The ticker symbol PODD, again, 17% higher. The company, the medical device company, reporting stronger results for the latest quarter than analysts expected. Lyft rallying after delivering a stronger profit for the latest quarter than expected. Revenue did fall short. The company said it reached the highest weekly ridership levels in history during the last week of March. Those shares 21% higher. Advertising slowdown? What slowdown? A Pinterest revenue guidance topping estimates. The company says the ability to leverage AI to personalize user experience sets them apart. Pinterest up 7.5%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. And joining us now is one of them. Elliot Stein is senior litigation analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. A great piece out talking about how the Supreme Court would likely let President Trump fire Fed Chair Jay Powell, even if the markets don't like it. So let's get to kind of the precedents here. How is it constitutional that he's able to do that?
Well, we're not sure yet, but the way
in theory,
the way the law is playing out is, he's taking a very expansive view of executive authority and what the president can do. We see it with the tariffs, we saw it with DOGE. He's taken a lot of actions that presidents haven't done before, and they're being litigated. And one of the things that he's done is that he has tried to exert a lot of control over what used to be called independent agencies. So things like the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board. He has removed commissioners at these agencies, even though the statutes that govern these agencies have what's called a for-cause removal restriction, meaning the president can only remove them for cause. And he's just, firing them at will. He's also obviously threatened to do the same with Jerome Powell and maybe other members of the board. And his view is that the for-cause removal restriction is unconstitutional because it impinges on his power as the president under Article 2 of the Constitution to essentially oversee the entire executive branch. And the Supreme Court, in 1935, there's precedent saying those for-cause removal restrictions are constitutional, but more recently, the Supreme Court has sort of tried to narrow that precedent and said, at least with a couple agencies where you only have one director, those for-cause removal restrictions are unconstitutional. And so the President Trump, is sort of trying to expand that recent precedent to these other agencies.
So do we have other, so the Federal Reserve is one thing. Do we have other agencies that are in the legal process now where someone's been removed and we have a suit?
Yeah, exactly. We actually have quite a few of them.
Okay.
He has fired 2 commissioners at the FTC. Those are in litigation. Sort of the most procedurally advanced cases at this point are cases where he fired commissioners at the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, and also the Merit Systems Protection Board, which sort of oversees federal employees and whether they're being fired and hired for merit or not. Those 2 cases, we have actually several rulings, and what's interesting is that the judges in those rulings sort of fall along ideological lines in how they rule. So the trial court judge was a judge appointed by President Obama, and she said that the firing of those commissioners was improper, that it was, it violated the for-cause removal. Those cases are now on appeal. There's going to be an argument next week, but we have sort of preliminary rulings from the appeals court. One panel of 3 judges, 2 of whom were appointed by Republican presidents, said that President Trump would have been likely to succeed on the merits. But then that ruling was then revisited by the entire court, which is dominated by judges appointed by Democrats, who said that the firing was improper. So we're sort of seeing how this might play out.
Are we really in a truly partisan judicial world, or is this just simply different interpretations or stricter or looser interpretations of the Constitution?
It depends on the issue.
Okay.
I would say on this issue, it seems like the judges are essentially ruling along ideological lines, where you have judges appointed by Republicans saying that the for-cause removal restriction really does impinge on the president's executive authority, and you have judges appointed by Democrats saying, it's okay to put some limits. The for-cause removal restriction would still allow the president to fire someone if they did something improper.
Timing of some of these cases, when are we going to get some clarity, do you think?
So next week we have a key hearing in the NLRB and Merit Systems Protection Board hearings. That's at the DC Circuit, which is sort of considered like the second most important court in the land after the Supreme Court. That's going to be just a panel of 3 judges. Again, 2 of whom were appointed by President Trump, actually. So I expect that panel to rule for the president, after which point the commissioners will ask the full DC Circuit to review it. I expect that ruling to go in favor of the commissioners. That will probably come sometime in the summer. And then at that point, I would expect the Trump administration to ask the Supreme Court for review. But with all that said, there's this thing called a shadow docket at the Supreme Court. So some of these sort of more preliminary issues are already starting to surface at the Supreme Court. So there's a chance they take it earlier than I expect, but most likely it'll be in the fall.
So in terms of, say, the Supreme Court issuing a ruling that then is ignored, is there precedent for that, like over history?
Well, we've actually sort of seen it with TikTok, right? Where the Supreme Court upheld the TikTok ban, and the president instructed his attorney general to ignore the ruling and ignore the ban. So we have sort of started to see some issues like that. But in this case, I expect the Supreme Court to, if he on this issue generally, I expect the Supreme Court to side with President Trump.
Interesting. So what happens when a president defies the Supreme Court, like in TikTok? Nothing, right?
So far, nothing.
So TikTok's still up and running?
The remedy is for Congress to impeach the president and then the Senate to convict. Highly unlikely in this political environment.
But he also pushed out right? It sort of feels very blurry. It doesn't feel like he completely ignored it. It's just like, we're working on it. We're just pushing out the deadline. That feels a little different.
That's essentially what he's doing. But at the same time, there's a law that Congress passed that said, it has to be banned by a particular date.
Mm-hmm.
The Supreme Court upheld that law, and he's essentially ignoring the details of the law. I agree with you. He is using that as a reason, but the law is still on the books, and it's in violation, essentially.
I just feel like the lawyers always win. It just feels like there's always stuff to litigate.
Says the banker.
Says the banker, yeah. All right, the banker, I would leave my office at midnight.
Okay.
After drafting all that night.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd get back into my office the next day, say 9 o'clock in the morning, and we'd have a fax on my desk. That's back in the day of faxes.
Sure.
Where Elliot and his counterparts were working on the stuff we drafted and faxed it back, and it was timestamped like 4:32 a.m.
Oh, yeah. As a legal assistant who worked at night, I did those faxings. I did that.
Always be billing. That was the motto.
Yeah. Oh.
But who made the most money?
Bankers.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yep.
Clearly the legal assistant.
You made the wrong I say this to lawyers all the time. You could have zigged when you came out of undergrad, and you zagged.
I don't disagree.
You went to law school.
All right, Elliot. Thanks a lot, Elliot Stein, Bloomberg Intelligence litigation analyst. All right, coming up, Edward Harrison, senior editor at Bloomberg, will be joining us on his Everything Risk newsletter. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday. We made it to the end of the week. It feels like a very quiet day in comparison to some of the headlines throughout the week. We'll see what the weekend brings with those China-U.S. meetings in Switzerland. Last night, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick joined Bloomberg after President Trump announced the U.S.-UK trade deal. When asked about the upcoming talks with China, he said the administration's focused on fair and reciprocal trade, and that EU's deficit with China and its surplus with the U.S. is one of those.
Jeg kan ikke snakke. Joakim sitter I møte, så derfor han ikke snakker.
Whatever the tariff results on China should be their tariff on their business with them. Now, probably the most interesting country I can tell you that has a huge trade deficit with China and a huge trade surplus with us is the European Union. And no one thinks about that, but a huge amount of the European Union is really a tariff arbitrage from China through the European Union into the American economy.
That was Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary, joining Bloomberg yesterday. Edward Harrison joins us now. He is head of Bloomberg, senior editor at Bloomberg, and author of Bloomberg's The Everything Risk newsletter. Edward, I read your stuff all the time, every week. Your newsletter, it's always really great.
Ja, han følger jo med. Men så han Finn spør om vi ikke kan snakke mer, sier han bare hører på.
Yeah, I think that we're getting to the end of this rally.
Han sitter I møte, derfor han ikke snakker.
One of the reasons is because we saw the price action this morning very good, but then when we heard some bad news from China, which basically pushed back, the market reacted negatively. And I think that's representative of the concept that we've baked in the 10% tariffs across the board. But there's
Klokka 17:30 så skal Fed Williams.
Particularly with China and the EU.
So, Ed, what do you think realistic expectations should be for these talks this weekend between the U.S. and China in Switzerland?
You know, I think Trump, he set a pretty good baseline there with the 80% as potentially a level that we could get after this is over, and then hopefully we'll see more movement beyond that as the days go. But obviously the clock's ticking. 80% is not a very low number, and it's, you know, people might even call that an almost an embargo. But it does show a de-escalation, which means that even though the clock's ticking in terms of getting something that's more substantive, we could get to something of that nature. And you know, something like that might allow the markets to tread water. Anything less than that, I think that angst about how difficult China and also the EU will be comes back into play.
On the flip side, if the optimism is sort of priced in, is a baseline 10% tariff priced in? Because that seems to be saying no matter what.
Yeah, I think that, you know, you could make the argument that it's priced in. When you look back at the price action since February, I think it was in mid-February that we got a delay of the tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs that were eventually revealed on April the 2nd. And that's what caused us to go to a record high. Everything that's happened since then has been a sense of dread about those reciprocal tariffs. And I think that we're about, 6, 7, 8% down from those levels across different indices. And that's enough to the degree that that 10% across the board gets you a growth recession, as opposed to an actual recession, which is potentially where we could be headed.
Ed, if that's kind of the backdrop here, what, if anything, can the Fed do here to counteract it?
I think that the Fed can't do anything, to be honest. One, it acts with a lag, so anything that it does won't trickle through to the economy fully until time later. So anything that it does now won't actually impact the economy fully for 6 months, 12, 18 months. The second thing is that they really don't know, as Jay Powell told us, they don't know what's really going to happen with the employment market, with inflation. And so their best bet is to just stay on hold until they see those things move one way or the other. And we're not seeing any movement in terms of the employment market as a result of tariffs. And I don't think that we will see any inflation numbers, even though we get 2 inflation numbers next week. Those are all like pre-tariff stuff. So we really won't get anything that will cause the Fed to move until, say, June, July. And by that time, if they do move because things are bad, it may be too late. It probably will be too late.
So then that raises the question, like, what's the next catalyst? Because we have the 90-day relief ends the beginning of July. You just mentioned it's going to take at least 6 more weeks to things to kind of feed through to some of the hard data. And it looks like the market's pricing in its first real cut from the Fed in September. So do we just like go chill until July?
Well, the whole sell in May and go away thing kind of, when you say that, Alex, makes me think about that dictum.
Yeah.
Really, from my perspective, it's the ball's in Trump's court because obviously he's hemorrhaging support in terms of the polls, and the market hasn't gone down. I think the combination of the polls and the markets together are the kind of thing that will galvanize more capitulation. I mean, we've seen him climb down a lot, 80% as an example from 145 as a climb down, but you're going to have to see a lot more pain in the market to get him to climb down even further.
All right. Ed, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Ed Harrison, team leader for the Americas there, Bloomberg News from Washington, D.C. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now. We've got the S&P absolutely unched on the day. The Dow's
Thanks for the London session.
up 3 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. We made it to the end of the week. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great hour lined up for you. We're going to take a quick check-in here on gold and commodity prices. If we do wind up having farm and ag stuff part of any kind of trade deal, what does it mean for the farmers and for things like corn? We'll break that down with Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist. Plus, it's Friday, so we got Munis. Danielle Moran is the Muni Finance Team Leader to join us for the state of the Muni bond market. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst on CrowdStrike. Also, Lyft. I was emailing with him about sort of how Lyft managed to keep their margins steady and their business steady as well. And Shaheen Contractor, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior ESG Strategist, joining us. But let's kick it all off right now with a Bloomberg Business Flash with John Tucker.
Okay, increasing levels of skepticism at this point. Investors expressing that over the trade talks over the weekend that are supposed to take place between China and the U.S. Wondering now if there are going to be any positive results. So the major stock averages, they have turned lower to unchanged right now. S&P 500 down a point. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 81 points lower. That's down about 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100, that's up only a point right now. You have bonds edging higher in price. Will the dollar halting its two-day rally? Max Kettner at HSBC Bank does remain cautious on stocks.
Pretty much all the leading indicators that we are tracking are really pointing south. And that is not south in terms of, oh yeah, it's a little bit worse, but we're talking COVID levels or we're talking financial crisis levels.
Communication Services worst performing industry group in the S&P 500. That is home to Google parent Alphabet, down 1%. Google, among other things, facing a potential $3.3 billion antitrust lawsuit in Europe. The equity market regime model, this is a Bloomberg Intelligence model, has entered a phase historically associated with the worst return prospects for the S&P 500. And it is worth repeating that the first official hard data after the trade war escalated shows Chinese imports to the U.S. They slumped 21%. Again, we were talking to the head of the port of Los Angeles and Long Beach, saying he was expecting we'll see shortages on store shelves in the not too distant future. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele with Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney, along with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino.
Hi there, Paul. Well, let's take a look at Lyft, shall we? Because that is up more than 20% at the moment. We did get results after the bell on Thursday, better than expected gross bookings in the first quarter, which really marks a contrast with the disappointing results from Uber that we got earlier this week. So Lyft announcing an accelerated and expanded share buyback program. I'm sure that's music to a lot of investors' ears. And the company highlighting some key areas for expansion, which apparently includes Indianapolis, where it saw a 37% gain in rides. In Canada, where rides are up 50%, apparently.
Interesting.
It is interesting. And I was talking to Mandeep about that too, and just the idea that actually they're just doing a better job at cost cutting.
Yep.
And that they're just so undervalued at the end of the day. What else are you looking at?
Looking at Pinterest Day, Alex, that is also enjoying a nice update today, up now more than 8%, so extending those gains from the open. We also got results yesterday after the bell, second quarter revenue guidance beating estimates, and they're really showing that they're leveraging AI and reaping the benefits of that. Their CEO, Bill Reddy, citing that ability to personalize the user experience as their, quote, key differentiator. And apparently their technology allows them to provide advertisers with early signs of trends before it even shows up in purchasing data, which is reason enough for a lot of their big accounts to increase their share of wallet with the company, according to Reddy.
I'm not a Pinterest person.
That's so
I'm
surprising
going
to
to go
me.
out on a limb and say
Wow.
John Tucker's probably not one either.
Wow.
Never heard of him.
Shocker.
It's not too late to be one. It's very
you a-
fun.
It's so cool. It's so fun.
cool.
It's so fun.
You can use it
Yes.
for haircuts that you want to outfits.
No, that's not his thing.
Any of this appealing to you?
Bathroom remodeling, cool.
Just did it.
Cool places to go
Yeah.
in. I don't know. What are you doing again this year?
We're thinking about the
Kentucky Derby.
Okay, so then you're like, where to stay in a Kentucky Derby? Like cool hats to wear.
What to
like,
wear,
Fun
yeah.
outfits.
Oh, please.
What else you got, Christine? I'm not sold.
I'm saying the wrong thing.
You're not really
Preaching
selling
the wrong
this.
audience.
Not
Okay.
sold. All right. Well, we're also looking at 1-800-Flowers. Does not having such a great day today, down more than 20% currently. That's because it withdrew its guidance for the near term, also shuffling its management
What,
team.
ahead of Mother's Day? They're
I
down?
know. I was going to say, but apparently they're not doing too well. Maybe Mother's Day will help them turn it around. But yeah, they're naming a new CEO. Looks like a pretty big revamp here.
We used to have this guy, Jim McCann, the founder and CEO, in all the time for like Mother's Day.
Day.
And things like
Like
that.
today.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe they're able to turn it around for the next quarter, but yeah, it's very much a negative story for that company, and the decision to withdraw the near-term guidance also reflecting, quote, unpredictable external factors affecting the current macro environment.
I don't know. I mean, it's based on Long Island. I don't know, the flower business, I never understood how big that business
It's so huge,
It is
and
just a huge business. But I like the fact that he kept the name 1-800-Flowers.
Well, Jim passed it to his son, I think, became CEO. And
Okay.
so now I guess he's being replaced. So.
All right,
Well,
very
but
interesting.
I mean, they import so much, right? So there's is there a big tariff risk here? I'm just trying to pull up the
know.
actual earnings announcement to kind of look into it. Anyway, you would think that there would be that issue.
Yep.
Cool.
All right.
Good stuff. Thank you. Appreciate that. Christine. All right, Christina Aquino, I'm still thinking about Pinterest and flowers. She heads up our Bloomberg MLive team. For more conversations just like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts. All right, let's get to the commodity market. Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist, joins us now. Hey, Mike, we saw that trade deal yesterday between the U.S. and the UK involve ag products, whether it's demand machinery, whether it was beef, whether it was ethanol. And I'm wondering what could be the benefit for farmers within subsequent trade deals.
Well, the ethanol was a unique part I saw. The thing is, we do export a decent amount of ethanol. Most of it goes to Canada. Right now, that's been under pressure. But total corn exports in the U.S. around 15% of production. It's not a lot, but total corn exports of corn and soybeans and wheat are closer to 45 to 50%. So those are the key ones that are going to matter. And right now, on a scale 1 to 10, yeah, that'll help, but the 10 is the weather, and right now it's still looking good.
All right, it's going to be 87 and sunny, by the way, in Mike's neighborhood today down in Miami. Just so you know. Just so you know.
All right.
Okay, we
It's
have
supposed to be nice
rain
this
and we've got,
weekend.
yeah, it's going to be nice here in up here. All right, Mike, what's the commodity? What do people want to talk to you about most when you talk to the smart money? Not me, but the smart people in commodities.
Yeah, well, it's gold. I don't know anybody who's not bullish. It's gold. I get a lot of the questions, which is quite good. Gold's the best performing, one of the best performing major assets this year. It was up 33%. Now it's up 27%. But the key thing is gold versus Bitcoin. I get a lot of questions about that. Bitcoin has been catching up, but it's the disparity between the two. I've been saying for years, it's kind of hard to hold gold anymore without some Bitcoin in that space, the new digital version. But gold is risk off very low volatility. Bitcoin's risk on very high volatility. And it's bounced with the stock market. But the key question is, can it keep bouncing with this?
Hello, da er jeg tilbake. Det var, jeg hadde et møte med en fyr som var litt treigere enn meg på data. Vi smalt opp med 100 poeng. Dow Jones har fortsatt i minus. Har det kommet noen nyheter som jeg ikke har fått på meg, eller? Stig?
What if we don't get that? I mean, what is there to then stop this rally?
That's a key question, Alex. Now, we did have a little bit one in the beginning of April when VIX popped to 60. Gold dropped a little bit, but that's when the stock market dropped to 5,000, the S&P 500. Bitcoin dropped around 75,000, and yields went up to dropped about 4% at 10 years. Now, everything's gone right back up. But I think that's the key thing. It depends on how hard you hit stops. If we go back to that bear market, which I think is the biggest risk this year, sure, you might hit gold first, but overall that increases the trends, I think, towards ETFs going back in that space. And the key thing for everything is if U.S. stock market goes down, it's the deflation from the inflation that we are getting in crude oil, and it means that would be the elephant in the room, which would definitely be good for gold in the longer term.
Mike, Tom from the Upper East Side writes in and says he needs an opinion on Bitcoin, 103,000. We're getting back to all-time highs.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not a fan of
Shorta igjen. Ta gevinst ute på high risk. Nå har jeg gjort 3 shorta og 1 long. Ingen synes han hadde ønsket oppskygging. Tusen hjertelig, Empro. Iran has agreed to hold the fourth.
And Bloomberg Intelligence and myself are more bearish in the stock market, so I think by the end of the year, Bitcoin will have a much harder time. And the key thing is, it's way underperforming gold. The key thing I like to watch is that Bitcoin to gold ratio. It's the same right now. It's about 31 ounces of gold to 1 Bitcoin. It's the same as 2021, which means, wow, that's it? It's all you can do? And that the rock is doing well even versus Bitcoin. So I'm worried. The key thing to remember about Bitcoin is to do well if the stock market goes up.
All right, Mike, really appreciate it. Mike McGlone and Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist joining us on commodities. All right, let's get to the news of the day when it comes to politics, and that's the next 48 hours in Switzerland. And as we inch forward towards working on a U.S.-China trade deal, Nathan Dean is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst. The news of the morning is that President Trump putting on Truth Social that 80% tariffs look right. What would an 80% tariff level look like between the U.S. and China? Is that a win?
Okay.
What we would call it is an incremental win because it's getting us to a point of clarity. Now, obviously, an 80% tariff compared to a 154% tariff is much better, but it's certainly not at the level that you're going to begin to see any type of relief for the companies that we cover at Bloomberg Intelligence. You often talk about, West Coast ports, slowing up and so forth. That trend will most likely continue with 80%. But I think the most important thing for the investors to think of when they come to their terminals on Monday morning is, do you see incremental wins to continue the negotiations? Is there a statement that says we're going to continue to negotiate? Or is there a statement that just says we met and then, we'll discuss again sometime soon? So, obviously this is a continued negotiation. This is not going to get resolved in the next week, but we do want to see steps from the president and from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent that conversation can continue.
What do folks on Capitol Hill think that might have some elections coming up in the next few years about What could be the economic fallout here from tariffs? Again, we had Gene Soroka, who runs the LA port, last week in our studio. He was saying you could see some empty shelves in the coming weeks here. That can't be good politically.
No, and I think some of the Republicans that are supporting the president's tariff agenda, or at least privately, not combating it, maybe just sticking their head in the sand and say, let's just hope that it's not as bad as it is. I will say is that the Republicans on Capitol Hill really are supporting Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's 3 pillars: tariffs, tax reform, and deregulation. Now, when it comes to tariffs, Congress really doesn't have much to play in there, so they're just going to say, look, it's the president's problem, we support him, let's see. But they're really putting all their eggs in this basket of tax extensions. And so that's why there's so much pressure coming from Speaker Johnson at the moment to get a deal done, because the last thing the Republicans want is to go home for the 4th of July and go to these barbecues and say that they haven't done anything to make sure that these tax extensions continue.
Well, yeah, also, will they be there? Because isn't there some sort of debt ceiling thing? Is there something they have to vote on that week or something also? So there is that. What do you make of the news that Bloomberg reported that we could see higher taxes on those that make over $2.5 million, whereas a couple over $5 million? Now, the way that the administration is going to want to sell it is that it's okay because they can afford it, we're happy to pay it, and we want to use that money to pay for other things. But then you also have the headline of Republicans.
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to happen, because there's really 2 ways that you can deal with this tax extension debate. You can either raise taxes or you can cut what you're trying to do. And I think when it comes to the Republicans in particular, yes, President Trump says that, look, if you want to do it and you want to raise the $2.5 million for earners, I won't be opposed. But he also, in the same Truth Social post, said, well, read my lips, no new taxes type of thing. So I think what the Republicans in Capitol Hill are going to do is, rather than try and raise taxes, what they'll do is they'll scale down their ambitions. Now, there's been some reporting that instead of a $4.5 trillion tax hike, maybe they're going to go to a $4 trillion. There's already been some discussions about potentially, even saying, rather than making this permanent, we'll just do this for 4 to 6 years. And there's even been some discussions from the moderate Republicans saying, look, maybe we shouldn't even do this during reconciliation. Let's just wait till the end of the year, make a deal with the Democrats, just extend it and not cut anything. So, you're beginning to see little snippets of people saying, like, look, this is not as easy as everybody thought it was going to be. Well, I'm not sure anybody thought it was going to be easy. But now that they're facing the harsh realities, they're trying to find solutions, and those solutions aren't easy coming to them.
All right, Nathan, my strategy with all these tax discussions has been just to tune out. When do I have to tune in?
So I think that 4th of July deadline that that Secretary Bessent put in place is an important one. Next week, you're going to see a lot of headlines because we have 2 key markups. This is the House Ways and Means Committee and the House Energy and Commerce Committee. These are the committees that will say, here's our plan for all these tax cuts, and here's all of our plan for Medicaid cuts. And so, I just had a conversation with a client this morning, is expect a lot of headline risk next week.
Dow Jones faller
The
videre.
House throws in the kitchen sink, and then the Senate ultimately scales it back. So Speaker Johnson wants the House done by Memorial Day. I think it's going to be more likely July. If the debt ceiling is included, then we think that this thing can pass before August recess. If the debt ceiling is stripped out, then look for this in October time-ish, before the end of the year.
All right, Nathan, really appreciate it. It's going to be a really fascinating 4 years. All right, Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joining us. I was trying to be like, what time frame should we put there? And I just think it's going to be interesting all across the board.
Yep.
Interesting also to see how calm the markets are. So that headline earlier that Trump says an 80% China tariff quote seems right ahead of talks. If that's the opening salvo, is that good enough for markets or not? It seems like a wait and see approach at the end of the day.
Yeah, S&P pretty much unchanged on the day. The Dow off 100 points, just a 0.25%. The Nasdaq up. So red and green on the screen here. I think it feels like they're going to go over to Switzerland, the U.S. negotiating team, and if they, I think a win might just be, hey, we're talking, we're working on this thing and ongoing discussions. That might be a win. I don't know.
You know what's not a win? Sweetgreen. Remember we talked about that earlier, right? Cutting its annual guidance, citing a sharp decline in consumer sentiment following the announcement of new tariffs in the U.S.
Never set a foot in Sweetgreen.
Don Tucker? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that reminds me, this weekend I got to plant the tomatoes and all that stuff.
See, there you go.
My
Yeah.
veggies.
Yep.
I had to put them on the deck, otherwise deer will just devastate the garden.
Naturally. But apparently it's even making new restaurants more expensive. So then you can't open them, and then you can't get the traffic, and it's a combo there. All right, coming up, we're going to break down what's happening in the municipal bond market because it's Friday. Danielle Moran is Bloomberg Municipal Finance Team Leader. Plus, Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst on CrowdStrike. This is Bloomberg.
Bouncer ganska bra där.
På oppsiden eller nedsiden av gruppa?
Nei, jo, det. Så. Ja, du er ferdig med møtet?
Ja. Det er fortsatt lite volum her, ass. Jeg shorta på nytt der oppe nå. Jeg tok først en long, snudde meg, gikk short, og så skal jeg ta gevinst her nå, tenker jeg.
Har du svart Viking Power? Hvor mange kontrakter handler du med den gangen på Iris?
Nå handler jeg på 0,5. Det blir masse penger av det, altså. Jeg er aktiv nå. Nå har jeg gjort 5 transaksjoner på under en time. Ute. Sånn. Hæ?
Sånn liker vi.
Ja, men jeg klarer ikke å gjøre det på den andre kontoen, for det sitter balle med mange fra før. Jeg må ta hensyn til det. Det liker vi. Jeg og stakkars måke. Hva faen er det som har banket måka?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. And we're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This free US customers with minimal financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st and see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Major averages lower to unchanged right now. Wavering ahead of the weekend trade talks between the US and China. It seems investors growing skeptical of any comprehensive sort of agreement. The leaders in terms of the index points for the S&P 500 right now, Insulet, best performing individual stock in the index. This is the insulin delivery system maker. They boosted their revenue guidance for the full year. You also have Microchip Technology. Those shares over 13% higher The company reporting fourth quarter results. They said the period marks the bottom of the
Den som inte vågar inte vinner.
Det stemmer. Det jævla vanskelig for meg som så fundamental å gjøre ting som strider mot alt, bare på grunn av en oransje mann.
Ja. Nei, jeg har full forståelse for det. Så halvveis I hvert fall.
Liberty International Airport briefly went black again overnight, 3:55 this morning.
Full halvveis
Actually,
forståelse.
the Philadelphia Tracon Area C, which
Det fordi du halvveis teknisk.
planes in and out of
Nei, du helt teknisk, mens jeg halvveis teknisk og halvveis bunda.
Ja.
Jeg shorter den akkurat her nå, ser man bryter den.
Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Muni's
Man kan nå snu der på støtte.
Today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by Ban Mutual. But America's strength to work in your portfolio. Ban Mutual
Ja, den har jo eget svar over. Ja, ok.
income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with Ban.
Egen sjanger.
There you go. Here's a story I really like, and our next guest is going to help us out here. Danielle Moran, municipal finance reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here via Zoom. Vail, one of my favorite places to ski. Love the back bowls. They're going to go into the municipal bond market to build housing for employees. And folks, you probably all know this, hugely important. I don't care if you're Disney down in Florida or Vail out in the mountains in the middle of nowhere. The housing
Vi enige om å være uenige.
the folks who work there.
Nei,
in this
vi er
case,
stort sett
the
enige.
folks who work the lifts and the restaurants and stuff. It's really a problem to find affordable housing, and this is what this bond is going to do. Danielle, talk to us about this bond issuance from our friends at Vail.
Definitely. So Vail, the city, and a nonprofit corporation that it created is borrowing to build housing, work what they call
Nei,
workforce
diplomatisk
housing,
ikke, ja, altså.
housing, which is in very low supply in resort
Har du fått noen flere bestillinger?
specifically.
Han tar imot på supportet. Hysj! Helvetes hundefaen.
Nei, altså, jo, jeg fikk jo 90 sånne mummikoppgreier. Mummikoppstabler og så... Ja, det var det siste, jeg tror jeg. Jeg var nettopp ferdig.
90, får han til bygge på det?
36 timer cirka tar det.
Yeah, this is, I'm looking at a rendering in your story of the West Middle Creek housing project. It looks really nice. It blends in well with the other housing there. Vail, I would think a Vail would be a pretty good credit out there. I mean, there's
Så får jeg vel noen nøkkelringhanka, eller sånn greier I posten snart.
Yeah, so the Vail, the town's debt is rated at
Bestilte jo 11 stykker, tror jeg.
helvete.
It has the
Det
Vail
kult.
name, which investors know and they like because they recognize it. A lot of times in muni bonds, it's a lot of education. It doesn't have a lot of people might not know the town or the city. That
Nå dekker jeg shortmen snart.
Pretty universal, so that gives it a lot of name recognition.
Se om han bryter den her nå.
Support. A separate part of the bonds are actually being unrated though. So instead of
Sliter med å bryte der, ass.
town itself, it's backed by the revenues generated by the project. So that is
det megastøtte da.
riskier than just getting debt from the town of Vail. But because this project is so vital, investors seem to like that credit as well because they think it's much needed.
Switching gears for a second, there was a really nice Bloomberg opinion article out that talked about how
Lena mener jeg skal lage den på front og primørt.
disaster relief, state, local governments are going to face some serious
Der da,
financial
der går den.
problems.
Oh yes!
To Western North Carolina after
Det kommer opp til Lena.
This is Mark Gonwall.
Sånn liten ting I hvert fall.
Seeing, are you hearing things along those lines?
Nå det folk som kommer, jeg må 2 sekunder.
Natural disasters. Historically, muni investors
Eller
have kind
kanskje
of
det
brushed
kommer.
off hurricanes or wildfires, depending because the expectation is that FEMA's always going
Ja, det litt vanskelig å printe ut en frontpakker One Piece.
time that spurs some economic activity and growth in the area. So in the past, we haven't seen a major differential or
Det går.
financial impact because
Det
of
litt
natural
ekkelt å ha på
disasters.
det.
I think the calculus of that is
Ja,
changing.
jeg trader,
We saw it
ja.
with the LA wildfires
Jeg
in
trader I
February,
13 år.
especially on the utility side.
Stemmer det, Lena?
Department of Water and Power, they were downgraded. Their credit spreads had widened out on the muni bonds. The city of LA was downgraded because of the economic impact because of the fires. So investors are starting to take that and take the possibility that FEMA might not
Nei, jeg er
be
ikke på,
there
jeg er
as
ikke på
a safety net into consideration.
copytrading.
And I think it's certainly moving in ways now.
Det er det som skjer for meg selv.
Helvete. Alex! Fy faen, det går ikke an. Jeg blir helt gæren. Da er det 7 mennesker der.
Ja, da må vi spørre Svar, Lena.
Yeah, so we've seen an onslaught of college debt. So both in the taxable and the tax-exempt fees, colleges from really small liberal arts schools to the major behemoth of the Ivy League have been coming to market in droves.
Hører dere hundene, eller?
Performance in April.
Nei, jeg gjør ikke.
Bonds in the Bloomberg
Jeg liker det.
Index dropped about 0.9% in April, or 0.95% in April, excuse me, compared to a 0.1%.
Jeg kan tenke på han som hører på Twitch, hører hun.
Investors are starting to
Fy faen.
cautious, not necessarily because they believe that there's going to be a ton of downgrades or defaults, but there is a lot more headline risk now than there was, and so they're taking that into consideration. They're asking for maybe a bit more yield to hold those securities and evaluate the credit as these deals come to market. But supply is also a factor. If you have a ton of issuance,
Får jeg vise en rosa Only Traders-logoen, Joachim? Jeg ønsker meg nøkkelring av Stig.
Danielle, super appreciate it. Thank you so much, Danielle Moran.
Hører på Switch, for det sitter en annen samtale av chatten oppe her. Ok. Og det bråker så jævlig. Jeg får helt angst av det
that
bikkjen,
came out over the last 12 hours in terms of technology, and one of them is a CrowdStrike.
Ja, det er derfor vi ikke får at du hører han. Vi på Discord hører ikke...
In a Carahsoft deal. I don't really know what that means, so let's get to that.
Ja, du fikk med meg.
For CrowdSource, Amandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior tech industry analyst, joins us now. So what's the latest with this thing?
Well, so I think
Let it fall, let it fall, let it fall.
In fact, Carahsoft is a reseller of software, so they sell all kinds of software to government agencies, and in this case,
Lena, det er Only Traders,
like $32 million.
tror jeg, hvis ikke jeg tar feil.
The end customer is IRS, and it seems the product was never deployed. So even though it was accounted for in CrowdStrike earnings.
Oh, I think I remember this. Yes.
So
Easy Weeks. Er det noen sider som viser markedet sant eller utenom? Hvilket marked tenker du på?
$4 billion revenue run rate. You know, they have federal exposure.
Jeg lurer på. Nei, det er bare kaos her. Det er bare ikke noe mening. Bikkjene uler og hyler og sånn, så det er veldig vanskelig når vi er live her. Så, men skal du holde på foran eller bak?
Nei, nå konsentrerer vi oss om foran og blir ferdig da.
Ok. Ja.
Du kan få gitt innom noen sovetabletter eller noe?
Nei, det er bare ikke be unge gå ut i en hele tiden, så går det veldig fint. Over så.
Nothing, to my best of my knowledge, is accounting related. It's more about the sourcing. And
Og så er det noen sider som viser markedet samtidig. Ja...
You know, you have government agencies that
Selve markedet vises jo, så det er jo... Åja, nei.
På frontbråket på screen her skal det være sannhetstid på det meste. Kom her.
Ja, men på Oslo og Nyse og sånt.
Sånn her. Her kan du velge hvilken børs du ser på, og fond og alt. Nå har jeg penger på shorten. For å se om man... Oi!
Ja, det ramler bra. Og så det peker jo nedover, så det er jo...
Ja, men det har gjort det hver dag, frem til han kødden sier et eller annet.
Fed driver og snakker nå. Fed Waller.
Jeg tar den. Sånn. Tok gevinst. Venter på neste runde.
You have lower prices that helps you get repeat customers, and I think what you just said absolutely makes sense. And look, when you compare Lyft to, let's say, DoorDash or Uber, Lyft has got about 24 million monthly active users. DoorDash has 42 million, and Uber's is much higher because they have geographic diversification. But
High Class Trader nå, i dag så har jeg gjort...
Lyft does less than 1 billion rides in a year. DoorDash does 3 billion orders with 42 million users. So that just goes to show there is a lot of room for Lyft to increase frequency.
9, gjort. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trades nå på high class, nei, på high risk konto. 1, 2, 3, 6 treff for en liten minus.
Service, they have vehicles available. So from that perspective, there is not much differentiation between an Uber and a Lyft. And you're right.
Totally, and you told everyone now, so now you're driving prices for everything. But what did Lyft do to manage their costs to help their margins, is considering that their market shares, they didn't grow?
I mean, look, in all fairness,
Satt en ny short nå, ser vi om vi får den videre der.
So you compare it to other marketplaces, DoorDash trades at 5 times EV to sales, Uber is more 4x EV to sales. So Lyft, a lot of the bad news was priced in that this company is losing share, they would never really be profitable. And they just managed to,
Men på den der safe-kontoen som jeg talte fra long-siden, så jeg mer motsatt der da.
Sales and marketing side. And they have limited their ambitions.
Ja, det må du gå langt.
They're not going after 100 million what Uber has.
Slutt!
If I keep getting repeat business from this 25 million, that will help me sustain it to iTeens growth. I don't have to go for user acquisition right now. And look, they are making an acquisition in Europe now, free now, so they are looking to expand geographically. But it's really finding your sweet spot and niches where Uber is not that big. And that strategy
Er det Fed som prater nå?
at the end of the day still a
Fed driver og prater nå. Men det kommer ut noe spesielt.
Vi må gjennom den støtta her, for at det skal falle videre. Og alt er rødt. Everything. Jeg bare går og venter på at Trump skal si et eller annet, så flyr dette her opp.
We got the S&P 500 off 1 point, the Dow off 89 points, that's 0.2%, and NASDAQ might change. So as Alex was saying earlier, there's just not a lot going on out there in the markup that took us a little bit of a breather here. We're going to have more economic data next week, so we'll keep an eye on that. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Den er bra der, denne. Det blir spennende å se om man bryter her da, det blir retracer nå.
Jeg gjorde noe ferdig I stad med treninga.
Tredje du natt, eller?
Jeg tredet I natt. I natt, I morges og litt ut på ettermiddagen Og så gjorde jeg en tredje i stedet.
Jeg synes det er jævlig rart at markedet ikke er mer nervøst. Eller det er kanskje sikkert derfor ikke er noen som gidder å handle. Jeg tenker meg om. Kostet ikke de printerne noe helt jævla mye for sånn 10 år siden?
Jo da. Den første jeg kjøpte den kostet jo nesten 30 000.
Men da var den jævla treig, ikke sant?
Nei da, den var ikke så treig. Men før så var den treig.
Ja, for det var sånn evighetsprosjekt. For jeg så på... Jeg ble invitert til å være med på sånn der... Hva faen heter det for noe? Viken... Nei, sånn der gründergreier med kommunen. Og der var det noen av de som hadde sånn der... Sånn 3D-print-plastikk. Den drev og lagde sånn stikkontakter og sånn strøm... Hva faen var det for noe? Sånn svært bur med sånn diger greier, men det brukte jo evigheter. Drittreig.
Ja, nå så er de rimelig kjapp. De var jo 8 ganger så kjapp som før i tiden, altså.
Akkurat det pluss på shorten, og holder den videre, så man bryter ned. Men de som kommer igjennom det droppet her, da.
Is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker at Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks have undone some of the earlier gains, possibly in response to some of the headlines that are going around social media. They cite the Chinese Minister of Commerce. I'm not going to do them because I don't know if they're correct. I'll just say that there's some fading hope related to the weekend trade talks between the U.S. and China.
Han tørte ikke, han sa, jeg tør ikke si det, men det er fading, altså dårlig, mindre håp for avtalen med Kina. Han sa på line, han tør ikke si det, han er redd for Trump, ikke sant? Det var sånn stikk til Trump. Jeg tør ikke si det. Jeg er journalist jo, selvfølgelig må du tørre å si det.
59 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 100 points lower, 41,271, and the Nasdaq 100.
Det er første gang jeg har hørt når han tar den der. Jeg tør ikke si det, men jeg kan si det som står på sosiale medier. Håpet minsker på tariffen.
And then some of the earnings that continue. Sweet Green, this is the salad restaurant chain that I've never been into, cutting its annual guidance, citing sharp decline in consumer sentiment that follows the tariffs. The company expects sales at established locations to be flat this year. Microchip Technology shares, they are trading higher right now. The company reported fourth quarter results. They said the
Men det er jævla mye fake news da. Men det bør jo være sånn at det bør være likt sånn at man kan kritisere hverandre, om ikke annet.
Sweet Green, by the way, that is down just about 18%. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. AI. Boy, you remember when the time was we talked about AI nonstop, and then we switched the narrative to tariffs. I don't want to go back to AI. That seems like a lot more fun. but it's affecting all industries. We know that, including financial services industry. One of our next guests is really involved in that. Josh Pantany, CEO and co-founder of Boosted.ai, joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, based in Chicago. In Toronto for our Canadian friends. Welcome, Josh. Appreciate it.
Vi ligger på support hele tida.
So we make it easy for professional investment managers to build these little sort of AI workers, kind of automate different parts of the process. So you might give it some task related to maybe doing a competitive analysis or tracking what's happening with tariffs, and then have the worker kind of automatically scan through the world and inform you about really important information that could have impacts on your process.
So what's the ROI for something like that? Like, if my portfolio
Crazy konto, da, Tore.
has my job get better or worse?
Yeah, well, it makes your job much better.
I would think that's the selling point.
We kind of think of it in 3 different ways. We can help automate drudgery. So if you're someone who has to do something like write a deep due diligence document, or if you do an ESG report or a SWOT analysis, or write like a 90-page investment thesis, these are all examples of tasks our system can help you do just a lot faster. The second way we think about it is sort of monitoring the world. If you have a portfolio and you wanted to sort of scan through everything happening in a particular sector, maybe look for every like 8K, 10K, scan through corporate events, the system can inform you real time. And then the last category I think of is sort of like superpowers. A good example of that is when NVIDIA had their Blackwell chip delay, he'd historically analyzed that by looking at sell-side research, talking to IR groups. He'd still do that, but you could use our system to look through like 3,000 companies' earnings calls, summarize across all of them what are the major macro effects of this, and how many are still bullish.
Og Microsoft gått i rødt, Nvidia har gått i rødt, Amazon har gått i rødt, Alphabet har gått i rødt, Netflix har gått i rødt, Tesla har falt fra 7,5 til 8%, ned til 5%. Nå er det sikkert en Trump-melding som kommer rett rundt hjørnet.
Yeah, I think the job's just going to change. Okay. I think there's kind of 2 elements of that work, right? There's the element of producing text, analyzing text, producing numerical analysis. We think AI is going to more or less automate 90 to 95% of that. But there's another deep part of your job where you were going out and actually talking to humans. You were going to conferences, you were talking to management, you were talking to experts. Humans are always going to have a massive competitive advantage, and we think that the job almost gets more humanized. You spend more of your life talking to other people, getting information, learning what matters, and taking calls, while the machine keeps track of all the information in the world.
So one of the criticism is that, by going through all those earnings reports or whatever, sell-side reports, you learn stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that if you have AI do it, you take away that learning tool. How do you combat that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's still going to be some earnings calls you're going to cover. But there's probably hundreds of earnings calls, maybe up the supply chain, down the supply chain, related to competitors, related to names that you don't cover, that have really big impacts on your stocks you're probably not looking at today. By adding in something like this, the sort of set of information you can use as part of your analysis just increases a lot more.
What did you make of the news that's maybe came to a little bit of a head in this past week about AI as a threat to Google search?
Yeah.
What did you make of that?
So, number one, it absolutely is. But I think at the high level, there's kind of 2 interesting things with AI. Number one, we think we're still very early innings. There's a lot of room to expand. We don't think the market's priced that in. But number 2, there is huge disruption that's coming. In particular, we think the cost of producing software is going to reduce like 90, 99% over the next year or 2. And so there's a lot of traditional companies that had very strong tech moats, where those moats are going to basically evaporate overnight. And we don't think that's been priced in yet.
How are you looking to expand your business? How do you keep growing? I'm sure there's a lot of competition.
Trump special.
Long story short, we're just under 1,000 users right now.
Trump special envoy Witkoff to travel to Oman Sunday for Iran talks.
And really my mission right now is
to... Er det derfor han kommer litt opp nå?
Over the next year or 2.
So,
ja, sikkert.
Ja, vet du hva, nå gir jeg meg. Nå gidder jeg ikke mer. Hvis jeg skal gå opp fra å begynne å twittere igjen, da kan ikke jeg trade. Jeg gidder ikke dette her. Jeg vil ikke meg selv så vondt.
Oftentimes when we engage, we like to start with sort of asking, what's the task you least like doing? Tell me,
Noen må ta fra han den jævla PC-en, ass.
10 hours that you just absolutely do not want to do. And really a lot of that journey is walking them through how to automate that 10 hours.
Trump is taking a shit, så går det opp, liksom. Det er helt på trynet.
How hard is it to find a team? Like, I'm assuming that competition is huge right now. What's that like?
Like the technology team to actually build it?
Yeah.
Probably very hard. I'm really lucky. I've been in the space since about 2009. Built my first company, first AI company back in 2010. That eventually got sold to Microsoft. Worked
Was
for
it
a few
before
other
like any of
places.
us knew what AI was?
Yeah, no, back then it was a bad word. I had trouble raising money in 2009 because no one thought AI was going to be a real thing. Just crazy to think about.
What's like raising money today?
A little bit easier. No, I mean this company I've raised about $65 million in that range. Jump back in time, Moluba we raised maybe 13 million. So very different fundraising environment.
Do you go to different tools? So how do you keep refining your tools to broaden and make it even more useful? And also the accuracy level, how do you track that?
Yeah, so kind of two different questions there. I'll start with maybe taking track of technology. So we start by having a very deep empathy of understanding what are the kinds of workflows our users want us to automate? What are the kinds of things that actually matter? And then constantly tracking what does success look like for those kind of workflows, and where we have success with that. And I'm sorry, remind me the second question?
The second question was really brilliant. Changing the tool, accuracy.
Oh, and accuracy, yes. This is actually really, really vital inside of finance. So the biggest problem is you're not going to make a $100 million trade if you don't absolutely trust the information that's coming out of the system. So we really think about that in two ways. Number one, we have to have the most accurate system in the space. Number two, we have to have the most auditable system in the space. When the system actually makes a recommendation to you, it's not enough to just give you an answer. It has to give you a very detailed explanation of where it came to that conclusion from, where it came from, and that's something we excel at.
Josh, thanks so much for coming into studio. Josh Pentany, he's the CEO and co-founder of Boosted AI, company based in Toronto. Have an operation here in New York City. Showing once again how we're very friendly, U.S. and Canada. We love these guys.
I mean, yeah.
I know. So
I don't know if that feeling's gonna stay, but sure.
No, it's all good. It's all good. We're all friends. Josh, thanks so much for joining us here. We're gonna have more coming up. We're gonna check in with Shaheen Contractor, talk about the state of ESG in investing. Things have certainly changed over the last several years as it relates to ESG investing. S&P 500 unchanged. The Dow off 72 points. It's about 0.1%, and the Nasdaq's also unchanged. So very quiet out there. In the yield space, the 10-year Treasury yielding.
Nå sprang Nasdaq opp med 25 poeng. Er det på den meldingen fra Trump, eller?
Ja, det var nok på den her. Ja, det går noe opp og ned. Om det var den meldingen, det vet jeg ikke.
Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we got Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us. Let's talk a little ESG investing. Shaheen Contractor, Senior ESG Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Talk to us about this banking alliance as it relates to carbon goals. What is or was the alliance, and how is it changing?
Sure. So, Paul, the Net Zero Banking Alliance is a
Net Zero Banking
Alliance is an alliance of its members, which are the major banks. Now, what it's done recently, I think a couple of weeks back, is it dropped a requirement for banks to align their lending with a 1.5 degree. And what that means is a number of banks could actually delay or they could drop their carbon goals. We saw Wells Fargo do that before this was announced.
The agreement was, I won't lend to a company that's not committed to basically a positive climate change, or I'm going to limit.
In a way, so it was that the banks have to align their lending portfolio in whatever way it chooses to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. So it could be limit net zero goals. It could, choose to do it in other ways, in whatever way.
But this doesn't affect banks' individual goals to get their company to net zero, right?
It could, because the banks could now abandon such goals. I think this could really give banks a leeway to do that. Wells Fargo, for example, was the first one to just abandon its climate goals. So it had a goal to become net zero for its investment portfolio, again, whatever way it chooses to do so, and it just abandoned that maybe last month.
But what about for their own individual operations? Like, here's my HVAC system that I'm upgrading to get to net zero.
A bank's operational goals are really, I would almost call it insignificant. It's such a small share of its emissions that it's really what it lends to an investment that really matters and what people care about, to be honest.
All right, so just in your world of ESG, which you have a ton of experience in the U.S., where are we today? Where are we in terms of commitment?
Well, as you know, a number of banks, a number of companies at large are rolling back on their commitments. So I think the most major would be diversity commitments, which we've spoken about before. They're at least 20.
Tesla faller nå, da. Opp 4,89 nå, fra å være opp nesten 8% i stad.
Wells Fargo is really the first one. The other one is also actually RBC. So RBC last week abandoned its climate finance target. So it had a target to lend $500 billion to climate finance, sustainable finance, and it abandoned that.
Yeah. So when we say abandon, that feels very dramatic.
It is dramatic. It's almost like we will no longer track or commit to this target.
So here's a philosophical question. Is it the bank's job to do that? Like, shouldn't it be incumbent on the actual company to get to their net zero rather than relying on the bank to pressure them to do that?
So I guess, in a way, I'll leave that philosophical question open, but I would say if you're becoming the member of an alliance that requires you to do that, and you're committing to do that, and you backtrack from that, then that's a thing, right?
So I guess it probably reflects, because first of all, the U.S. market is different from the rest of the world.
Right.
ESG investing is still quite popular, from my understanding, in Europe. Is that still the case?
That still is the case. So if we look at ESG ETFs, which I track, about $700 billion were the assets as of last quarter, and I would say a majority, 80-90% would be European.
Well, what's interesting though is that a lot of that used to be tech. Right? And I'm wondering, as we see the hyperscalers get really into data centers, et cetera, does that change their net profile?
It still is quite heavily weighted towards tech. What I would say, though, is in Europe you have these naming guidelines which require funds to meet certain commitments. And because of that, funds are actually, a number of them are dropping the name ESG or sustainability from the name. So, for example, an ESG leaders index is now just being called a leaders index. Leaders of what? Go figure.
Okay, so where do you think this goes in the United States in just terms of?
I think we're going to see a number of companies continue to backtrack on these commitments and these goals. How it, peters out or pans out will really depend on the political environment going forward.
Well, what are the other companies like Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Goldman, JP Morgan, where are they in their targets?
So our analysis of these banks' climate goals actually state that most of these companies are on track to meet their goals. So Wells Fargo, for example, was very much on track to meet their goals, and they still abandoned it.
Interesting. So, I mean, I kind of feel like so goes JP Morgan, so goes the industry in terms of that.
JP Morgan still, so if you look at the sustainable finance commitment, JP Morgan is probably the highest. It has committed about 2.5 trillion to sustainable finance. It's still maintaining those targets.
All right, Shaheen, we'll keep on top of it because we know you are. Shaheen Contractor, Senior ESG Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So I guess we focus on Switzerland this weekend?
Yeah, so I think we do. And also, what would constitute success? And it feels like just the fact that we're talking here would indicate some kind of success. I guess the question then becomes, what is the market think is successful or not? Have we priced in any sort of optimism? And you chase it here. Like, what's the incentive to chase it at this point?
Yeah, and it you know, again, it comes down to the whims, effectively, of one individual. And, you know, again, I'm not really sure what motivates President Trump as it relates to these trade policy, other than his sense of fairness. So we'll see what kind of language we get coming out of that. So we'll see that.
All right. For our listeners, guys in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Ship Station. Have a great weekend, guys. This is Bloomberg.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Steve Kaif, and the FAA says there was an outage.
Vi falt sin åpning, Neo, og så kom Trump med en melding her nå for et kvarter siden, og så stoppet det fallet, men det har ikke gått opp igjen da. Men det stoppet fallet med melding fra han.
Listen, we're in a situation where, you know, it's going to take us a little bit of time. I hope by this summer we're going to be fully functional.
And in San Francisco, a computer glitch followed the morning commute for people using the Bay Area Rapid Transit System. BART spokeswoman Alicia Trost.
We're making system-wide announcements saying that the East Bay stations have been authorized to fully open because we'll have limited train service.
We're hearing from some members of the College of Cardinals a day after their vote to pick the first American Pope, Leo the 14th. Cardinal Blaise Cupich.
I felt comfortable saying to Pope Leo, from one South Sider of Chicago to another, I promise you my respect, my fidelity, and my love.
The Supreme Court says retired Justice David Souter died yesterday at 85. CBS's Jan Crawford reports Souter, who was backed by Republicans, turned out not to be conservative.
He became one of the most liberal justices, a predictable vote with the left on issues like abortion, religion, affirmative action, gay rights, on and on and on. Every issue that was important to conservatives, he sided with the liberals.
Now to Moscow, CBS's Elizabeth Palmer was there as Russia marked the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II with a huge military parade.
Very grand and lavish military.
Tesla faller videre 4,78% nå fra å være oppe nesten 80 eller litt over 8.
Russian army defeated the Nazis and took Berlin. But on another level, it's political messaging. It's political theater. It sends a message to the world that Russia still is a great superpower, a nuclear equipped superpower.
More trouble between the U.S. and Denmark over Greenland, as we hear from CBS's Elaine Cobb.
After newspaper reports suggested the U.S. had stepped up intelligence gathering in Greenland, Denmark's Prime Minister has said you cannot spy against an ally. It's the latest in a continuing spat over President Trump's announcement he would like to annex the mineral-rich Arctic island. Both Denmark and Greenland have said it's not for sale and warned against using force.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 49 points. The S&P is up 4 points. NASDAQ is trading higher, up 16. This is CBS News.
Nå ramlet vi med 40 poeng her nå. 35 poeng. Får vi se da om han klarer å bryte ned der nå, for det var her nede han var før Trump drev og sendte den siste meldingen sin. Tesla faller videre, 4,66 nå, gått ned med nesten 3,5% fra topp. Det er ikke noen grunn til at Tesla skal være opp 8% på en vanlig dag uten nyheter, uten noen ting. Det er bare et fjollete. Det er så tullete. Det Trump-markedet her er så fjollete. Men tallene vinner til slutt. Og jeg vinner. Jeg vinner til slutt.
Democrats have blasted President Trump's firing of the Librarian of Congress. Carla Hayden was the first woman and first black American to hold the job. The New York Times reports the administration plans to resettle the first group of white South Africans in the U.S. next week. Trump has called them victims of discrimination. A big night for country music fans last night. Lainey Wilson won Entertainer of the Year at the Academy of Country Music Awards. She also won Top Female Artist and Album of the Year. Ella Langley's duet with Riley
Da er penger på shorten igjen. Se om han klarer å holde seg her. Det er liksom midt på support.
Male Artist of the Year went to Chris Stapleton.
4,5% opp nå på Tesla. Nå har det falt med nesten 4% fra åpning.
CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump says an 80% tariff on China seems right on the eve of trade talks beginning in Switzerland. Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew is off today. As the president says, he's leaving things up to Scott Bede. That would be the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who alongside the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer will be meeting with China to begin trade negotiations tomorrow. We're going to get the latest with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who's live at the White House for us. Plus, we'll get the latest on tax policy debates, as well as the president is also weighing in today on the idea of a higher tax rate for millionaires. Bloomberg's Eric Wasson and Wendy Benjaminson will be joining us on that story. Plus, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are here as well, because it is Friday after all, and they're here every Friday, TGIF. And let's check on that Friday trade now as we get things rolling here with Amy Morris, who's in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hey there, Kaylee. Wall Street may be ending the week on a cautious note. The U.S. and China preparing to start those trade negotiations. Alexander Altman at Barclays says investors shouldn't really hang their hats on any trade deal this weekend.
We're not going to get anything substantive over the weekend. And I would dare I say, Treasury Secretary Bessent has already kind of outlined that. And I think people often lose sight of the bigger picture. They're so focused on the minutiae. And actually, if you listen to what has been said by the administration, they said don't expect necessarily anything dramatic this weekend.
Alexander Altman at Barclays. We do check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. We've got red across the screen, but it's just a smidge of red. S&P 500 down 2 points. NASDAQ down 14 points, and the Dow is down 90 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36% and the 2-year yield at 3.86%. And Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin says it is not a given that companies will be able to raise their prices to offset the cost of tariffs. He warns that consumers' tolerance after years of inflation is only so high. He says the economy is in a good place, but he's also warning that tariffs could put upward pressure on inflation. He was speaking at the Loudoun Chamber's Policymaker Series. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you very much. And as we are together on this Friday, we're looking ahead to the events of this weekend, where at long last, after weeks of post-Liberation Day jockeying and questioning back and forth between the U.S. and China as to whether or not they really were or were not talking about a trade deal yet, The talks are set to finally begin. They will happen, of course, in Switzerland, where the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has already made tracks alongside the USTR Jamieson Greer. They'll be meeting with China's He Lifeng to get this conversation started, with the potential, of course, at least in the market's most optimistic scenario, to see the current incredibly high tariff rates lowered that these two countries have on each other, which administration officials have said is effectively a trade embargo. It's, of course, a 145% levy that the U.S. has put on all Chinese imports, 125% on imports of U.S. goods on the China side. The question is, if they are to be lowered, how fast will they be, and how low will they be? As President Trump takes to Truth Social today with two messages, first in all caps, writing, China should open up its market to the USA. It would be so good for them. Closed markets don't work anymore. Followed up quickly by another post. 80% tariff on China seems right.
Nå tar gevinst på shortmen igjen her.
To Scott B. That would be the
Nå kommer sikkert Trump til å twitte et eller annet når han faller det.
Jamieson G plays in all of this, but we want to get the latest from the White House, where Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is joining us live here on Balance of Power. So, Tyler, obviously these are going to be high-stake talks. Is President Trump really saying Scott Bessent is the one in charge?
Yeah, hey, Kelly. High-stakes talks completely, and it does appear that Scott Bessent is taking the lead here. Of course, he has long been at the forefront of this administration's efforts when it comes to quelling investors and consumers' concerns alike when it comes to any issues around their trade policies. Now, Scott B, as President Trump called him, is touching down in Geneva alongside the USTR Jamieson Greer. Someone who's actually not there, but still, of course, part of this trade team is Peter Navarro, and he had the chance to speak with Bloomberg Television earlier today, where he actually outlined one of the ways he thinks China might have an advantage in these talks.
They have continuity. The same people are going to be in Geneva were the same people back then, and our regimes change. We have different governments and things like that, but they have the advantage of that kind of continuity. But look, it'll be interesting. Again, I don't want to get ahead of Scott and Jamieson or the president.
Well, something that the president has said and that you alluded to before is that he would be willing to lower tariffs on Chinese imports because the current situation amounts to essentially a trade embargo, but by floating the 80% levy...
Nå snart nede på day low. Tesla opp 4,2% fra å være opp 8%. Fortsetter å falle. Nvidia på day low ned 1%. Alphabet på stedet hvil. Meta ned 0,3%. Så jeg skal falle mye mer. Vi kan falle ned til 19.920-ish. Her nede på grafen kan falle nå. Hvis ikke Trump kommer med en ny melding. Alt er Trump. Jakob, jeg har bare tradet på high risk. Jeg kommer ikke til å trade på low risk før markedet har roet seg litt ned. Og Trump er litt forsiktig med... For det tapet jeg har på low risk, det trader jeg så jævla fort. Bare aktivt. Jeg trenger ikke bekymre deg for det. Men jeg må ha et marked som funker. For hvis jeg bommer, så er det veldig mange å gå utover på den low risken. Derfor så er jeg veldig forsiktig. High risk, da driter jeg i det. Der er jeg full faen. Da trader jeg. Men derfor så har jeg bare kjørt high risk nå. Jeg har gjort på high risk nå, så har jeg gjort 8 eller 9 transaksjoner. Alle pluss unntatt ett tapp på $5 nå i dag. Jeg kan sikkert gjøre 10 trades etterpå også. Så lenge det er litt volum. Jeg har gått både long og short på high risk. Jeg bryr meg ikke hvilken vei det skal. Jeg har sagt det hele tiden, men det må være riktig. Mens på low risk så blir jeg bare long, for der er jeg allerede short. Da må jeg kjøre long imot shorten for å ta ned risikoen. Det er strategien der for å komme i pluss. Så jeg kjører motposisjoner. Ja, bra. Ja. Vent og se. Det her er ingenting. Trump må bare ikke ødelegge for meg. Hva er det du driver med? Slutt.
prioritize some of those countries that are geographically close to China and perhaps could serve a role in countering them when it comes to the broader region. But interesting enough, just to add on that great interview from yesterday, Howard Lutnick did say that when it comes to some of those Asian economies that they have been prioritizing, particularly Japan, it's going to take a little bit more time because it's going to be very complicated negotiations ahead.
Yeah, and we're going to play some of our conversation with the Secretary in just a moment, Tyler. But before we let you go, keeping in mind that yesterday we did get that trade, maybe we could call it a deal, probably should call it a framework with the UK. Do we have a sense as to how quickly that process of finalizing and inking that deal will go from here?
Well, President Trump said that that will happen in the weeks ahead, but we should make clear they really are still negotiating out the details. And it's interesting as we sort of hear the debate on whether or not the UK deal is really going to be used as a framework. Because we have to keep in mind, the US
Jeg måtte sette på sånn hundemusikk. For da kanskje må holde kjeft.
Today, a joint statement kind of cemented some of these details that we already knew, including, importantly, that the United Kingdom is going to get preferential treatment going forward when it comes to pending pharmaceutical tariffs. As you well know, the administration launched a Section 232 investigation back on April 1st, and we could get those additional sectoral tariffs in the next week or two.
A reminder that it's never really over with this tariff policy in this administration. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us. Thank you so much. And Tyler, of course, alluding to the interview that my colleague Saleha Mohsin and I had yesterday on the late edition of Balance of Power, where we got to speak to the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick about the trade deal with the UK, how China plays a role in other issues. This is part of our conversation.
With the UK, again, we had a balanced budget. It was really about our exports. We are not focused in sort of this, singling out China, any of that stuff. That's just not the president's goal. The president's goal is to drive the American economy. Hopefully, the meetings this weekend will de-escalate things and put things back on the right track with China and the U.S. on trade. But our objective with all these countries is whatever rate we set for China should be for the countries that trade with China and send it into us. That should be about the same for those two. That makes some sense. And otherwise, let's grow our exports and let's grow our tariff revenues. Let's grow our exports and let's take this trade deficit down. Remember, if you have a $1.2 trillion trade deficit and you cut it to $900 billion, you only cut it 25%. You grow our GDP 1%. Imagine the guy sitting in the building behind me grows our economy 1%, and then you bring in all these building, right? The trillions and trillions of investment. That's probably going to bring 2 points of GDP. No one ever thinks about the fact that the U.S. doesn't, our economy grows similar to everybody else. And you know why? Because we export 4 points a year of GDP growth to the rest of the world. When Donald Trump brings that home, you're going to see our economy grow like fire. And that's what he's talking about, and that's what he talked about today.
Well, Mr. Secretary, in your last answer, you referred to a few other trading partners, the European Union, Vietnam. You also called out, is that where we should look to see the next deal emerge, or are we likely to see other partners like Japan and India first?
Well, I think we would like to do one in Asia so we can show that kind of arrangement. We want to do one in Latin America. We're trying to show people a framework of how to do business so that we can roll much more quickly, right? So once you do one trade in Latin America, you do one in the Caribbean, you can then say, look, here's a template. Why don't you all think about it and see, does that work for you? And if you want to modify it, modify it. But then what will happen is we'll do one and then we'll do 10, and then we'll do one and then we'll do 15, right? And we want to do big, but obviously when you talk about Japan, I mean, come on, you've got to spend an enormous amount of time with Japan, Korea. These are not going to be fast deals. Now, India's been leaning in really hard, right? I love doing a deal with India. That's certainly a possibility, but this is a lot of work. These are a lot of lines.
And a lot more, clearly, is still ahead, according to the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. You can find our full conversation with him on the Bloomberg Terminal or online. And you can also expect to find more ahead here on Balance of Power as you listen in or watch us on YouTube on this Friday, because while we've talked about tariff policy so far, we have to turn to tax policy next. There's going to be some key markups on Capitol Hill next week in the Ways and Means Committee, especially Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as they try to figure out this tax and spending package and whether or not A Republican-controlled Congress and White House is actually seriously considering raising taxes on some individuals, granted millionaires at that, but we're going to get into the details next.
Sofaen mens jeg ga ungen mat med den matringa i hånda.
Du sovna?
Ja.
Det helt nå, vet du.
Gjør det du, Lena. Gull klatrer sakte, men sikkert oppover.
Helt til Donald Trump twittrer igjen. Da flyr det opp, og da går gull ned. Hvis han bare klarer å holde fingrene ut av fatet i dag, så går dette veldig fint. Han twittret for 1 minutt siden. Det går jo opp hver gang han twittrer. Jeg måtte sjekke. I just was exhausted. I had new Stephanie Rule spew lies about tariffs. So many orders is not to give me the victory that they also incoming. Few people know Stephanie Rule, but I do, and she doesn't have what it takes. Our deal with the United Kingdom yesterday was amazing for both countries. In addition to everything else, British Airways just ordered $112 billion worth of new Boeing planes. We're going to make a fortune with these tariffs. Only smart people understand that. And Stephanie was never known as a high IQ person. MSDNC has become the voice of the Democrat Party, and they should be treated as a political advocate with all of the taxes and penalties therefrom. Their ratings are terrible, but Brian Robert and his crew should be forced to tell the truth. Make America great again. Det derfor det gikk opp her nå. Han twittret igjen. Det derfor jeg sjekket nå om det kom noe, for det gikk opp. Han twittret igjen. Det jo bare piss. Og det ikke noe. Det han twittret var jo ikke noe politisk. Det var ingenting, det var bare en Twitter. Det hadde ingenting med markedet å gjøre, og så går opp på det. Det jo helt tull. Vi fortsatt ned i USA da. Men uansett da, det helt fjollet dette her. Jeg håper dere skjønner det liksom. Det her bare tull. Jeg håper han faen meg holder kjeften sin en dag. Jævla kødd.
The S&P is now about 4 points lower. NASDAQ down 24 points. And the Dow down 105 points.
Ikke si vi skal snu nå på denne Twitter-meldingen der.
6%. The 2-year yield at 3.86%. Pinterest shares are more than 5% higher after its second quarter revenue guidance topped estimates. The company's efforts to use artificial intelligence to
Shorta på nytt på high risk nå, får vi se.
For on-demand
Jeg har ikke noe
news
tro på
24
det.
hours a day, subscribe
Fuck
to
nå,
Bloomberg
den
News
tweeten
Now
den kan holde for deg
wherever
selv.
you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. We return now to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much, and a very happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to everyone. We are on the cusp of the weekend here, although for many in Congress, the weekend has already started. They've already left Washington doing so, with some major questions still remaining on Republicans' budget reconciliation package that they're trying to pass, in the House at least, before Memorial Day. A number of outstanding issues still, even as we look ahead to two key markups that are scheduled for Tuesday. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, which has to make decisions about Medicaid cuts, and in the Ways and Means Committee, which is charged with crafting the entirety of the tax portion of this package. That means making a decision on what happens with the SALT cap, whether or not the president gets things like no tax on tips, or overtime, or Social Security, and maybe whether or not to raise taxes on the wealthy. After Bloomberg's Eric Wasson had a scoop yesterday that the president himself actually talked to the Speaker of the House about raising the rate on those making $2.5 million or more for a single person, $5 million for a couple, to 39.6%. I asked the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, about that proposal last night on Balance of Power. This is what he told me.
The president's trying to make sure he gets no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. And if he says, look, the richest Americans, remember, he cut it from 39.6 to 37. So if he just goes back to what he did last time, you know, I'm in favor of that. I think it's smart, as long as it's a redistribution to his priorities of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. I think it's smart.
So Lutnick is in favor, but is the president himself actually in favor of this, or just willing to tolerate it? Because this is what he said on True Social earlier today, quote, "The problem with even a tiny tax increase for the rich, which I and all others would graciously accept in order to help the lower and middle income workers, is that the radical left..."
Tesla faller videre, 4,42% opp.
My lips, the fabled quote by George Bush the Elder that is said to have cost him the election. No, Ross Perot cost him the election. In any event, Republicans should probably not do it, but I'm okay if they do. So, will they? It's on that note we turn to Bloomberg's Eric Wasson as well as Wendy Benjaminson, who's here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. We find Eric on Capitol Hill, where he spends a lot of his time these days covering Congress for us. And Eric, given that this was your reporting initially that I'm referencing here, this 39.6% tax rate for a party that, by and large, is in it to cut taxes, not raise taxes on anyone. Is this actually something that could happen in this House of Representatives?
No, I really don't think so. It would take an enormous push from President Trump if he had come out on Truth Social and really doubled down on what he said privately to the Speaker.
Nå er pluss på shorten min, for å se hvor mye han faller av.
He can move mountains in this party. He's taken over the party for all intents and purposes. But his ambivalent Truth Social post really makes me think this thing is dead. We saw Mike Crapo, who's the top tax writer in the Senate, go on the Hugh Hewitt show and pan this idea. We know most Republicans in leadership positions are against it. I just don't see it happening. That being said, I think the president does have good political instincts. It would play well. The biggest attacks from Democrats will be this is a billionaire tax cut funded by cutting Medicaid for the poorest. And that's going to sting them in the midterm elections, I predict. But I don't think the president's going to be able to get that rate increase.
And I want to talk about the political calculations here with Wendy as well. But first, Eric, on this suggestion, and Howard Lutnick was kind of speaking to this, that they would consider this because they need to find the money somewhere to fund all of these other tax cuts. If it's not going to be raising taxes on the wealthy, and it's also potentially not going to be cutting Medicaid as much as is prescribed in the budget for the Energy and Commerce Committee, where do you come up with that? Or does that just mean you can't cut all the taxes the president wants?
Yeah, it's a tale of two cities, tale of two chambers. The House is where the issue of spending cuts is really salient. You've got a group of conservatives who just really want to see at least $2 trillion, or in some cases $1.5 trillion, in exchange for $4 trillion in tax cuts. The Senate has given itself permission in its budget to essentially barely cut spending at all, just $4 billion, and basically use a budget gimmick to say that this is extending the existing tax cuts to $0 because it's current policy. At the end of the day, a lot of people up here think that the Senate will get its way. There's not the appetite in the Senate for this type of spending cuts. and the deficit hawks, to the extent they are deficit hawks, will just swallow it in the House. I'm not sure that's the case. It's going to be a protracted fight, but the real problem right now in the House is they can't get the House moderates to sign these deep Medicaid cuts, and they're going to have to lower their tax appetite. I'm looking at perhaps maybe 3 or 4 years only of this no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. They just can't afford a 10-year package, and maybe everything else gets scaled back to just 4 years and say you'd have to re-elect Republicans in 2028 to get it extended.
Well, and it is the question of whether or not Republicans can get reelected that's at play here. Wendy, to the point Eric was making, Democrats' argument was made they're only trying to cut taxes for the rich, they're going to cut Medicaid, they don't care about lower or middle income people. But if, for whatever reason, even if Eric is a little bit skeptical about this, we end up with a higher tax bracket for those who are millionaires, and we don't end up with as steep Medicaid cuts. That really makes complicated the messaging of the other side.
It does. And Democrats will have their own problems finding the messaging. But there's a lot of chess moving at play here. The tariffs that Donald Trump has been championing hurt his base. It will raise consumer prices for goods made in China, Mexico, and things like that. It will raise the cost of American cars. And so he knows, he does have good political instincts, and he knows that has hurt his base voters. So he answers that with, well, but look how populist I am. I'm going to raise taxes on millionaires, which he says he would graciously accept to pay. And we saw evidence in the first term that he doesn't pay the taxes he owes anyway, so, who knows if he'll actually pay it. But then he realizes that this may not raise enough money, that it puts Republicans in a bind who are in districts with high-income earners, and therefore now he's got to sort of back off of it and say, I don't really want to do it, but if you want to, I'm okay. And that gives you
poeng.
be responsible. It would be, look at those crazy House Republicans, they raise taxes on the rich just so I could cut taxes elsewhere.
Well, but I feel like we've had this conversation a few times, whether it's the election of a speaker or other matters in the House, that ultimately the president, it would, or one bill or two. We've obviously now settled on one big, beautiful bill, but for a while, President Trump was leaving things open on that front too. Have we not learned he has to make a decision and enforce it among the ranks of Republicans on Capitol Hill for anything to actually get done?
Yes, I mean, the way, as Eric says, the way he has remade the party, he has made it so that he makes every single decision that is coming forward and doesn't leave it to, the House Speaker or the Senate Majority Leader to be able to whip their voters into a bill that they know will pass and will protect them politically.
Kom det 10 meldinger fra Trump når det synes spratt opp igjen, eller hva skjedde nå?
Well, you're especially in a bind, Eric, if you're in one of these blue state districts, or maybe a member of the so-called SALT caucus. As we know, the SALT cap is very
low.
The speaker has floated raising it.
Ja, det gikk opp med 10, jeg tror det gikk mye mer opp. Det rørte nesten ikke på seg, faktisk. Jeg har så noia for Trump nå at jeg får helt vondt i magen. Jeg så nervøs for Trump. Hver gang det rører på seg, bare, det kom melding fra Trump. Det kom melding fra Trump.
Really not. Malytukis was kind of the weakest link in the SALT caucus block. We saw the 5 other members, including from New York State, including Mike Lawler, Andrew Garbarino, Nick LaLota, being much firmer. And then they were joined by Elise Stefanik. Very interesting move by her. She had not been a player on the SALT issue. There's talk of her running for governor of New York, and she suddenly got in on these meetings where she had been absent before, and then she was part of a statement rejecting the $30,000 yesterday. Young Kim, and a very vulnerable Republican in California, also rejected the offer. We haven't heard from Tom Kaine, who's a bit of a...
Det ikke Shortman har nå et øyeblikk, selv om det kan falle mer. Det tar imot deg hele tiden. Tok gevinst der nå. Gjør på nytt etterpå. Og vi er oppe i 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Jeg tar faen mange 30.
I talk about the marriage penalty under SALT. But Young Kim has come out and said she wants $62,000 for an individual. I think she has a much more wealthy district. So we'll see. They can afford to maybe lose one, but they already know there's certain people like Thomas Massey who are going to vote no on any tax bill, and they can only afford to lose 2 or 3. So it's going to come down to the wire in the House floor.
Well, and when we consider these members in particular, Wendy, I wonder how much leverage they have, knowing that if they decide not to vote for a tax package at all and the 2017 cuts are allowed to expire, there is no cap on salt. That could arguably work better for them at home.
It absolutely could. It would also increase the ire of Donald Trump. So going back to my earlier point, which is they're going to have to pass something, and they will have to figure it out. But what every decision will make is how much political pain.
Nå kan det falle litt faktisk, hvis det går ned her nå. Hvis du klarer å bryte her nå.
And if they do cut Medicaid or
Gå tilbake til high-risk igjen. Den skal jeg gi gass på nå da.
The Trump wants the salt
Der har vi high-risk.
also hits all those members that Eric listed. New York and California Republicans may be thrown out in the midterms, leading to Democratic members, which could flip the majority and stall his agenda. So there's so many layers to every decision that they're going to make here.
Well, and decisions do still have to be made. Eric, just in our final minute here, what's the likelihood that these markups currently scheduled for Tuesday get punted again?
I don't think they'll be punted, but I think, we may see a product come out that's less than satisfactory to every committee member and some last minute changes. I'm anticipating, for example, Ways and Means is going to meet at 2 p.m. on Tuesday. They may go all night onto World, completely exhausted, and then spring some
160 poeng ned på Dow Jones.
Super complex, full of all kinds of loopholes.
Alphabet ned 1% nå, Microsoft ned 0,5% nå, Apple har falt ned med 0,5% opp 0,3 nå, Amazon så vidt i pluss, Tesla har falt med 4% nå, 4,2, det bør falle her nå. Skal jeg ta en liten bet på high-risk her nå, eller se om man bryter? For det som kan skje nå, nå shorter jeg akkurat på støttenivået, hvis jeg shorter her nå. Jeg kan få den rett i trynet, da taper vi $20 kanskje. Hvis jeg treffer her nå, så kan jeg fort gjøre 100 poeng.
Long og short?
Nei, det var long i sted. Jeg tenkte å gå short her nå. Hvis den bryter ned nå, så kan vi droppe mye. Men hvis jeg bommer nå, så går den opp hit igjen til 50 sikkert.
And we still have much more ahead here on Balance of Power. Up next, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will join me. We'll turn to our political panel about the new nomination we got from President Trump last night for the district.
Det var ikke mye action i dag, altså.
Nei, det fredag, og så det svære møte nå i helgen. Det jo det som problemet. Det ikke noe volum her i det hele tatt. Jeg lurer på om jeg skal gi meg på high-risk i dag. Jeg har gjort 2,5% her nå.
Jeg var innenfor det, ikke det?
Jo, på en dag så det da. Det var det jeg visste. Kunne gå opp dit. Nå gikk vi opp 30 poeng, eller? Ser du noe på newsdesken din nå, Stig? Eller det som paranoia?
Du som paranoia.
Ja, jeg satt på en short her nå. Nå har jeg pengene på shorten. Nå tar jeg gevinst hvert øyeblikk igjen. Bare scalper. Sånn kjapt. Da er vi oppe i 10 trades.
Let it rain.
Det var en fin short da.
Ja.
Traff bra da. Ute. Bare sånn liten kjappe. Tilbake til low risk.
Som han sa, kjæringa.
Hvordan så at det skulle skje? Hva tenker du på at det skulle falle, Helena? Var det ment, Helena? Eller opp, eller hva faen? Det her er det jeg kan, tro det eller ei, men jeg tør ikke gjøre noe når Trump sender meldinger. Det er hele greia mi. Jeg har gjort 10 trades på under en time. Et lite tap, alle gått til pluss. Jeg kan gjøre det hver dag, men jeg tør ikke når Trump driver med den jævla Nå tredde jeg på den high-risk-kontoen, så da gir jeg litt faen. Hva jeg ser, det er det som er vanskelig. Jeg vet ikke selv hva det er for noe, og da ser jeg det. Men det jeg ikke ser, er meldingen til Trump, og da er jeg fucked. Det er problemet. Jeg må ut en kjapp tur, altså rundt huset, jeg er så svett, det lukter ball av meg liksom.
Negotiation talks. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 down 0.1%, NASDAQ down 0.1%, the Dow is down 0.4%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.37% and the 2-year yield at 3.87%. Joe Quinlan at Bank of America says those trade talks will be in the driver's seat for investors.
The big event is this weekend in Switzerland. I mean, where we go from here, I think is going to be dictated what between the United States and China. Can they at least, it's nice that they agreed to talk, but I think any kind of energy behind this rally is going to revolve around bilaterally those two countries.
Joe Quinlan at Bank of America. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. We return now to Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, and indeed, you're listening to us on Bloomberg Radio or watching our Bloomberg feed on YouTube. Happy Friday to you all. And here at Bloomberg, of course, we don't consider ourselves to be in the business of necessarily discussing other media outlets. So please know what I'm about to say is not a comment around Fox News. It's simply purely an objective observation about how strong the Fox News to Trump administration pipeline continues to prove to be. Remember, 2 of President Trump's cabinet secretaries, the transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, and the defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, are former hosts on Fox News. There are dozens of others who are either in the president's orbit or in other roles in the administration who are formally affiliated with Fox and Fox Business as well. And as of last night, we have another name to add to the list here. Judge Jeanine Pirro, who of course was a host up until yesterday, I guess, of the 5 on Fox, has officially been tapped to be the interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. After the president pulled the nomination of Ed Martin for the post, once it became clear his climb to Senate confirmation was going to be much more uphill and steeper than previously thought. Martin's now going to get a role at the Department of Justice instead. Those official roles will be the next Director of Weaponization Working Group, Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Pardon Attorney. So we want to get reaction to these developments and others and turn to our political panel on this Friday. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with me. Rick, of course, Republican strategist and Stone Court Capital partner. Jeannie, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Welcome to you both. Rick, would love you to weigh in here, not just on the idea that Ed Martin's nomination had to be pulled and what that might signal, but that his interim replacement is once again someone whose face we recognize from television and one network in particular.
Yeah, no, this is right out of the playbook by Donald Trump. He really likes his team at Fox, and as you point out, has been mining them for his administration. It's worth noting that a contributor like Jeannie and I, Tulsi Gabbard from Fox, is also one of the more notorious members of the Trump administration. So shout out to contributors all over the place. But look, Judge Jeanine, yeah, she is a big sort of celebrity within Fox, but she had a career as a county judge and as a prosecutor in Westchester County, New York, which was extremely successful. I mean, she has got the credits, the capability, and the experience you need to serve in this post. So it's not just a Fox News analyst or participatory journalist. It's somebody who actually was a prosecutor and a judge and has a lot of experience here.
So, Jeannie, is she
Jeg har satt en ny skål. Satt en ny skål.
Jeanine Pirro was my Westchester County DA for many, many years. Small. It's a small world. Shout out to contributors and DAs everywhere. You know, it's just fascinating because one of the reasons that Tom Tillis, who's really the linchpin of this entire move from Martin to Judge Jeanine, as we call her, is because of his role primarily in the January 6th incident and also obviously supporting the pardons of the January 6th rioters. And yet, if you listen carefully to Judge
Yes, it's perfect. The walls is everything. They're oiling the plotting now.
She has said a number of things that really leave you scratching your head if you're listening to Tom Tillis. Because there's not a difference between what Martin was saying and what Judge Jeanine has said.
Plotting of pad eller pad for fan. Plotting of pad. Pad. Plotting of fan. Plotting på engelska. Pad.
Pad. Some of that was about things that she had said on the air. So that to me.
Nei, det lukter skikkelig ballakake, Robert. Det lukter ikke bra, ass. Jeg har hatt meg samme genser i 2 uker av prinsipp. Jeg har ikke barbert meg på 2 uker. Og jeg har nesten ikke hår igjen. Med vilje så har jeg dritsur. Men that's the price you gotta pay. Å være tro mot deg selv.
Well, I'm glad she's raising Tom Tillis here, Rick, because one of the most memorable lines from you, I think we've gotten here this year, was when you said everybody sometimes wants to be a John McCain and they end up a Tom Tillis.
Kan ta mot der nede på 3-4 poeng til, hvis ikke det dropper skikkelig av.
Other nominees earlier this year for higher profile cabinet posts. What is it about Ed Martin that finally got a Republican senator to step out of line with the party?
Well, I'm pretty sure he was listening to me and not thinking about it.
Tok hun nå bare en sånn liten, vente på neste runde.
Senator Tillis to Judge Jeanine that
Da har vi gjort
Ed was someone who actually participated in the protest.
Da er vi opp 3% i dag. 3% på den kontoen. Ser ut som skal falle videre, faktisk. Man blir liksom ikke ned ordentlig. Satt på rygg på deg ute og slipper å jobbe som Jeg lover deg, Lost in Heaven. Jeg kan nesten garantere deg hvis Trump bare roer litt ned og vi liksom blir ferdig med tariff. Han har balletak på markedet på grunn av tariffen. Når han er ferdig med tariffen og jeg kan fokusere som normalt, så skal det dryppe penger. Men jeg sier det igjen, når han holder på med tariffen, så blir jeg nervøs. Da er jeg veldig forsiktig. Tariffen og han er livredd. 1 år, 3 måneder, Neo. 1 år, 3 måneder, 3 måneder.
Some of these nominees who may not be qualified to serve.
Well, and when we consider other nominees, I would note, Jeannie, that it wasn't just Ed Martin's that was pulled this week. Trump also abandoned his original pick for Surgeon General in favor of Casey Means. And I wonder if you see that as a signal at this point when he was able to get all of these highest profile cabinet level positions filled with record speed, as Rick was alluding to, and with relative ease, with the exception of Matt Gaetz. Does it even matter if he has to pull them at this point?
Det var det fallet der
You know, I think
satser på I stad.
feels that in the case of Means, he said, you know, look at this was somebody who came highly recommended.
Så kan vi gå helt ned til
by
19.920.
trusts enormously. He said he doesn't know her well, but based on what he has
Bare holde shorten, Frumpi.
he was fine going with her. But I think it shows in both cases that the president feels he has other priorities that are taking precedent over a big fight in the Senate, if that's what it would be, about a confirmation that's on the edge. You know, and this Martin one was going to be on the
Hallo,
edge.
chicken.
If you look at
Wow.
what had come out about him posting and praising on his podcast somebody who spoke, you know, about Hitler, dressed up as Hitler, said horrible things, horribly anti-Semitic things. This was the kind of thing that was going to come out in the Senate confirmation hearing. And so does the president really want to waste, you know, political capital on that? Probably not. So you would fight for those upper level positions, but now he's starting to say he's got other priorities. Of course, number one being getting that reconciliation bill. So I think that's what we're starting to see here with some of these other appointments. That's not to say they're not important, but the president isn't willing to waste a lot of political capital on them.
And while we're discussing current nominees and nominations, I also want to talk about a nomination that was made decades ago that we're reflecting on today, and that was the nomination made by then-President George H.W. Bush for David Souter to get a seat on the Supreme Court. He was thought at the time to be a conservative pick, and his tenure on the court maybe proved otherwise. Rick, he died this week at 85, peacefully, we understand, at his home in New Hampshire, and I wonder your thoughts as to how we should be reflecting on that legacy.
Yeah, this might have been the greatest surprise in the last 50 years as far as an appointment under the Supreme Court. I remember it very clearly as a young Reagan conservative thinking, wow, this is an incredible opportunity to put a conservative on the court. And of course, my great friend, late Senator Warren Rudman, picked this one out of his back pocket from New Hampshire and stunned the world. And when George H.W. Bush, President Reagan's vice president, appointed him, I think people were floored. And it was not a shock or a surprise that he wound up being as moderate a Supreme Court justice as he turned out to be. But really an amazing period of time then. We see a lot of the debates around things like Roe v. Wade happening then that happened in the first Trump administration. So it is a little bit of deja vu all over again. But may he rest in peace, a great servant of the people of our nation, and somebody who I think, considered the law the highest calling in the land, and certainly served honorably.
Well, and Jeannie, as we consider his tenure on the court and his service for 19 years on the high court, are we ever going to see someone like that again, given how partisan and politically tinged the court seems to have become?
Ok, nå kan dere gjette hvilken plattform jeg leser fra nå. So excited that we've been awarded the best private bank, blah, 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 blah. Skal sjekke om mer overskrifter her.
And in this case, the H.W. Bush administration described Souter as the biggest mistake of his presidency. I don't know if that is something that everybody would agree with.
Jeg utrolig stolt over å være valgt ut som 1 av 12. Verdenssatsing I verden, best, bla, bla, bla.
This, really
Her initiativ.
liberal lion of the Supreme Court ever and Chief Justice. Souter, not quite as impactful, but
Ny rekord!
part of
Woohoo!
the century, had a big voice on the court. And so I don't know that we'll see this. He's also something of a throwback in so many ways, Kaylee. Here was somebody who wrote decisions longhand on pen and
Jeg veldig glad for å kunne dele.
technology. Here was
I dag det stor dag for meg.
lunch in a plastic bag of a yogurt and an apple to the office and ate by himself. And here's somebody who retired after
Hvis jeg ble noen gang tatt for å skrive sånne ting, så må dere bare blokke meg.
to go back home to New Hampshire and continue to serve the
Vi veldig takknemlige kommersiell forretningsutvikling.
ways, also a traditional sort of New Englandish Republican that you don't see a lot of anymore. So in so many ways, a throwback to an earlier era. And
endelig! Vi så heldige å få hatt med oss Norges... Hold kjeft.
In the near future.
Have we seen, though, Rick, glimpses of it in Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who earlier this year was getting a lot of flack from the right for multiple times against the Trump administration?
Når jeg skal få meg en god latter, så går jeg dit.
Yeah, I think,
og så ser jeg de som skriver det. Og de som skriver det, de som mest optimistiske av alle, de som måtte ha de største sinnssyke nyhetene, de som aldri har fått inn dritt. Det de som skal forandre hele verden.
You know, a very conservative judge, and even Neil Gorsuch has.
Og alt de skriver så pompøst og sinnssykt, og det liksom, de forandrer verden, og det ikke måte på. Så går det 2 uker, så den borte. Nå jeg veldig pessimistisk.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Appreciate both of
Kom en tweet-melding nå? Ja, nei.
In the second hour of Balance of Power, which is straight ahead as we return
da setter jeg en ny short
big topics of conversation
high risk.
Washington today. A lot of that, of course, tax and tariff related. Perhaps no surprise on tariffs, of course. Trump saying that 80% seems to be the right level on China on the eve of trade talks happening between the U.S. and China. Switzerland. And on taxes, we're looking at 39.6% potentially on the rate for millionaires, but a big question as to whether or not that will work
in
Congress successfully. So we'll have more on that in the next hours. We also continue on this Friday to reflect on the legacy.
Men jeg må helt klart dobbeltsjekke om det kommer en Twitter-meldinger. Jeg har fortsatt helt heppa for det, altså. Men det var ikke Miljøpartiet, det var LinkedIn. Jeg synes det så morsomt å gå på LinkedIn. LinkedIn helt sinnssykt. Der alle verdensmestere, og alle best, og jeg husker spesielt veldig godt en gang. Det var en som hadde fått seg ny jobb, ny rolle, og det dritkult. Kred til den personen. Det var veldig ordentlig, hyggelig, veldig flott, kult. Men det var måten hun skrev det på, som var helt sinnssyk. Og da tenkte jeg, det her faen ikke noe for meg. Hun var basically... Det ikke noe gærent med det, liksom. For jeg vet hvem det og hun flink. Hyggelig dame. Men hun har fått ny jobb som markedskoordinator. Jeg bare, hæ? Har hun sluttet hos oss, tenkte jeg. Nå har jeg jobbet i Akta. Har hun sluttet Akta? Markedskoordinator? Hva faen det for noe? Hun var resepsjonist. Men på LinkedIn var hun markeds... Jeg var bare meddele, fått på en ny jobb, veldig takknemlig for dette her. Jeg nå blitt markedskoordinator for Akta. Og hun var en resepsjonist. Jeg trodde hun hadde sluttet opp, og da husker jeg, fy faen, hva dette for noe? Hva gærent med å kalle seg selv for resepsjonist? Det noe galt å hete det, eller? Det noe gærent? Det ikke noe gærent, det. Jobb jobb. Hva problemet med det, liksom? Kunne ikke bare si jeg resepsjonist? Så husker jeg jobbe som en annen fyr også. Jeg kaller han for sånn titelrytter. Fikk aldri til en dritt. Jeg skjønte aldri hvorfor han var så jævlig opptatt av disse jævla titlene sine. Jeg tenkte at skulle du liksom lykkes i finansverdenen, når du lykkes med bedrifter og sånn, så må liksom prestasjon teller vel kanskje mest, tenkte jeg da. Jeg tok jævla feil. Setter en ny short. Jeg tok jævla feil. For han var så jævlig opptatt av titler, og når han fikk den titelen han ville ha, så bytte han jobb. Og så fikk han en ny titel. Og han fikk jo aldri til. Og så bytte han jobb. Han bytte jobb hele tiden. Så hvis du ser på CV-en hans, så det bare sinnssyke stillinger, og ingen av de har vart mer enn 1,5 år. Ja, det ganske sjukt. Han jævlig flink til å prate for seg. Teknopaut. Ja, det var kult, Elena. Jeg har aldri vært opptatt av noen sånne titler eller sånt. Det ikke dere, det har aldri blitt noe. Jeg en boms, jeg. Boleboms. Ta gevinst nå, Artervik. Tar den nå, Artervik. Kort og... Se om han dropper eller snur her. 2 sekunder. snu det. Kom igjen. Kom igjen, bryt av din pølse. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
President Trump is leaving it up to Scott B. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons, live in Washington, as President Trump today says an 80% tariff rate on China seems right on the eve of trade talks beginning in Switzerland between the aforementioned Scott B, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, and China's He Lifeng beginning. We'll have more on what we can expect with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who's live at the White House, plus get analysis and insight from Nazak Nakakhtar, formerly of the International Trade Administration. Hagar Shamali will be here too, now with Greenwich Media Strategies ahead of President Trump's trip to the Middle East next week. And our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana, will be here to weigh in on the budget reconciliation work still ongoing in Congress and questions about just how high taxes could go or how much they could be cut. It's all ahead this hour, but we begin, as always, with a check on the markets on this Friday trade, and Amy Morris is keeping track from
Hvor faen volumet, Stig?
Hi, Kaylee, and you're absolutely
right.
Ikke
noe,
Hæ?
hvor volumet? Det jo ikke noe, ingen som trader da.
That sends Wall Street
Det fredag.
on a cautious note. Now, ahead of the talks, President Trump, as you mentioned, floated that 80% tariff on China while urging Beijing to open their markets to U.S. products. Trump saying that he's willing to lower the tariffs on China at some point, but is not going to preemptively lower taxes on China to help move those negotiations along. Investors now skeptical that the talks will result in
Trump, bare hold helt kjeft. Du forandrer meninger i annenhver dag. Du sier en ting at du ikke skal gjøre det mot Kina, og så går det 2 dager, så har du forandret det helt, og så skal du være så tøff i trynet. Du ikke så tøff i trynet. Du gir etter til alle hele tiden. Trump ikke så tøff som han skal ha det til. Han gir etter hele tiden. Og skal i hvert fall ikke taxe de rike. Og nå har han fått mistet masse greier. Nå skal han liksom taxe de 2% eller hvem det er. Han skal ikke forandre tariffen på Kina. Gå en dag og droppe med ned til 80% liksom. 65%. Han er ikke baller i det hele tatt. Bare vås. Forandrer meningen si hele tiden.
All right, Amy Morris here with me in Washington on Bloomberg TV.
Alt bare spill for kamera. Han kommer til å bli sett på som en skoleelev når han sitter og snakker med Kina. De kommer bare til å si nope. Så kommer han til å bare okay,
Remember, the US and China have had very different messages as to whether or not they've been talking for the last several weeks, really since Liberation Day, in an effort to ratchet down the effective trade embargo between these two countries as it has been described, but now it is finally happening. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, USTR Jameson Greer with China's He Lifeng in Switzerland to see if they can lower the temperature. The question, of course, is how much could the temperature, and in this case, the rate of tariffs these two countries have placed on each other, be lowered to? President Trump taking to Truth Social today, suggesting, quote, an 80% tariff on China seems right. Up to Scott B. So a lot is in the hands of Scott B.
Da baller Trump sa i går at du ikke skal rikke deg fra 145%, nå skal ned til 80%. Før det i møte, din jævla klovn. Baller. Hva hadde du gjort, Robert?
Well, at this point, Kaylee, Bloomberg Economics says that they are not expecting an immediate agreement or
Jeg gjør ingenting.
Sitter rolig og chiller.
Jeg har tatt ut den ene shorten her nå, så jeg har så mye når det
fykt i himmelen sin.
Når det fyker til himmel igjen.
Ja, jeg vet ikke, jeg har ikke hatt noe tale ennå.
Når han skal prate?
Sikkert før han skal på andre greier.
Åja, det er ikke annonsert, det er at du tror han skal prate.
Han annonserer ikke. Du får den rett i trynet.
Regimes change, we have different governments and things like that, but they have the advantage of that kind of continuity. But look, it'll be interesting.
Jeg tenkte på det i stad. Det er jo liksom litt som en sånn der talkshow da, hele han. Han er jo på TV hver eneste dag.
Det er operativt stor.
Ja, men det er akkurat det det er. Det er ikke president. Det er liksom, det er underholdning.
Ja, det finnes ikke en presidenten for han som har hatt så god tid.
Jeg tenkte på det i stad. Han er på TV hver dag, hele tiden. Han liksom, det er meg, hele tiden.
Jeg lurer på hva presidenten hadde før han har gjort det.
As soon as next week. Now, it does remain to be seen. People familiar do caution us that everything is in flux, but a new analysis out from Bloomberg Intelligence in just the last 30 minutes, Kaylee, says that those tariffs could come down as soon as May 12th and likely by May 20th.
Nå tar jeg gevinst på shorten min.
Data and data from retailers that say that these next 2 weeks are going to be a critical
Skal vi se om jeg får den litt lenger ned.
Well, and as we consider the next 2 weeks and beyond, what really could the U.S. ask of China that China is willing to give when we consider concessions here?
Well, there's a few things on the table that the U.S. might be interested in. One, of course, as you heard President Trump say earlier, that they want to see
den var fin da.
market access.
Den shorten her var perfekt.
China could
Sånn
make
ute.
some bigger purchase agreements, perhaps resurrect some of those purchase agreements that we saw under the Phase 1 China.
Ja, den var bra. Jeg kunne fått mer på den. Jeg var litt for tregt å trykke på knappen. Men det var en bra short, traff bra. Gjorde 14 poeng. Da har vi gjort 14 transaksjoner, tror jeg.
And then lastly, but very importantly, and our reporting indicates that this is high on the priority list for this White House, is that they could be asking for China to loosen some of the rules when it comes to critical minerals and rare earth minerals. Of course, China
Tenkte du på å gå long her, eller?
has taken recent steps to really try to bring them back out of the back
Det er low-risk-kontoen der. Sånn.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us. Thank you so much. And Tyler, of course, brought us a taste of Bloomberg's interview earlier today with White House trade advisor Peter Navarro. We'll have more of that for you later on this hour. But first, we have our political panel to bring in. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with me. Rick, Republican strategist and Stone Court Capital partner. Jeannie, a Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency.
Så bra, front beat trading.
When we consider the backdrop to these conversations happening between the U.S. and China tomorrow, knowing that polling suggests Americans are unhappy with the trajectory of tariff policy, they are worried about the economy. You're seeing it showing up in sentiment data as well. How badly does the Trump administration actually need progress to be made to lower the temperature with one of our largest trading partners?
You know, I think they do need to show that they are, as you said, lowering the temperature. I don't think we have yet seen, because we haven't seen empty shelves, we're just seeing the first sort of cost impacts. It's going to take a little time for consumers to really understand what it means for them at the store and when they go to buy goods. And that buys the administration a little bit of time. But of course, you know, China is the game for the administration. They really do need to show at least turning down the temperature this weekend, maybe getting a little bit of progress so they can make more going forward. And, you know, I couldn't agree more, and I seldom say this, Kaylee, with Peter Navarro on what he said in that interview, because it has always been to our detriment that we lack continuity. And more so, the fact that unlike Xi Jinping, Donald Trump and the Republicans have to keep looking over their shoulder to push things through the Congress, and also with this looming deadline of a midterm election. Those two factors make it so much more difficult for the U.S. contingent to really push for what it wants versus their Chinese counterparts. So it is a really important point that Peter Navarro makes there.
Well, yeah, and I want to expand on this point further because, Rick, as Jeannie is alluding to, we're dealing with an environment here in the U.S., at least fiscally, in which we're talking about spending cuts, not adding stimulus, where China is saying, okay, there's things we could do to stimulate our economy, offset some of this pain. Is it actually China that is coming to these talks with a stronger hand, despite the characterizations of President Trump, who seems to think otherwise?
You know, it's hard to tell. You know, you got to get past Donald Trump negotiating with himself, you know, launching his team today by basically cutting his strategy in half and saying, well, you know, I'd go for an 80% tariff or even less. I think that's obviously an indication that we want the deal. But the reality is that the reason that China has had to produce a stimulus strategy is because this trade embargo has basically shut off trade with their largest trading partner, and that has a significant impact on companies that are basically producing goods that are destined for the U.S. market. And the other thing that I think is underreported is the strategy that Trump has of basically now being open for business for any trade deal on various bases. He's not just you know, the balance of trade, but on, you know, other non-trade items. Has really gotten the attention of other China traders who are, you know, from what we can tell, flocking to Scott Bea and the trade team to cut a deal. And China looks at that and goes, well, you know, we really hope that they have actually joined our ranks to oppose the U.S. trade sanctions that we put in place. So I think there's a real political problem for China to see how much of an attractant doing business with the U.S. is compared to maybe siding with them.
Det Twitter-melding som kommer nå? Kan noen se det?
I just have to say, I feel like it's going to be really hard for me to not just refer to the Treasury Secretary now as Scott Bea, and you two are officially Rick D and Jeannie Z in my mind right now as we consider the words of the president from today. It wasn't just tariffs that he decided to weigh into when it comes to China on Truth Social. He also was weighing in on something that Bloomberg has reported. He actually initiated with the Speaker of the House, which is raising the tax rate on those making $2.5 million or more to 39.6% to help pay for some of the other tax cuts he wants to see in budget reconciliation. I actually had the chance to ask the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, about that proposal last night on Balance of Power. This is what he said.
The president's trying to make sure that there's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. And if he says, look, the richest Americans, he cut it from 39.6 to 37. So if he just goes back to what he did last time, you know, I'm in favor of that. I think it's smart as long as it's a redistribution.
Ja, det penger på shorten uansett, da.
His priorities of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. I think it's smart.
So Howard L. thinks it's smart.
Breaking word coming out of the White House via Wall Street sources, a massive finger pointing at this Royal Millions tax proposal amid backlash mainly from GOP Senate promoting surprising. The bet now is that it doesn't go anywhere, but as well thanks Trump, you never know. Recall how he said this was dead a week or so, then ago they miraculously found life story. De ikke veldig happy med Trump, da. Wall Street I hvert fall. Bare kødd med hele fyren.
If they do. Does that tell them that they should, Jeannie, or that they shouldn't? Because I'm a little confused on this.
You know, I was too Kaylee L, and it's fascinating because sort of giveth and then he taketh away. And I think in this case, as much as he wants to blame the liberal lunatics, the reality is there is a good portion of his base for whom this idea is not particularly popular. And I think the fascinating thing is it's reflecting this real deep divide in the Republican side between the Bannon populists and the Elon Musk plutocrats. And at this point, he was sort of giving to the Bannon side, and then he
Toget Wills nå. Ute. Venter på neste trade.
Difficult it is, even for this changed Republican Trumpian party, to float increased taxes. He's doing it with tariffs, but of course he keeps reiterating, these aren't a raise on taxes, which of course we all know they are. But in this case, this would be a fundamentally huge pill and difficult pill for Republicans in the Senate and the House to swallow. So I don't think it gets there.
Opp 4% på high-risk-kontoen I dag.
Kjører du hele kontrakta der?
Nei, jeg kjører en halv en. Men
seen a bit of a change within your Republican Party, as Jeannie is alluding to over the last many years. But are they really ready for this?
Men jeg tror jeg skal begynne å kjøre lang posisjon på den her lower skin imot shortmen, så heller bare... Jeg gir faen ikke vei det går, men jeg bare får gjort noe. Jeg bare ser nå på det lille jeg har gjort nå på high risk, så har jeg hentet en ganske mange presenter. Gjør jeg det på low risken motsatt da, så har jeg hentet en hele tapet mitt på litt over en uke. Men jeg så redd for han Trump. Det plager meg så jævlig. Jeg tror det skal oppriktig ned til helvete. Så nå dette der.
Passed through the House of Representatives specifically.
And
by adding any kind of controversial items, and obviously a tax increase under any circumstance.
Her nå kan man ta en longen hvis ikke det bryter på den nettsiden. Akkurat nå, men jeg tror ikke gjør det. For det faller på bra volum, så det kan falle videre her nå. Tesla stopper opp helt på samme nivå, Nvidia retter seg litt opp, Microsoft fortsatt på day low, Apple rører ikke på seg, Alphabet på 1% ned, Meta også på stedet. Hvis du dropper her nå, så får du den rett i fleisen, så det litt sånn skummelt å gå long akkurat på support her da. Selv om jeg ser at det kan gå på det. Ja, det gikk den. Venter på neste runde.
I think they're trying to change their tone. They're trying to give space to the House.
Jeg gjør bare 10 poeng. 10-20 poeng, ikke noe mer. Sånn kjappe. Skulle til det Forex. Jo, Espen. Det var tredje av Nasdaq. Akkurat nå i dag. Det er litt mer volum. Det lite volum, men nå blir det ikke så avbrutt av Trump i dag, så det litt lettere for meg å manøvrere her. Nå har han bare tweetra 2 Twitter, eller?
And Rick, just quickly here, we've been focusing a lot of our attention, and rightly so, as they're moving first on the House, the difficulty the House is having in putting it together. But what about the difficulty of getting the Senate to choke down whatever it is?
Han twittra 7 ganger i dag, det ikke så mye for Donald Trump.
Between the two chambers on this package.
Så da gikk det opp igjen, som bestilt.
There are a lot of House members right now who are wishing, at least they told me, that they were wishing that they had taken up the John Thune approach, which was to split the bill in half and do taxes first. So I think that there's nervousness about that. I don't think we're in a situation where the Senate is going to take these massive budget cuts, upwards of $1.5 to $2 trillion that the House is talking about, just because that's what was incumbent in the package. I mean, there's less than 200 billion in cuts in the Senate package. So that's a gulf that is just not going to get filled. And I think we're just beginning to see a reality taking place, which is this: even if the House is able to get a bill passed, and there's no guarantee about that, the reality is just not going to meet the Senate's expectations.
Well, and Jeannie, when we consider the likelihood of passage in our final minute here, do Democrats need something to pass that either doesn't have tax cuts for the wealthy or does include cuts to Medicaid so that they have something that they can adequately message against in 2026?
You know, I think their message is going to be that the GOP is consistently helping the rich by taking away Medicare and Medicaid from the working poor, the working class. And that's why Donald Trump's messaging about, increasing taxes on the wealthy was so fascinating. It was something that Democrats would surely have supported and liked. But Kayleigh, can I just say, I thought it was fascinating in your interview with Howard Lutnick, he kept reiterating that Donald Trump is committed to those tax breaks on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which leaves us in the same problem we began with, which is how do you pay for any of this?
Yep, math can be difficult. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors, our political panel on this Friday. Thank you for being here on Balance of Power. And we have much more still ahead as we bring in Hagar Shamali next, looking ahead to President Trump's trip to the Middle East next week. That's on the other side of this break here on Bloomberg.
Nå har jeg pluss på shorten, for å se hvor langt den faller da. Det her gikk jo drittreigt. Satan.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Prosecutors and regulators are investigating a $32 million deal between CrowdStrike and Carasoft Technology to supply cybersecurity software to the Internal Revenue Service. Investigators with the Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission want to know what senior company executives knew about that deal. CrowdStrike shares now 4.5% lower. Wall Street ends this week on a cautious note.
Gevinst ute. Åh, yes! Fy faen, den traff jeg. Hva er det, Twitter-melding nå, eller? Jeg shorta her. Oi, fy faen, den er jo bra på. Hva som kom nå, da? Stig? Er det en tweet fra Donald Trump nå, eller?
The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.7%. The 2-year yield at 3.8%.
Jeg klarte å få Jeg covret shorten på 40 poeng her. Rett ned. Smukk. Den var da faen meg flaks på, ass.
Den var snart.
Det var faen meg, den var fin. Men det kom melding. Har du den, Stig? Altså, det kommer melding her nå. Det er ikke noe å lure på. Men hvor kommer den? Er det noen som kan finne melding som kom nå? Fra noen som kom nå? Ingenting fra Trump?
We got the first post-Liberation Day trade deal, or framework between the U.S. and the United Kingdom, and we got history made in Rome with the election of a new American Pope. And with those things going on, you'd be forgiven if you missed the Bloomberg scoop that the Treasury Department was actually
Han ramlet jo faen meg og helt her nede. Sett en ny short hvis det ikke var noe for Trump. Da holder vi posisjonen fortsatt. Det var fin, ass. Gjorde 40 poeng på den. Den var faen meg fin. Nå har jeg penger på den shorten her også. Ja, da er vi opp 5% i dag på den Harveys-kontoen. De som følger den.
Will be visiting next week as he makes a trip to the Middle East. And obviously, in addition to foreign investment, there's a lot of other things he is likely to discuss there. And that's what we want to get into now here.
Da har vi gjort 17 trades, ett tap og 16 pluss.
CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies and founder, but also former director of Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council. And here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. Hagar, good to see you as always.
Thanks for having me.
Obviously, this is
Det må ha kommet noe på den bevegelsen her. Han har sagt noe.
To discuss with the UAE and the Saudis and Qatar specifically, how should we consider the kind of financial aspect of this relationship? Is investment from these countries?
Trump will not.
How that influences actually the shape of those alliances and the positioning.
Hva faen er det for noe? Unilateral. Hvilket ord er det der? Unilateral. Aldri hørt ordet før. Jeg er engelsk, liksom.
One of the real policies actually that's being continued called IMEC. So something where you're going India, Middle East, Europe, fashioning this
unilaterally
to not only
bring down terrorism in China. It was number Trump threw out there. Fy faen. Det var bare piss.
And so that's going to be a lot of the focus of this trip. There are going to be many things actually that they're going to discuss that are not economic as well. But a lot of that too is making sure you're pulling Saudi Arabia.
Du skal ikke opp på det da. Da skal du ned.
Ensuring that you're Saudi Arabia is trying to diversify its economy. They're interested in all sorts of investments back and forth. And so they're going to be.
Jeg lurer på hvorfor markedet går opp på det da. Det er negativt. Det er negativt.
To defense equipment as well. That's something that Saudi Arabia struggles with.
Den meldingen som kommer er negativ, liksom. Ja, da får vente til folk skjønner det.
Well, and for the UAE especially, there's kind of chip considerations as well. Bloomberg has had some reporting on whether or not the administration is likely to lift chip restrictions on the UAE in particular. To your point, the whole point of that is to try to make sure those chips ultimately don't find their way to China. So maybe a lot of this does come back to China, but a lot of this is about this region as well in the current environment in the Middle East. When we consider the engagement we've seen from this administration so far with Israel as it relates to the ongoing conflict in Gaza, with Saudi Arabia as they look to expand the Abraham Accords, what really is, for Middle East purposes, objective number one for the president?
De håper skal være lave 0% av det for opp.
Wins for the
Nei, jeg vet ikke.
Saudi Arabia, and one of the ones at the top of the list.
Hadde ikke han sendt en tweet nå, så hadde det ikke gått opp. Det er det som skjer hver dag, eller fra The White House. Da. Det er noe hele tiden.
Under the Abraham Accords as much as possible. The president, and I'm not trying to say this lightly, he is focused on a Nobel Peace Prize through the Abraham Accords. And he's been very clear about that, right? He was clear about that the first time around, and now the second time around, and a lot of that, a big chunk of that is really through Saudi Arabia. Not all of the countries, but Saudi Arabia would be a big one because you get a lot of others in its trail. And those talks are talks that have already existed, right? So they've been going on for a while, really since the end of Trump's term, Trump 1.0. And so that's really, they're going to be continuing those talks. Now, there are certain things, elements of those talks.
Nå går jeg pluss på shortmen igjen.
That appears that they're also.
Nå skjønte alle at det var dårlig tall allikevel. Nå bare, er det det?
Partnerships, things of that kind that were originally going to be part of the normalization deal, peace deal, and it looks as though that might be pulled out. But nonetheless, I think it will all be in the context of getting to a final destination, and that destination being having Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern countries under the Abraham Accords.
What timeline do you think is realistic for that? This visit, I would imagine, is not going to be alone in accomplishing that.
No, well, and the Saudis, unlike other countries, they've made it clear, and I don't think that they're going to backtrack on their insistence that there be the promise of a Palestinian state. It doesn't mean that one needs to be necessarily created or recognized, but that there be some kind of process to get there, and that's going to hamper things a little bit. I mean, if I were a betting woman, it's hard to say, maybe 2027. I just, sometimes I think it'll be in a year or so, and then other times, there are days where I'm like, this is really happening, and then there are days where I think, maybe another 2 years.
Yeah, well, every day is different around here, that's for sure. But to your point on there being some kind of day after long-term solution for the Palestinians in Gaza, where even are we on those conversations, on the idea of renewing any kind of ceasefire agreement or bringing some kind of end to this conflict? Because the administration was very focused on that, very proud of the deal reached on the eve of Trump's negotiation. And then what?
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, the last time I was on, which was maybe 10 days ago, we discussed this, and there were a number of deals that were going back and forth, and there was a deal proposed by the Israelis that was rejected, then the Egyptians and Qataris had come in, and we are now really, unfortunately, in a spot where we've gone completely backwards. The war is being actively expanded by Israel in Gaza. It's a decision by the cabinet, but also, more importantly, it was a decision that very clearly laid out that the hostages were not being prioritized. There are, we don't know, but we believe between now, we're hearing between 21 and 24 who are alive. I don't want to make any kind of assertion on this, but anyway, every day that passes is a risk for them. And we know that, and the cabinet really came out crystal clear and said, we are prioritizing the expansion of this because they have Hamas by the neck and they want to crush them completely. And as somebody who works in counterterrorism, I want nothing more than to see Hamas obliterated. My own opinion is I'm not sure I understand why they can't cut a deal, get the hostages released, and then do targeted operations as they have in Lebanon, for example. But because I'm completely behind the idea of crushing Hamas completely. Yeah. But anyway, that's Bibi's clearly very intent on that singular goal.
So what role does the U.S. play in influencing Israel in any of this, knowing that Israel also maybe have taken aback by some of the Trump administration's recent actions, including declaring a truce with the Houthis seemingly out there?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. So actually the Israelis, and this I think is a bit indicative of how things might go between the United States and Israel. is the Bibi has been blindsided by the Trump administration a number of times now. So first,
Ta snart gevinst på shorten min.
The talks that were taking place directly with Hamas.
Falt som faen nå.
American hostages. You have the Iran talks, and you have this deal that the U.S. administration cut with.
Det går opp på de der Trump-tweet, White House-tweetsene, og så tar det litt tid før folk skjønner hva det betyr, og så går det rett ned igjen. Men de kommer med meldinger hele tiden, ikke sant?
Very demonstrative of an America First policy, right? We care about our vessels, we care about our national security objectives only, and what is directly American, and we're going to pursue that unapologetically. And that makes it difficult while Bibi seems to listen to Trump and has a lot of...
Vi skal kjøre bare en halv kontrakt dømbit på, så det ikke store posisjoner, men jeg gjør det 100 ganger. Jeg gjør masse trades. Når jeg komfortabel. Så lenge ikke han Trump prater, så gjør jeg masse trades. Jeg tror jeg har gjort 20 trades der I dag, eller 19, eller hva faen, skal vi sjekke. Jeg har gjort 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 trades up.
Of what the JCPOA under President Obama.
Is that thinking wrong?
He's completely wrong.
Okay.
He's completely wrong. And I worked on that deal as a spokesperson. I was Treasury spokesperson at the time. I worked on that deal when it was happening under President Obama. This is completely different. This is based on an assessment that Iran is very close to a nuclear weapon, that would fundamentally change things in the Middle East and would trigger an arms race and completely change our national security problems there. Then that means that it inevitably could lead to a military solution, and that these talks are last stage.
Ja, hallo.
Unlike the ones under Obama, they don't go into nitty-gritty.
Og bare skryte litt. Se på alle de der.
Ja, jeg trader en jævel.
It's very clear focused on Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. There is no timeline. It's never. If you don't agree, the U.S. and or Israel whichever will bomb those nuclear facilities, and that is a threat Iran takes very seriously because in October Israel bombed the defense systems around those nuclear facilities and Tehran, and the Iranian regime is very weak at the moment, so they can't risk that.
So would they agree?
They are in a position where these talks could go well to agree because they're desperate for a win, given that they're on the defense and that they need to survive, and that they need sanctions lifted. But I don't know that everybody across the Middle East is happy about that, by the way. I don't think the Saudis are very excited about that. I know that those who are against working against Hezbollah in Lebanon are not excited about that. They want nothing more, me included, to see the Iranian regime crushed.
Well, so President Trump could get an earful about this. He's not just coming to these countries with his own objectives. They probably have things they want to say to him in return.
Absolutely, and I believe the Trump administration, from everything I've seen and those I've spoken to, there's a very large focus on this question of triggering a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. That is what incentivized these talks. And you saw it with the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He said earlier this week that he's hoping that these talks could open the door for talks with China and Russia to talk about decreasing their nuclear weapons altogether, that everybody could. That's very, by the way, Reagan-esque way of looking at things. It's a positive goal, regardless of what people like me.
Men han maler vel kommer i morgen da? Han kan ikke gjøre det, eller?
Jo, kan han? Det er perfekt, det.
Ok. Men får vi ta et baksedevalg da? Vi ferdig foran snart allerede.
Ja, vi klarer ikke det. Vi klarer å bli ferdig foran, men ikke bak.
1 eller 2 strøk?
1 strøk.
Ok.
Så, men se hvor fornøyd jeg da. Jeg må bare vise deg, altså. Se på de da. Jeg vet du trader, men jeg bare...
Du gir faen jeg trader du.
Nei da.
Jo,
At Greenwich Media Strategy
Også
here
der,
with us on Balance of Power. I would note the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is currently...
Jeg har tatt sikkert.
Men du tar alt for store posisjoner da?
Nei.
Nei? Bare sånn til pluss at du har tjent penger da. Hvis det går feil vei, så blåser kontoen din.
Nei.
Hvor mye har du da?
Shorter på vei over. Nei, jeg har tatt kanskje 100 trades i dag eller noe.
Ja, men hvor mange store konto har du?
Jeg skal gå på der.
Du har det på kontoen?
Ja.
Og så mange kontrakter har du totalt?
Nei, jeg må... Det er de som jeg sitter med, du ser det bedre her.
Men har du mer enn du trader enn det der?
Ja, det er de som jeg sitter med feil i bånd, helt i bånd.
Ja, ok.
Ja, så jeg trader med halv kontrakter og 0,20 og...
Ja.
Er det ikke bra?
Jo, veldig bra. Skriv dårlig samvittighet.
Meg?
Ja.
Nei, hva da?
Så jeg skriver dårlig samvittighet eller ikke?
Ja.
Siden du gikk inn og har noe forstyrret, så har den her gått opp. Jeg fikk ikke lukket posisjonen min. Nå fikk du dårlig samvittighet.
Ja.
Ja. For når jeg sitter og trader, så må jeg sitte og trade. Jeg kan ikke ha besøk hele tiden. Det blir jævlig vanskelig for meg å følge med oss. Det gikk nok med 30 poeng.
Der kommer det igjen.
Ja. Love it. It's ridiculous that Trump would do anything for his own gain. Ah, yeah, right. Er du slag, Johans? Ja, så lenge de rører på seg, så er det slag. Og ikke Trump prater hele tiden, så går det fint. Når ikke jeg glipper litt gevinst, det ordner seg. Alex er verdens snilleste fyr og hjelper meg, så det er ikke noe stress. Det samme rommet også når jeg prøver å sitte og trede, så kommer folk inn og dytter på vinduer. Jeg blir jo helt der, liksom. Så jeg må ha et nytt kontor. Han er i hvert fall stabil på det å være ustabil. Ja, det er helt seriøst. Jeg har vært med siden det åpnet seg. Jeg tenkte bare beløpet når marginen er riktig program. Det er sant, det er 2000 år. Vi holder massevis Damonei. Har du tredje på high risk i dag? Ja, det har jeg gjort cocaine. Jeg har tredet 19 transaksjoner nå, hittil i dag. Men Alex har blitt jævlig flink til å trade, men det er som jeg sier til han har alt for store posisjoner i forhold til kontoen. Det er så lett å drite seg på, ass. Lena, det funker ikke. Det skjer ikke her, ass. Jeg skal ha et annet sted jeg skal sitte etter hvert. Jeg har tatt undersøkelse av ryggen min, da. Sitter i stua. Jeg sitter på et kontor nede. Vi driver og pusser opp her, skjønner du. Så det kommer jo... Og så kommer folk for hyggelig å snakke, da. Men de skjønner jo ikke at jeg må følge meg her, da. Det er ikke alltid folk skjønner. Er det noen leger her, eller, som kan lese sånne greier her? Mr. MR Lumboscaleriale Camuna. Ingen tidlig undersøkelse til sammenligning. 5 lumbale virvler. Det er normalt signal fra konus medullaris. Hva i helvete? Nivå LN, L2, L2, L3, L3 er intet å bemerke. Nivå L4, L5 foreligger degenerative signalforandringer i en lett høyredusert og dorosalt bukende mellomvirvelskive. Det er også uttalt fastleddoartrose, og dette bidrar til en moderat sentral spinal stenose. Der det fortsatt er noe gjenværende væskesignaler Durasekken. Det er også lett å redusere passforhold. Venstre foramen irreversible. Hva faen? I nivå L5S1 foreligger det degenerative signalforandringer i en høyredusert og lett dorosal bukende mellomskive med modic 1 forandringer
President Trump
I
threatened tariffs
tilstøtende
of 31%
dekkplater.
on Swiss exports to the U.S., citing a significant trade deficit in goods with that country. Wall Street may be ending
Degenerative forandringer I nivå L4, L5, L5, S1 med moderat sentral spinal stenose I første nivå. Skjønte noen noe av det? Jeg er fucked, sier Geir. Må jeg operere nå, eller? Jeg har så vondt, jeg klarer nesten ikke stå. Hørtes ikke helt bra ut. Jepp, sier en pro. Jeg må operere. Ta meg inn. Skal ta deg inn. Speak. Hvordan gjør dette? Lena, jeg vet ikke hvordan dette Høyreklikk. Invite to speak. Der har vi deg, Lena.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons here in Washington, live on Bloomberg TV and radio as we still
Tok imot supporten her, så...
Ja, men kom det noe fra Trump nå, eller?
Nei, det har lagt guttungen.
Halloen.
Nei, det kom fra han der kameraten til Trump. Hallo, Lena.
Enfro har sikkert mer fornuftig svar enn meg på hva det for noen ting. Men jeg ligger jo selv med ryggen. Har gjort det I 14 dager nå. Til meg så var det alt står I spenn bak I alle muskulaturen helt fucka. Det som har hjulpet meg, som har gjort at jeg kommer meg på fotene nå de siste 2-3 dagene, det at jeg legger, så nå har du penn og papir, så, eller noen har penn og papir, eller skrivende. 30 legg på, du får legge deg på magen, så legg på først 30 sekunder med is. Og så når det 30 sekundene gått, så tar jeg 30 minutter med varmepose, eller en sånn varmeflaske, I 3 minutter. Og så 30 sekunder med is igjen. 3 minutter med varme, 30 sekunder is, 3 minutter med varme og 30 sekunder is. Jeg skal love deg det litt etterpå. Det den beste smertestillende jeg har hatt, og jeg går på 15 milligram med morfin nå.
Jo, men hos meg nå så det jo forandringer I skjelettet mitt.
Ja, men for å roe ned muskulaturen rundt der du har forandringer I skjelettet, og så poenget også for å roe ned alt I hop nå, sånn at du får, for det der smertene ligger. Smertene ligger I skjelettet. Jeg har jo også en prolaps som de kunne for så vidt ha operert, men det var så mye annet rart opp meg.
Skjønner.
På tirsdagen så hadde jeg 3 nevrokirurger, 1 nevrolog og 1 psykiater innom meg på rommet mitt. De kom frem til samme konklusjon, alle sammen. Det var samme konklusjon som alle mannfolkene jeg har datet de siste 2 årene med og har kommet med. Jeg et komplisert kvinnemenneske.
Skjønner. Ja, jeg må bare teste det da, rett og faen. Cocaine, det ikke det, det ganske likt. Vi kjører 3 døgn rundt, de kjører 1,5, og så har de litt dyre på ettermiddagen, så de varierer litt. Fikst. Satt en ny short her oppe, hvis ikke det var en grunn til at det ikke opp her nå. Det ikke noen meldinger fra han kameraten nå, Stig, som du kan se?
Nei, det bare Leavit, jeg vet ikke hvem det som har kommet.
Luvit?
Ja.
Det unge, du snakker så mye.
Ja.
Hva det
sekretæren?
Ja.
Ja, og bare hun som kom med kommentarer.
Hun burde holde seg til OnlyFans.
Fy faen, der hadde jeg tjent mye penger, tror jeg.
Det tror jeg også. Fy faen, hun ganske kjapp, hun, ass.
Ja.
Hun ganske flink. Jeg synes hun dritflink.
Skal begge det nå?
Og hadde en diskusjon mellom deg og hun, det tror jeg kunne vært interessant.
Meg og hun?
Ja, I hvert fall hvis dere har vært uenige.
Ja, det vet ikke om det hadde gått helt bra, egentlig. Men en jeg har lyst til å diskutere med Støre. Han hadde faen meg kledd av. Ja, faen for en Han er Vedum, faen for en tosk. Han skjønner jo ingenting. Han er basically retard. Hot call, fingerfint, muskelspasmer eller helsebrenn. Det blir litt annet når det presset på nerven mellom LSN, så det er alt annet som sto der. Da her er mye med ryggen til på MSV. Ja, jeg har vært veldig stor før. Trent mye, vært svær. Bola apekatt, som det heter på godt norsk. Jeg husker jeg hadde sånn problem med ryggen før, når jeg trente og holdt på som verste. Så gikk jeg på gymmet, så tok jeg bare sånn her belte, strakk ut, så liksom det ikke gjorde så vondt, så var fortsatt jeg liksom. Trodde jeg kunne gå på vannet, vet du. Og nå når jeg liksom passerer 40, så bare, fuck, nå får jeg skikkelig problemer, det er jo helt latterlig. Det er så rart at det er så rart at de smertene kommer mange år etterpå, liksom. Hvorfor kommer det ikke med en gang, da?
Ja, jeg har holdt på med ryggen til jeg var 20, ja.
Hæ?
Jeg har plantet med ryggen til jeg var 20.
Ja, det er ikke noe kult. Nei, jeg har løftet mye vekter, ikke sant? Og trent jævla tungt. Så det er jo derfor jeg har fucka ryggen min og alt i gang der.
Du har trenet kjernemuskulaturen for noe?
Ja, jeg har ikke trent det bra. Bare løftet tunge løft, kjørt bare masse tunge øvelser og ikke tenkt på noen ting. Helt idiot. Men skal vi
Jeg har operert noe før, ja.
Jeg har operert for prolaps tidligere. Det var ikke noe kult det, altså. Da ble smertene borte på en dag, men jeg klarte ikke gå på veldig lenge da.
Jeg var oppe på nesten Prag med en gang etter siste prolapsoperasjon.
Ja, Geir også, eksen din Geir også operert.
Eksen min Geir, ja.
Ja, han operert.
Jeg tror jeg såret han veldig i år, altså.
Han operert ryggen sin.
Wow.
Har du også operert?
Veldig løse.
Har du operert det også, Stig?
Operert? Nei. De ville ikke operere meg.
Vi snakket om en Geir nå, hvor løy seg han ble.
Geir var lei seg, skikkelig lei seg.
Ja, du får trøsten da.
Jeg orker ikke.
La seg fosterskilling og vei seg i søvn.
Hva du sa, Stig?
Han la seg i fosterskilling i går og skrek seg i søvn.
Ja, de bruker å gjøre det, de mannfolkene som kommer i veien for meg.
Hva er det som feiler deg, Lene? Hvorfor ligger du på sykehuset? Hva er greia for noe? Hva er det som er ødelagt med deg, liksom?
Det er ryggen.
Det er ryggen, da.
Jeg klarer ikke å gå. Nå er målet mitt å klare å gå i 10 minutter uten prekestol, og klare å gå trapp, for da kan jeg hjem. Det er første mål. Så får vi se videre. Forløp etterpå.
Jeg har skikkelig vondt selv, ordentlig vondt.
Kan vi lage sånn X-con-skjella?
Hva du sa for noen ting?
Kan vi lage sånn X-con-skjella?
Ja, du skal lage nye skiver.
Impro, jeg var helt idiot før. Helt gæren. Så det er bra at du var imot meg. Jeg var helt apekatt før. Ikke faen idiot jeg var. Jeg hadde sånn svært treningsforum før, for jeg drev sånn kroppsbygging, trening og sånn. Så hadde jeg sånn svært forum. Jeg var helt apekatt. Helt idiot. Ja, er du gæren? Jeg var så tjukk i huet.
Hvorfor er jeg ikke overrasket?
Nei, men altså, jeg var sånn, jeg var helt tulling, liksom. Det går ikke an å være med tulling i dag.
Hvilken årsmodell er du?
Hæ?
Hvilken årsmodell er du?
Ja, det kan du bare drite i!
Ja.
Ja.
Men sant, da blir det at ikke holdt på å passere 40.
Holdt på å passere 40, ja.
Ja, svart skjegg, det det viktigste. Eller det svart nå, da. Og så blir det svart til neste uke også.
Men hvorfor i all verden kan dere ikke bare lette opp for å bli grå?
Nei, hvorfor skal jeg gidde det? Robert i vest. Robert, han kler det. Jeg kler ikke det. Ikke nå, I hvert fall. Nå jeg pluss på...
Alle klær å være grå.
Ja da. Gjør kanskje det.
Jo.
Vi snakkes igjen, bro. God helg, da. Jo da.
God helg.
Men moren min begynte å bli gråere når hun var par og 20 bare. Jeg har en kompis som også som begynte å bli grå når hun var par og 20, så det varierer veldig, altså.
Ja, vi mine første grå år når jeg var 22.
Gjorde det?
Ja.
Ser du det bildet som har I profilbildet nå?
Ja.
Det ikke farget på 4 år.
Du har brunt hår?
Ja.
Du har 76-modell?
Ja.
Da har du 49 eller 50?
Jeg blir 49, ja.
Du har ikke noe grått hår?
Ikke et eneste grått hår.
På hodet.
Og jeg vil ha det.
Du vil ha grått hår?
Jeg vil ha grått hår.
Nå har du fått deg for mye morfin. Det bare piss.
Nei, jeg har alltid vil ha grått hår.
Nei, det vil du ikke. Men jeg har ikke grått hår på toppen, liksom. Jeg har bare grått hår på siden her. Jeg ser som sånn professor.
Ja. Jeg var rosa I en periode, da. Det var råtøft.
Nei, det ikke tøft.
Jo, det var det.
Nei, det ikke det. Rosa hår ikke kult. Da du rett og slett, da stemmer MDG og traktorlespe. Bare glem det.
Nei.
Rosa hår ikke kult. Det ikke sånn stig.
Ja.
Da stemmer MDG, og så tror du at du skal redde verden, og så stenge en oljeplattform, liksom, og så går du rundt og skjønner ingenting.
Jeg har aldri stemt MDG.
Jeg bare tror ikke tresprit. Det ingen I sin sunn fornuft som farger håret rosa. Ja, du rysa nå, søte Lena. Du på morfin.
Men jeg har aldri betegnet meg som mormor heller, da. Det skal jeg si.
Det for at støvet datt ned den Nico. Du må bare ta en dusj.
På kassa jeg begynte å pusse opp litt jævlig. På kassa? Ja, det har ikke jeg fått ennå. Ja, det deg? Og du kledde jo?
Ja, jeg sa jo det.
Ja, det var jo litt hot der. Hva skjer da?
Ja.
Hva faen skjer da?
Ser du fargen på struppene som over BH-struppene mine der?
Geir! Hun her må du knalle på. Hva skjer da? Det bildet der ble tatt når jeg skulle kjøre sørover med ungene I baksetet. Den kjolen som har på der en limegrønn og kjempekort. Det var 2 år etter jeg var singel, så jeg var litt... Nei, sånn året etter jeg var singel, så jeg var litt fresh. Og hadde høye støvletter, sandaler med nagler på. Og så stoppet jeg og så plukket opp en haiker på hell. Nei, på hell så jeg på klett. Og han visste ut at jeg hadde unger bak I baksetet. Og så så han heller ikke at jeg stoppet. Så jeg bare gikk ut og så skulle få han til å komme da. Og så jeg jo mer imponert over at han torset å bli med og sette seg inn I den bilen. Reiki, det support@frontlocker.com. De svarer med Så du driver og plukker opp haikere, Lena? Det ikke så smart, vet du.
Jo. Det det mye, da.
Nei, fy faen. Det hadde aldri gitt.
Nei, men det finnes ikke rett, vet du. Det det som så sjukt.
Flytt til Oslo, så skjønner at det ikke så smart.
Jeg datet en torpedo en gang, og han bare liksom.
Ja, men de ofte snille. De bare slemme mot de som de skal hente penger fra. De snille de også. Ja, jeg tror jeg den, ja.
Tommy, det til den jeg ikke har rygg til å knalle med Geir. Jeg har ikke rygg til å knalle med Geir, så jeg kan ligge. Hallo. Jeg klarer ikke å stå opp, helst.
Stå opp ned, helst.
Da begynner vi å snakke Kamasutra, tror jeg.
Jeg blir knulla av Donald Trump hver dag, så det greit. Jeg føler meg rundpult av han hver dag.
Ja, det høres ikke bra ut.
Nei, fy faen.
Deilig.
Ja. Men Geir får jo den var, ja.
Geir bare dro, han bare, dette orker jeg ikke mer.
Han tørs ikke sånn.
Nei, han fikk litt hetta her.
Dumpa han i går, og så begynner han å få... Nei, stakkars Geir. Uff. Så det... Nei, men da skal jeg lette opp ord på igjen, da.
Du skal legge deg?
Nei, jeg kan sitte og jobbe lenge. Men jeg er så ikke oppe lei av meg, tenker jeg.
Åja, jeg er ikke lei deg. Bare prate om de naglebåndene dine og rosa hår og alt mulig. Det går bra, det.
Neglebånd, faktisk.
The Trump administration considered compact of 3% of Greenland model after agreements with Pacific National Parliament. Jeg er så lei. Hvorfor er de så aktive? Ja.
Jeg har 2 stier. Jeg har en diva, og så har jeg skogstrøy.
Ja, men de fleste jenter har det, tror jeg. Jeg så naboene forrige uke med sminke. Da fikk jeg et sjokk. Jeg trodde ikke det var samme dame.
Nei. Jeg har en venninne som sier at jeg har dusjet når jeg har pyntet meg. Og hun mener at jeg skal dusje meg litt oftere.
Ja, det er ordentlig, det. Stig dusjer aldri. Stig bare drikker og aldri dusjer.
Ja.
Og så jobber du med fisk. Det lukter jo helvete hele tiden.
Ja, fy faen, det.
Vi trøndere, vi har fått inn karsk og brennvin med morsmelka, vi, vet du.
Ja.
Det er ganske utrolig. Jeg sier det igjen, altså. Jeg sier det hver dag, at vi går opp på sånne meldinger. Jeg synes det er så fascinerende.
Går på sånn?
At vi går opp hver gang det kommer en melding fra Trump-administrasjonen. Nå var vi ordentlig ned der. Kommer en melding fra hun Dåsa, og så går vi rett opp.
Ja, Tommy, jeg blir snart uteligger, det, tror jeg.
Vi følger New York i hvert fall.
Ja.
Hvordan ble det du fikk til å teste ut en sånn nøkkelring, eller?
Ja, og jeg venter til jeg printet ferdig der på.
Ja, han må printe ferdig. Jeg har bestilt et hav av han.
Den ble egentlig råtøff. Altså at han kunne prøve å printe ut en av de rosaene, så en av de svartene, sånn at det blir en maskulin og en feminin nøkkelring. Høres ikke det bra ut, Joachim?
Jo da, jeg er med på alt, jeg. Bare ikke... jeg blir så sliten av det.
De har vel ikke kjøpt den svarten. De andre har den ut er litt... Den er litt... hva skal jeg si? I mangel på ordet. Altså når du er maskulin og selvsikker og... Altså på norsk, på trøndersk så blir det karavoling, men jeg vet ikke...
Hva faen kalte du ordet for noe?
Karavoling.
Karra hva?
Hva er det på...
Karvått. Altså, du er oppstoppernazi. Eller sånn...
Jeg tror ikke jeg vet på det heller.
Nei.
Sånn... litt sånn fin på seg selv? Litt sånn høytidelig?
Høl på deg selv.
Ja, høytidelig.
Høl på seg selv, ja.
Selvgod.
Ja.
Innbilsk.
Noe sånt.
Hvorfor må dere ha egne ord som ingen skjønner en dritt av? Det lurer jeg på.
Fordi at det er litt morsomt. Altså, jeg kan si ting som Robert og Stig ikke skjønner også. Hvis det er ring.
Jeg tror Robert snakker like breit som deg.
Nei, Robert og Stig snakker mer likt til meg og Robert.
Ja.
Trade Representative Jameson Greer in Switzerland with the Chinese this weekend. It'll be the first public talks between the two largest economies since President Trump imposed.
Jeg er jo fra den plassen som ikke så fryktelig langt unna der Stig egentlig, vet ikke det, Stig?
Jo.
Du fra Steinkjer, ikke? Ja.
Ja.
Men du var sparbu, da?
Ja.
Det blir på andre siden, da.
We get CPI next week. So many moving parts, but of course tariffs remain the thing in focus.
Tariff. Fed Barclay says not all firms can raise prices on tariffs. Det veldig negativt for markedet.
Jeg synes jeg hadde rart at sendt med at det ingen som hverken går long eller short.
Ja, på sentimentet stemmer da?
Ja. Det kan jo forklare hvorfor jeg ikke har hatt noen større bevegelser. Det ikke noe folk vet ikke.
Jeg tror at folk bare venter, rett og slett.
Ja.
Jeg må slå av lyden her, for at jeg skal kjøre seng.
Du skal kjøre seng?
Ja.
Ok.
Og da blir det litt sånn... Hører du noe lyd?
Ja.
Nei, det gikk bra.
Snakks etterpå.
Nei, når dere ikke hørte det så. Jeg har sånn sykehusseng, vet du, så jeg kan bare kjøre og sette meg opp i sånn sittende stillinger.
Skjønner. Jeg synes det er koselig på sykehuset. Jeg er der veldig ofte selv.
Ja, men når du ligger her i 14 dager, eller jeg har jo vært på 3 forskjellige sykehus da. Det er det.
Jeg kommer alltid på sånn der hjerteovervåkningsavdeling og sånn, og eneste som er litt kjedelig er at alle som er rundt meg, sånne gamlinger som fjerter og raper helt av, det ble jeg litt sur på. Men det er god mat der, og veldig god mat altså. Jeg synes det er veldig god mat på sykehuset.
Ja, det synes ikke jeg da. Men jeg har fått mye havregrøten her, var ikke så verst da. Bortsett fra i dag, men jeg skal ikke se hva den smakt.
Jeg får kanskje få hva jeg vil nesten. Eller jeg får snitter, og så får jeg middag så der liksom. Men jeg synes ikke det er noe ille på sykehus, altså.
Nei, det er så mye jeg ikke kan spise, så jeg må ha sånn alternativ mat, og det er jeg ikke god på.
Nei.
Så det er det. Tommy, nei, jeg er litt usikker. Jeg har ikke spurt om det. Jeg bare gjør det da. Tommy lurer på om jeg kan kjøre sykehusseng når jeg smekker fullt om morfin.
Jeg liker ikke morfin, ass. Jeg liker ikke å være ruset i det hele tatt. Jeg hater ikke å ha kontroll på...
Nei, men det som er at hvis du kjenner at du blir ruset på å ta morfin, så trenger du ikke det, for da går ikke dit det skal.
Det kan lage litt mat.
Hæ?
Det kan lage litt mat, da.
Ja. For jeg kan ta 5 milligram, og hvis jeg ikke trenger det, så blir jeg stussende i høyet. Men nå er jeg på 15, og jeg kjenner ikke heller. Jeg kunne kjørt bil.
Nei, jeg bare liker ikke sånn.
Nei. Ikke heller, jeg tar ikke det, så det er jæklig skjedd jeg betaler, men nå har jeg måttet bruke det da, så da ser det så klart.
Ja.
Men jeg er veldig restriktiv på det, ja.
Det er lett å drite seg opp en gang der.
Men det var jo, jeg har jo undertrykt alle smertene hele tiden, så kroppen min kollapset jo ferdig om fredagen.
På enkelte så funker ikke stoff i kroppen som omdanner kodein til noe. Sitter du med personen på risky-konto? Ja, 2 stykker dump money. Jeg er opp 5% på risky i dag.
Jeg tåler, altså det er gitt tramadol og Paralgin forte som drops, liksom, det funker ikke for at jeg ikke omdanner det. Men den Oxycontin som jeg tar nå, den funker.
So what is the latest data really telling you about the consumer's tolerance? Because I mean, of course, anecdotally, we're saying people are packing and everything, but when you look at the data, I mean, we have CPI.
I know, jeg er jo sykepleier, så jeg vet akkurat hva jeg skal være forsiktig med. Jeg har fått nedtrappingsplan, så det Jeg skal nok stå ham av.
Du sykepleier?
Ja. Jeg sykepleier, og så har jeg 40 studiepoeng i ledelse for mellomledere, og så har jeg en master i helseinformatikk. Og så har jeg den intuitive coach-utdanningen etterpå.
Det var såpass.
That sentiment is not always the best predictor of spending, and wondering, when or if that correlation might change.
So when the soft data turns hard, I guess, is what you could.
Men har du dere utviklerne dine, som du snakker om? De inn på her, de også, eller det noen du har utenfor å gjemme bort noen sted?
Nei, han inn på her av og til, han ene.
Ja. Jeg har noen sånne ideer til ting som jeg skulle ha utviklet av, men jeg kjenner ikke noen utvikler.
Han veldig, veldig dyktig.
Ja. Jeg vet akkurat hva jeg skal ha, og jeg kan sikkert tegne opp databasen opp det, men jeg kan ikke bygge det. Det ikke noe god på programmering. Jeg kan lese HTML-filer og lese Python og sånn, men jeg klarer ikke å programmere det selv, da.
Skjønner. Nei, jeg kan ikke en dritt.
Det morsomt, da.
Ja, men jeg holder meg til trading,
Ja, det artig, da. Ja, da må jeg først kikke litt mer på AI og event, men akkurat nå så har jeg mer enn nok med å stable meg selv på fotene. Karsk hjelper litt. Ja, nei, drikker ikke. Jeg har ikke drikket siden 2020, så det... Tren funker. Tren?
Ja, det gjorde jeg. Jeg brukte det, Nejo.
Hva det for noe?
Trembolone. Parabolan. Det ikke noe bra for kroppen.
Nei. Ok.
Ødelegger lever og nyrer og alt mulig rart.
Ja. Ja, da må du holde unna det. Ja, til å kortle med proteiner, skikkelig gode proteiner i stedet. Hvor er Sahara en i dag?
Hun jobber. Hun på klinikken sin og holder på.
Ok.
Hun jobber til sånn 9-10, tror jeg.
Ja.
Hun veldig heldig, altså. Hun så flink, vet du, så hun har fått så jævlig mye kunder. Så det
ja, det bra.
Det litt kult når du liksom starter for deg selv, og så man litt sånn der, liksom, man vet jo aldri hvordan det vil gå. Det en risiko, ikke sant?
Ja.
Hun veldig, veldig flink og har passion for den driver med, så det veldig stolt av henne. Det veldig tøft. Hun hadde veldig fin lønn og fin jobb der hvor hun var. Og så, hun litt sånn gründer, hun litt sånn rastløs. Så så sa jeg det til henne, bare gi gass, jeg backer deg. Ikke på grunn av meg at hun gjorde det, men liksom det greit å vite at man hjelper henne, så at man tør liksom å...
Ja. Men det jo så viktig, for det jo det de fleste mannfolkene i dag feiler på, det å støtte opp kvinnfolken når hun vil gjøre noen ting.
Nei, jeg backer
min oppfatning da, i hvert fall. Ja.
Nei, hvis jeg vil gjøre noe, så det 100%. Om jeg vil, uansett om jeg mister alle pengene mine, så backer jeg ut.
Ja, men det sier jo mye om hvor stor du
Jeg vet ikke, jeg vet ikke faen.
Det vekst ikke noe mange sånne som deg på 3.
Nei, jeg vet ikke, jeg bare føler at hvis du skal være sammen med noen, så hvis du ikke vil gi alt, så trenger du ikke være sammen med dem, da kan du ikke være singel. Så hvis du først sammen med noen, og du liksom går inn for det, så man et team, da man partner, og da gjør man alt for å backe den andre. Det i hvert fall sånn jeg ser på livet da.
Ja, men det derfor jeg singel.
Ja, ikke sant.
Jeg tror vi fikk høre litt hvordan han som jeg var gift med var i går, så jeg tror ikke vi trenger å snakke mer om det.
Du må vise deg bilder her, Lena, da kommer det til å skifte mening. Det bare ta en telefonen her.
Hvordan bilde?
Det hvor det rosa håret ser ut som sånn der pornostjerne.
Ja, men... Det ligger da i chatten her, da. Jeg viste at han, herregud, han så da meg, han bryr seg ikke om det.
Hva sa du for noe?
Han brydde seg ikke om det, han så da meg.
Nei, nå spiller han hard to get, jeg vet det.
Det?
Er ikke du Geir?
Geir?
Det ikke Geir du sa? Hva er det vi snakker om nå? Jeg skjønner ingenting.
Altså han faren til ungene.
Ja, han ja. Og at han var dust?
Ja.
Ofte så det sånn at man ikke vet hva man har før det for sent. Det standard.
Ja, det fikk han vel. Jeg vet ikke, men han har fått drømmedama nå, så de har det veldig bra, så det var bra ord.
Ja, men det bra, for da finner du deg en etter hvert også, vet du. Det ikke noe stress.
Nei, jeg har det jæklig godt å lese.
Du kvinne, du har det godt uansett.
Ja, altså det får ikke komme noen inn og fucke opp livet mitt. Ikke det. Den som skal komme inn til meg får lov til å komme, men da får den gjøre livet mitt bedre, ikke verre. Stig ville at jeg skulle sende et bilde her om
Nå skal Stig drive oss sånn. Nå skal Stig kopiere bildet ditt.
Nei, det dere Overtraders-greia i det svart som han ville ha. Ikke det. Der. Jeg synes den jævlig tøff, da. Den litt brutal, kanskje.
Get some sense from looking at the Chinese economy that they have some incentive here too to de-escalate things. So both parties are some type of de-escalation. I think the question is, how far do they really want to go in this first meeting after all of these tensions have been ramping up over the last several weeks?
Who has the leverage here, Dan? Who's holding the cards as
president? Det Pripina, jo.
As if we came out with and then, expected the Chinese to, bow down, but they have not. President Xi Jinping has not called President Trump, even though for a while he seemed to be pleading for Xi to call him every day. So
har du med en Borko? Han ble litt snurt på meg i går.
Long term,
the
US probably has more leverage just given the size of our economy and the balance of trade that we have with China and the state of China's economy.
Long term, does that go until the next elections? Because this Republican
Party... Det lenge siden jeg flirer så gærlig som jeg gjorde i går kveld, i hvert fall. Herlighet.
I går?
It's a great point, but
I går kveld, ja.
What I was going to mention is that short term, I think China has the advantage because they can really throw a lot...
Følte meg egentlig som jeg var 9 år i skolegården igjen.
Såpass. Nå har du fått deg mye morfin, Lena.
Nei.
Jo, det har du.
Men det var sånn den følelsen av at vil du være kjæresten min? Nei, jeg vil ikke være kjæresten min, for jeg vil være kjæresten til noe sånt. Men han får jo ikke mer opp inn enn han gjør dette selv, da.
Ja, det sånn. Du gikk ikke det på sykehuset, i hvert fall.
nuance in the background.
Nei.
These small refineries
Nei, litt sånn ellers av det.
are in China that are
Hvis du skal le litt, Lena, så kan du gå på LinkedIn, så kan du lese disse oppdateringene til alle disse menneskene. Det er så funny at
what's going on with talks with Iran and
Ja.
what's going on with talks with China. So I think the reaction.
Men skjønte du ikke det var for noe til dere teknopaut, og så skal jeg si hvorfor ble det navnet? Eller hvorfor jeg fast med det?
Hva faen sa du nå?
Når jeg jobbet som systemansvarlig og sånn, så kalte jeg meg for teknopaut.
Hvorfor det?
Ja, for du har jo fysioterapeut, du har ergoterapeut, du har liksom sånn, men jeg var helsepersonell med interesse for det tekniske, og hadde teknisk bakgrunn i tillegg. Eller teknologi, derfor var det teknopaut.
Teknopaut, ja, det passer jo.
Ja.
Og så der har vi font Brit Training. Oi, nå ble det dritfint da.
Oi.
De har tatt hele plattinga mi.
Ja.
Da går det fint. Da gjør det ikke noe med bomma på den traden. Da er det tilgitt.
Du er på Asker, var du det?
Jo, jeg er bare Asker.
Vet du ikke jeg kom på nå?
Nei.
Jeg drømte at jeg var besøkt søstera mi, hun bor ikke i Asker, i natt. Og da drømte jeg at hun bodde i samme gate som du også har.
Hva heter søstera di?
Nei, hun bor ikke i Asker.
Er du sikker?
Ene søstera mi bor på Gjerdrum, og andre bor i Hønefoss.
Botox sier alt den har blakk med kalorier. Nei, jeg er blakk liksom. Er det det som er? Ja, det er det som er. Ikke faen. Nå er jeg pluss på shorten. Jeg shorta her oppe. Jeg sitter med fortsatt. Men jeg skal sies, jeg kjøpte det huset her når jeg var millionær. Da kjøpte jeg huset. Og så har jeg da mistet alle de pengene som alle vet sikkert. Og så her, det er det eneste huset er det eneste jeg sitter igjen med da. Så jeg hadde mye penger når jeg kjøpte huset, og huset ser ut som et søppeldynge akkurat nå, innvendig. Oi, nå tjener vi penger her, boys. Nå faller det som faen. Tok gevinst på denne shorten. Sitter fortsatt short med
Da,
Hæ?
da får du samle opp en sånn trader-greie hjemme, så kan vi hjelpe deg pluss opp hus.
Nei, jeg får hjelp faktisk av Geir, han under jeg skal hjelpe meg. Han er jo sånn taksmann sånn, så han skal hjelpe meg litt.
Men det taksmann betyr ikke at den kan jo snekker.
Nei, man har masse kontakter. Jeg har jo hatt snekker her, ikke sant? Og sånn, og han ene slo seg konkurs.
Ja.
Og så dro han til Russland. Det er kanskje like greit, for jeg dro hjem til han et par ganger. Og så et par andre... Nei, jeg vet ikke, jeg har veldig dårlig erfaring med snekker. Et par andre flyttet til Polen. Men det skal sies han russeren, det var norsk firma. Det er ikke sånn at jeg bare ansetter sånn der... det var ikke svart arbeid eller sånn. Det var russere da.
Billig arbeidskraft.
Nei, det var ikke det heller. Det er det verste av alt. Nei, for faen.
Ikke at den, men at den.
Jeg fikk til med referanser og sånn, bare endre når jeg gjør ting riktig, liksom. Det var bare, jeg ble fucka så jævlig. Jeg havnet på sykehuset, så kom jeg hjem igjen, så var han fyr borte, og så var halve huset ferdig. Altså, halve huset utvendig var ferdig, så måtte jeg få hjelp av kompiser å bygge, for jeg mistet de 40 millioner, ikke sant, som jeg hadde. Jeg mistet det på 4 år, 3,5 år. Jeg hadde jo ikke penger i det hele tatt. Jeg hadde bare masse gjeld, så jeg brukte alle pengene jeg tjente på alt mulig rart. Måtte jeg bruke til å betale renter, ikke sant? Ellers hadde jeg mistet huset mitt. Så jeg har aldri blitt ferdig med huset, fordi jeg har hatt så mye lån. Og når du har så mye lån som jeg har, og så blir du ufør i tillegg fordi du blir dæpsjuk, ikke sant?
Ja.
Så alle pengene, ja, og så var jo rentene ganske høye, ikke sant? Jeg har hatt gjeld på huset på 7,5 mill. Eller hva faen. Ja, på det meste hadde jeg 9 millioner gjeld, og så er jeg ufør.
Men du, hvordan regner de ut, altså det ene til det andre, for at tradinginntekter kommer jo som kapitalinntekt, ikke det?
Nei. Det kommer ikke som... Nei, men det kommer ikke som sånn der at du får pensjons... det beregnet som, hva heter det for noe? På lik linje som
Men du fikk...
tipping og sånn.
Hvordan har du fått det? Hvordan uføretrygd og sånn har du det da?
Hva sa du?
Har du uføretrygd og sånn da, eller fikk du ingenting?
Nei, jeg ble ufør i fjor, jeg. Tok lang tid å granne, altså. For jeg prøvde å jobbe når jeg var syk, og så... For jeg ville jo ikke være ufør, jeg så på det som litt sånn her, at da hadde jeg liksom tapt livet mitt. Men så måtte jeg bare akseptere, for jeg havnet jo på sykehuset hele tiden, og ble bare dæpsjuk. Så måtte jeg bare akseptere at jeg ble syk.
Jeg er jo i prosess nå med å bli ufør selv, men i forhold til å sikre hvis den blir syk da, når den holder på med trading, så bør den da betale inn den pensjonsgivende greia sånn at den får uføretrygd som den skal ha, eller er det...
Altså, når de regnet på ufør for meg, så regnet de de 3 siste årene hvor jeg tjente penger.
Ja, og så det var det ut ifra det du tjente?
Ja, så fikk jeg så selv om jeg fikk maks ufør, så er det veldig lite i forhold til hva jeg hadde i lønn før, ikke sant? Så det er jo ikke i nærheten. Altså...
Nei, vanligvis så går den jo ned 33,3% i lønn når den begynner på AP. Men jeg har kjent så mye at jeg gikk ned 40%, for hvis du tjener over 6G så går du ned til 66,6% av 6G. Da spiller ikke en rolle hvor mye over 6G du tjener.
Nei, jeg vet ikke. Jeg i hvert fall fikk maks og er veldig takknemlig for det. Men det hjelper jo lite når du har så mye gjeld. Men hadde ikke jeg kunnet trading, så hadde jeg ikke overlevd. Det er jo gæren. Tjener mer penger på trading enn noe annet.
Som skjer her nå.
Det er derfor jeg sier til folk også, sånn trading er liksom, hvis du kan trading og bruker tid å lære å forstå det, så er det faktisk veien til å kunne ha et bra liv, da. Hvis du vil bruke tid.
Det er litt derfor jeg er her og hjelper deg å prøve å lære meg det, men jeg bruker det litt over tid da.
Ja, for du trenger ikke å ha så mye penger for å tjene penger på trading. Du trenger bare å forstå markedet og forstå risiko og forstå, liksom. Men selvfølgelig, jo mer penger du bruker, jo høyere er risk-rewarden også for så vidt. Men du trenger ikke ha mye penger for trading. Du trenger ikke ha mye penger for å tjene penger på trading i det hele tatt.
Nei, men jeg har jo satt min litt på XRP-en, det har vi jo snakket om før.
Hæ?
Jeg har satt min litt til XRP-en om noen år. Men da er det jo litt greit at jeg vet hvordan markedet fungerer og lærer meg det frem til det, for da har jeg noe å investere med og prøve å beholde det jeg får da. Om det er 100 000 eller om det blir 1 million, det får vi nå se, men da vet jeg i hvert fall hvordan jeg kan gjøre de pengene til mer.
Det er dritbra, Øyvind.
Med at jeg har vært aktiv.
Nå har ikke jeg gjort noe på 2 uker, men uansett veldig bra. Ja, det jeg håper er at folk kan lære trading ved siden av meg, og så kan de trade på egen hånd. Det er det aller kuleste. Og lære makro og lære alt egentlig.
Nei, så Øyvind, kudos til deg. Han har forbigått copykontoen på Small Trades på egen konto hver dag.
Det er bra.
Det er dritbra.
is actually based in Carpinteria, California. I'm joining you today from Washington, D.C., actually.
Well, I'm getting all sorts of things wrong, but I'm excited about Procore. I actually think the software side is such a cool
Men ikke stress, Øyvind. Ta den.
business. I have a family full
Ja,
of
må ha
architects,
tålmodighet.
so they all use this stuff. But as
Det er jo som ikke har tålmodighet i hele tatt. For å si det sånn.
I'm wondering about not only the labor.
Men folk flest feiler på trading, for de vet ikke hvorfor de gjør en trade. Det er veldig mange som ikke helt skjønner greia. Og så gjør de, derfor er det jævlig viktig også på en måte, føler jeg da, å forstå ting. Sånn at det ikke er flaks, på en måte.
Du må vite hva du gjør, og hvorfor du gjør det.
Ja. Og når du vet hvorfor du gjør og hva du gjør, så er det mye lettere ikke gjøre noe heller. Hvis du skjønner. For hvis du ikke har peiling hva du driver med, bare kjøper for å gå opp og selger for å gå ned, så funker det fint en periode, og så bam, er du helt ut av alt det.
Og så kommer det fra
things that the industry has been used to dealing with, and I'm confident that the industry.
Botox anbefaler TT når man bikker 30-åra. Ja, jeg anbefaler alle faktisk.
Hva TRT da?
Det testosterone replacement therapy. De fleste menn faktisk, de sa før at når du bikker 30-40 så får menn lavere testosteronnivå, men det begynner faktisk å gå ned fra du 25 år. Så når du fyller ca. 30 år så det greit å sjekke I hvert fall, og så trenger du ikke, men du føler deg mye bedre da. Det så damer...
Men det mye som går an å gjøre for å ta fram den maskuline siden og trykke fram testosteronet da.
Jo, men det ikke...
Heller ikke ta slutt på.
Jo, men det ikke det samme. Du kan kjøre zink og magnesium, og du kan kjøre jern, og du kan kjøre mye sånt for å få opp egenproduksjon. Men når du bikker 30-åra som en mann da, så stopper kroppen å produsere det den gjorde når yngre. Det blir liksom... Det en saktere prosess. Altså, kvinner går med låglandsalderen, og det kan gjøre sånn over natta nesten, ikke sant? Mens menn gradvis, og selv om du gjør alt du kan for å ha høyere testosteron, så uansett vil kroppen produsere mindre og mindre.
Jo, men det handler om hormoner, og hormoner påvirkes av spoiler. Så du kommer langt hvis du kutter ut ultraprosessert mat og sukker og kveitmjøl og sånt faenskap som det.
Jo, absolutt. Men hvis kroppen I prosess, også at du begynner som en mann da, å produsere mindre hormoner, så gjør du det liksom. Men du kan sikkert bremse litt hvis du kutter ut, som du sier, prosessert mat og sånn. Men poenget var det at som mann så det veldig mange menn som depressive uten å vite hvorfor, og veldig mange menn som trøtte og slitne uten å vite hvorfor, og så går de til en lege som har lav testosteron. For en vanlig allmennlege har ikke noe veldig kompetanse på det greiene der.
Nei, men altså, før hun begynner å pakke på, altså, jeg liker jo ikke å bruke p-piller på kvinnfolk heller. Jeg synes jo at det mannfolkene som skal ta den støyten der, men I hvert fall, hvis du begynner å fucke med hormonene til kroppen, så har du fucket til det.
Ja, du må gå på det livet ut.
Ja. Og da liker jeg også å starte med noe som helt naturlig og prøve å få rett kjøl igjen I stedet for å pakke opp den.
Jo, men hvis ikke det går, det ikke alltid det går. Det ikke alltid det går. Hvis kroppen din ikke funker som det skal, og det noe hormonelt bak, så må du få tilskudd. Det ikke alltid kroppen klarer å fikse seg selv om sikkert veldig mange ofte tilfeller. Men hvis du begynner med hormoner I hvert fall, som du sier, så det et evighetsprosjekt. For når du får hormoner I kroppen utenfra, så stopper jo kroppen å produsere selv. Og det veldig mange som ikke vet det.
Vet du hvem som sliter mest med overgangsalder da? Til kvinnfolka?
Nei.
De som desidert får den verste overgangsalderen de som har gått på p-piller og prevensjonsmidler.
Ja, det visste jeg.
De kvinnfolka som ikke går på p-piller og prevensjonsmidler som hormonelt sånn, de får en mye mer len overgangsalder. Jeg har jo kommet I den gangen nå. Jeg jo snart 50, har jo ikke den nærheten til det. Ikke det jeg vet I hvert fall.
Jeg skal bare følge på at du skal hoppe på dere bordene og bli aksjer og fuck it. Fy faen. Det livet mitt har vært helt kaos, ass. Helvete. Det ingen som trodde jeg kom til å bli aksjemegler og ha de kundene av det. Ingen.
Hva var det egentlig du ville bli da? Når du var stor, skal du si?
Når jeg var liten så ville jeg jobbe som Calvin Klein-modell, og så ville jeg bli dyrlege, og så ville jeg bli musiker. Og så gikk alt til helvete, og skuespiller, for jeg dro til New York. Jeg fikk jo roller på sånn TV-serier, Guiding Light og EDTV, og ble flyttet til Portugal og flyttet overalt. Og så skjedde det der... Ja, det gøy. Masse bilder av dette. Jeg ser annerledes ut enn hva jeg gjør nå, da. Og så kom 9/11, og da ville ikke USA ta inn... Da kunne du ikke gå inn I USA på noe som heter kunstnervisum. For som skuespiller, så kunne du bli... Du kunne få jobb som skuespiller på kunstnervisum. Og jeg gikk jo på acting school på Broadway og sånn, hadde manager og alt.
Kult. Ja.
Ja, masse... Hvis jeg går på mailen min, så det hundrevis av sånne oppdrag og sånn som ganske kult. Ja. I hvert fall så ble jeg sendt til Norge, og så ramlet jeg inn I finans. Og så løy jeg meg til å få jobb som aksjemegler. Løy som faen. Ja, gæren visste ikke hva en aksje var for det.
Nei.
Ja, det var helt sjukt.
Tøft da.
Ja, men de gjennomskrev meg ganske fort, tror jeg. For jeg fikk ikke lov, jeg skjønte aldri hvorfor, for jeg fikk ikke lov til å handle aksjer på 7 måneder.
Nei, sant.
Jeg fikk ikke lov å trykke på noe. De bare, du kan hente kunder, og så kan vi ha en som klikker for deg. Jeg tror hun skjønte det egentlig sånn innerst inne, at jeg ikke kunne en dritt. Så det var morsomt.
Men nå kan du det.
Hva sa du?
Men nå kan du det.
Ja, nå er jeg utdannet. Nå er jeg fondsmeglereksamen og alt. Den har jeg her faktisk. Skal vi se? Den har jeg aldri vist før. Ja, jeg er statsautorisert fondsmegler. Kult. Ja, det er det eneste jeg har fått til I livet på eksamener, er den der. Jeg bestod ikke på skolen, jeg er ganske sprøtt.
Det er et papir I verden jeg ikke har lyst til å ha.
Hva det for noe?
Papiret på at jeg rett.
Du rett.
At jeg rett. At jeg normal, liksom.
Ja, skjønner.
Hvis du må ha papir på at du normal, da tror jeg ikke du normal.
Ja, det sikkert en god, det sikkert sant. Kan du ikke komme litt mer ned nå?
Jeg vet om noen som har det, faktisk.
Nei, jeg tenker at vi alle som vi og sånn det bare.
Ja, jeg litt uenig med Ole Ivart, da.
Hva sier han for noe?
For å være som en venn og litt bart som en sku. Men jeg har nå det inntrykket at vi må nå være som vi for vi ble nå som vi skulle, for jeg har ikke møtt noen ennå som ikke ble som de skulle.
Nå gikk det opp igjen. Det en til tweet nå, eller?
Our agents in our agent studio, and then internally we have been on a journey
Da satt jeg en ny short. Nå jeg pluss på den shorten. Sitter du og følger med. Tenk at jeg må drive og følge med på han Twitter da, for å trade. Det har jeg aldri gjort før.
Kan du ikke lage en sånn avtale, Nidio Borko, om at den som vinner på Euro-jackpoten I kveld skal ordne med sånn trader-treff?
Det har vært litt dårlig, da.
Ja, takk. Hvis jeg vinner 1,4 milliarder, da skal vi få på hurtigrutetur I egen til.
Hurtigrute?
Ja.
Hva faen dra på det?
Nei, jeg tror vi kan ikke. Ja, vi skal opp til Lofoten. Det fint å få med hurtigruta.
Jeg
Vi skal bare besøke Stig.
Jeg keen på å dra til Lofoten.
Ja. Ja, det blir så artig å få treff oppi der.
Ja, det ser så fint ut der oppe.
Ja, men det fint oppi der.
Most of that hiring was already completed at the
For,
Q4 and in Q1. The reason that's important relative to this question is essentially most of our expense structure is going to be around
Kødder du, eller? Tanta min vant 80 min. Det seriøst, eller?
Helt rått.
Hva faen skjer, liksom?
Født. Jeg unner dem som vinner, jeg da.
Ja, jeg jo. Det bare kult, da.
Ja.
80 millioner I cash, det vel skattefritt også, det ikke det? For det jo sånn premie.
Ja, men du må skatte på rentene til det du setter inn, da. Sånn etterpå.
Hæ?
Altså, hvis du vinner 1 million, og så setter du inn det på en konto, så må du betale av rentene som kommer til din konto. Eller? Jeg tror det. Ja, det ganske sjukt at det var andre premie. Jeg tok han. Eller Roy 2K, eller hva?
Howard, thanks so
Bare
much for
100
joining us. Really
kroner.
appreciate your time today. Howard Fu there, he's the Chief Financial Officer over at Procore. And our thanks, of course.
Jeg snakket jo med han der Idel Vollvik. Jeg var ute med han. Nå tar jeg gevinst. Ja, jeg er ute med han. Og det som jeg synes var spesielt var at han hadde jo cash, nesten 1,5 milliard. Men han var belånt i aksjemarkedet. Han hadde jo aksjer for over 3 milliarder kroner. Jeg tenker at når du har så mye penger, hvorfor i huleste helvete tar du belåning på toppen? Det så sjukt, altså. Det hadde holdt å trede med 10 mill, liksom. Ikke 1 milliard. Og så låner du 1 milliard i tillegg. Eller 2. Det så sjukt.
Ja, men også
Ta gevinst der. Ta gevinst der. Hvert øyeblikk. 2 sekunder. 2 sekunder. 2 sekunder. 2 sekunder. Bryt den ned nå, kom igjen. Nei, vil ikke. Da tar jeg neste runde. Sånn, ja, men 1,5 milliard da. I egenkapital, og så låner du like mye for å gå og trade aksjer, så blåser han mot alt. Det så sjukt at jeg har ikke ord for det.
Men hvor mange blant skal han gå på før han lærer? Men den innsatsviljen han har, og evnen til å klare å stable seg opp på fotene igjen, det jo helt imponerende.
Ja,
men han burde jo begynne å lære snart da. Har han gått konkurs mange ganger?
Ja, hans sterke team som her kjenner han veldig godt.
Ja. Nidjo Borko, vi snakker om en Idar Vollvik.
Ja, men det ganske sjukt, ass. Det sånn...
Ja, det helt sprø.
Jeg bare skjønner ikke at jeg tror man blir litt sånn blendet når man har så mye penger. Man tror man kan...
Ja, men jeg tror bankene må bli blendet, for det jo... Hvis jeg skulle kjøpt meg hus da, jeg får jo ikke kjøpt meg hus. For jeg har for lite penger, har for lite inntekt, jeg alene og stemmer.
Du har Geir da.
Ja, du får bare fortsette å prøve å spekkert finne ut på det selv etter hvert.
Jeg fikser Geir.
Men hvis jeg hadde mye penger, så har jeg jo fått kastet penger etter meg. Det spiller ingen rolle.
Ja, jeg vet.
Jeg har hatt litt rønner, så har jeg fått så mye.
Jeg vet akkurat om det. Jeg har prøvd flere ganger, sånn som for eksempel når jeg hadde mye penger, bare gå i banken. Da fikk jeg lån sånn. Og bli behandlet på en helt annen måte når jeg ikke har penger. Og samme med butikken også, hvis jeg går sånn som jeg gjør nå med cap og sånn halvbola liksom. Det blir ikke, det ingen som hjelper om å finne klær da liksom. Hvis jeg møter opp i dress, for jeg gikk jo alltid dress for dress og slips, da blir det tatt vare på, da kommer det med en gang og skraper deg. Det litt rart. Eller det ikke rart da, men det liksom, det sånn det
Ja, men det...
Ida Rønne Bravo norske nettbutikker som 20 stykker og 600 kroner. Ja, det dritbra da. Men Ida har gjort det bra på flere greier han, som ikke alle vet. Han står på som faen.
Jeg har jo en forretningsidé som jeg har lyst til å gjøre, men jeg er avhengig av å ha investorer for å gjøre det. Men jeg vet jo at hvis jeg har fått i gang med, så har det jo vært et skrikende behov der ute for det. Men og det skal pengene mine gå til. Det fristridsenteret, eller rehabiliteringssenteret som jeg snakker om.
Du skal starte ditt eget rehabiliteringssenter?
Jepp.
Skjønner.
Som spesialrettet imot det jeg holder på med, og en spesiell gruppe som ikke blir ordentlig ivaretatt i det norske helsevesenet i dag.
Hva det eldre og pensjonister?
Nei, de blir ivaretatt. Det de som har som kronisk syk og med ulike utfordringer, som har masse traumer, og for å gjerne hjelpe ut og få ut traumene til folk. For det det som jeg synes artig. Det så digg når jeg får det til, liksom.
Skjønner. Ja, man har alle forskjellige drømmer.
Ja.
Jeg har lyst på en ubåt, jeg.
Ja.
Det skal jeg ha. En ubåt, plass til 2 eller 4 stykker.
Jeg liker meg best oppå vatten, da.
Ja.
Padle kajak og sånn.
Nå stiger Gull videre. Gull stiger videre nå.
Investigators with the Justice Department and the SEC want to know what senior company executives knew about that deal. CrowdStrike shares are 4.7% lower. Wall Street may be ending this week on a cautious note. The U.S. and China prepare for investors skeptical that these talks will result in a comprehensive agreement.
Jeg skal prøve å få til 2 sånne prototyper til nøkkelringene til frontbroker og undertraders, tror jeg. Det ikke et frontbroker, det undertraders.
Undertraders.
Ja.
Gull står på stedet hvil. Jeg bare så her på Bloomberg, jeg. Den er opp 1,15%, er ikke det, Adrian?
Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin says it is not a given that companies will be able to raise their prices to offset the cost of tariffs. He warns consumers' tolerance after
En ting, Joachim, kan du forklare meg, som jeg ikke har prøvd å spørre Robert om det, men jeg fant ut vi kunne ta det live, for det var kanskje flere til lære av det. Når dere er opp og tester markedet, hva gjør dere da?
Nivåer.
Sikkert.
Du ser hvor motstanden er hen, og ser hvor du snur og stopper en historisk tilbake I tid, så bruker du ofte timechart eller daychart, og så må du liksom, så ser du liksom hvor tidligere man snudde den da. Det nivåer da.
Ok, ja.
Det liksom, hæ?
Å forstå mekanismen bak, liksom, hva han gjør, og hvordan han vurderer.
Ja, men så lager du sånne streker, ikke sant? Strek her, strek der. Og så, det liksom, da treder du på nivåer da, ikke sant?
Ja, så når dere lager en sånn trendgreie, og så tester om det når opp til linja på den trendlinja.
Ja, det en måte å gjøre på. Jeg gjør det bare for å se så cirka, men når jeg treder så treder jeg på helt andre tingene. Men det veldig vanlig det der da.
Vikingpower, ja, jeg og Joachim skal snakke I kveld. Ja. Jeg skjønner at du spør om noe, men det får Joachim svar på.
Jeg aner ikke. Det ikke noe som meldt. Fed har pratet allerede I dag, men det ikke noen nyheter enda. Nå skal jeg ta gevinst på shorten enda. Må vi se om man klarer å bryte ned her nå.
Hjelp? At vi skal, var det for mye at vi skal prate, hva det for hjelp?
A new CEO in the first half of 2025, and we're all looking at the clock saying, okay, wow, 5 months have gone by. And, you know,
Men jeg trader jo på veldig mange forskjellige måter, Lena. Så jeg har ikke en strategi da. Det veldig mange som holder seg til en strategi. Men jeg trader jo på masse forskjellige strategier, og så det veldig mye makro.
Og så har du vært med noe såpass mange ganger, mye I gamet og lenge at du gjenkjenner jo patterns og fort at du bare, det går på automatikk nesten.
Ja, jeg kan bare sette meg og se det jeg ser meg, jeg trenger ikke bruke grafen.
Nei.
Men det sikkert fordi jeg har sittet og holdt på etter I så mange år, og så har jeg sikkert noe, ikke aspargis, men hva heter det for noe?
Du sånn neurodivergent.
Et eller annet rart med meg.
Neurovariert. Neurovariasjon.
Sikkert.
Det en liten sånn, du har nok et lite snev av autist I det.
Så når jeg jobbet som megler, så jeg på alle grafene samtidig, så hadde jeg noe som jeg sa her I går, jeg så på tick by tick. Så ingen som skjønte noen ting. Så jeg bare satt og så på tallene. Det bare ramlet ned hele tiden. Jeg hadde alt oppe samtidig, og så klarer jeg å manøvrere meg mellom. Det var sånn jeg tjente med penger.
Det heter ikke asparges, det en mat. Men asperger det er nå under autismespektret. Så du får autistdiagnosen nå, den ikke... Jeg tror ikke du får Asperger-diagnosen lenger, faktisk. Du får autismespektret.
Jeg hadde en venn av meg som var jævlig flink, som var sånn autist eller et eller annet, etter faen så feilte han det. Han var jævlig god på tall og sånn. Han klarte ikke prate til mennesker sånn som det vi gjør da. Han hadde ikke noe sånn... Han hadde ikke noe følelse, eller hva faen jeg skal kalle det.
Nei, det er jo litt det vi snakker om.
Han ringte, han skulle trade for en kunde, og så tappte han nesten alle pengene hans. Og så ringer han opp, og så sier han henne, du må ringe kunden nå, og gi beskjed liksom, at det gikk til helvete. Og da ringte han kunden, så bare, hei, jeg husker ikke navnet på han da. La oss si han heter Paul, jeg husker ikke navnet på han. Så bare, hei, er det Paul? Ja, du har tapt alle pengene dine, ha det. Og så, hva får du gjøre? Så må vi bare, du kan ikke si sånn! Så bare, ja, men han gjorde det. Han tappte alle pengene sine. Ja, men du kan ikke si sånn! Jo, han tappte alle pengene sine. Jeg bare, ja. Vi vet, han tappte alle pengene sine. Ja, jeg meldte til deg. Min jobb er å ringe kunden, komme med gevinstresultat, han tappte alle pengene. Bare, skjønte han det. Så han ble da analytiker senere. Han fikk ikke lov til å ha prate med kunder.
Nei, men det er jo så mye lett å forholde seg til sånne som er så vendt fram og ikke fram lenger. Men vi snakket jo om det sist også, med det neurovariasjon. Du har 3 undertyper på det, og du har jo dem som har ADHD, det er en undertype. Og så har du dem som har autisme, og de kan også gå over i hverandre. Da får du det som de kaller ADHD. Så både autisme og ADHD. Og så har du den tredje som er høy IQ. Og det at de kan også tippe litt over i ADHD og litt over i autismespektret.
Jeg tror ikke jeg er høy.
Og dess høyere IQ du har, desto lenger ut i spektret blir du da.
Jeg har aldri testet meg for IQ. Jeg tror ikke jeg har noe høy IQ. Jeg skjønte ikke en dritt på skolen.
Det tror jeg du bare kan gjøre, fordi at du har en sjukt høy IQ når du holder på med det du gjør, og skjønner så mye som du gjør med det der. Det er ganske...
Jeg forstod ingenting på skolen. Ingen.
Nei, hvorfor? Det interesserte ikke.
Ja, det er også en ting. Men jeg har sett sånne IQ-tester før, og liksom jeg skjønner ikke helt. Jeg tror ikke jeg hadde gjort så bra på det.
Nei, men også hvis du... Men andre patterns og sånn da, du kjenner jo sikkert det på andre ting.
Altså, jeg ser jo skalaen til hver tid, nesten helt klart.
Jeg har jo på, jeg vil legge 130.
Er ikke det jævla?
Det er alle sikkert.
Er ikke det veldig mye?
Jeg gjorde jo heller ikke noe bra på skolen, men jeg fant noe som ga meg interesse, så satt jeg jo plutselig med en masteroppgave i hånda, så det var jo...
Men hvis du har 130, er ikke du Mensa da?
Jo. Og da kommer du innan i det samme som autistene er da, på en måte.
Oi, såpass. Å, faen. To sekunder skal ringe.
So you've got French people on the board, you've got Italians on the board. You don't have that many. I'd say
Elon Musk har vel 160, mellom 150 og 160. Einstein hadde vel 180 eller noe sånt.
Skal jeg hente deg, eller?
Nei.
Ja, for det...
And Elkan already, right out the gate in January.
Jeg har ikke sånn her.
As soon as
Alt er borte.
he went to go visit Trump, and right before the inauguration, it came
jeg kan sjekke.
which was he said, okay, that plant that Tavares said he was going to close in Illinois, I'm going to reopen it. So it's like
Ja, så de uten at jeg vet hvordan de sjekker det.
Har Elon Musk 160 IQ?
Ja, mellom 150 og 160.
Å, fy faen.
For han jo utvist, så når han visste det Hitler-tegnet som de påstod at han gjorde, så var ikke Hitler-tegnet, altså for han har ikke de sosiale antennene til å skjønne at det en greie, liksom. For han var bare ivrig i det han holdt på med.
Hallo.
Hva fy faen til nå, Prepina?
Ok. Ja.
Åja. Hva bra, Sahar!
Ja, Sahar var flink i dag, da.
Ja, fy søren. Det jo helt rått.
Hoppet vi opp på støtte nå, eller kom det melding fra The White Office her nå? Ikke at du dro på noe jævlig, men jeg jo skeptisk hver gang du går opp her nå. Stig, får du sett? Nei, jeg gjorde ikke det. Det var bare support her nå. Jeg sitter og ser det. Ja, nå må jeg ta gevinst her nå da. Vi liksom en 0 på Nasdaq. Tesla ganske greit på vei ned her. Apple har gått opp med nesten 1%. Nvidia fortsatt rødt. Amazon litt grann grønt. Tesla opp 4,3%, bare opp 8,5% i seg. Falt bra nå. Netflix er 0,32, Vasta er 0,71. Så markedet på en måte... Markedet har tatt pause i dag. Det har ikke gått... Har ikke rørt så veldig på seg. Vi har basically bare ramlet siden åpning. Vi ramlet med 200 penger på neste siden åpning, før denne jævla meldingen kom. Det jo... Jeg synes sentimentet ganske tungt nå. Synes ikke du det, Stig? Han er sikkert drita der oppe i Lofoten. Stig!
Jeg liker ikke å legge ned noen unger, da.
Ja, men ikke bare gir dem litt whisky, da?
Ja, nå skjønner vi hvorfor han rommet har blitt som han blir, sikkert. Eller blitt.
Skal jeg sjekke her nå. Nå er penger her nå. Skal vi se om jeg skal ha litt mer enn nå. Kom igjen. Go down, 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 down.
Hvordan fester man ballonger til en pinne? Den står så vidt fast. Hæ?
Så har vi en sånn baby shower greier.
Åh.
Ja,
men de sitter fast her da?
Ja, så jeg driver og arrangerer baby shower.
Ja. Bruk tape da, Sahar, eller sytråd. Det var nusselig da. Jeg ble jo tante på på mandag.
Synes du det er stas?
Ja. Det er så fin at det... Ja.
Er du glad barn?
Jeg har 3 selv, og så har jeg 3 barnebarn.
Det er ikke vært glad i barn for deg.
Jo, jeg er glad til unge. Jeg har jo jobbet i barnehage, men alltid små doser. Jeg er glad i mannfolk, men jeg trenger ikke å ha dem rundt meg hele tiden.
Nei, jeg skjønner ikke. Jeg husker når jeg fikk kid, jeg følte ikke en dritt for mye før jeg gikk kjempelenge. Så jeg fikk ikke noen farsfølelse, ingenting. Det var som å se på en hamster ligge i en skål. Det var bare dritkjæring. Ja, men den første tida er litt mer mammas tid. Alle snakker om at det er så stor følelse å bli far. Jeg fikk ingen følelse. Jeg bare satt og så på det vesenet og bare tenkte, hva faen er det her for noe? Det rører ikke på seg, det bare sover, det driter lapskaus. Det er null. Jeg fikk ikke noe sånn farsinstinkt, ikke shit. Så tenkte jeg, er det noe gærent med meg? Hva er det gærent med meg? Jeg fikk null emotion. Ikke noe, før at det kanskje gikk, kanskje påstå, kanskje et år, eller? Før jeg liksom følte at det her er noe koselig greie, liksom. Jeg hadde ingenting. Ikke at jeg mislikte den, men jeg hadde ikke noe sånn der, jeg fikk ingenting, jeg.
Det som Preppina sier at det ganske normalt, og det fordi at de første 12 årene så ungene stort sett mer knyttet til mora si. Det når de kommer i tenåringsfasen, og spesielt gutter, at de da trenger pappaen sin der, for å vise å være den gode rollemodellen som fedre skal være. Det fra instinkt, altså rett og slett fra vi var apa bortimot.
Det stemmer, Øyvind. Jeg pleier å slutte å trede klokka 11 egentlig, og så vi oppe på den etter 12, unntatt til helga så det stengt. Nei, men jeg fikk i hvert fall, jeg hadde ikke noe farsfølelse, ingenting, tok dritlang tid. Og så husker jeg at når den ungen først poppet ut på sykehuset, så følte jeg sånn, ja, men jeg fikk nesten sånn avsmak, det var bare sånn, fytti faen, det verste, det var bare drit, ass.
Har du sett denne videoen til barnefaren som står og nesten kaster opp under fødselen?
Nei, men nei, jeg vet ikke, jeg har sikkert hatt dårlig opplevelse med det, men det liksom, jeg har ikke noe, det var ikke kult, så jeg synes jeg ikke.
Men du har bare Romeo?
Ja, mange, 5 stykker.
Har du 5 unger?
Med naboer og alt mulig.
Du kødder nå, eller?
Ja, jeg kødder. Vet da, jeg kommer tilbake. Det bare Stig som har helvetes mange barn.
Har du mange, Stig?
Nei, jeg har 3. Pluss en bonus.
Ja.
Eller snart 3.
Snart 3. Venter dere, sånn?
Ja. Sjekk filmene, tenkte jeg.
Hæ?
Sjekk filmene, tenkte jeg.
Har du sett meg film?
Av det jeg skulle lage.
Ja, det var bra. Nei, Guri! Den så fin! Ja, men den må du jo, kan ikke legge den på chatten, da? Det ble jo helt knall. Men det har blitt bra, som vi snakket om, hvis du har fått frontbroker-greier på baksida.
Ja.
Har du lagt den på chatten?
Nei.
Kan ikke gjøre det, eller?
Jeg kan sikkert gjøre det.
Den ble fin også, Joachim. Jeg fikk nesten tårer i øynene nå, for den ble så bra.
Han sitter ikke der.
Nei, det gjør den ikke. Hvor ble han, ja? Jeg ser bare rosa skjerm, jeg ser på han. Den ble jo så nuskot da. Se den. Tikk den nøkkelringen da, folkens.
By the way, do the kids still want a Tesla? Emily, do you, do your classmates, do you want a Tesla?
Det ikke helt tullende, det ble litt for tynn. Må litt tjukkere.
Men den må prøve seg litt frem.
Ja, jeg skulle kjøre den gjennom kjapt.
Ja. Det jo for å se, går an å justere S-en og få det smalere og gjøre det litt finere så det så.
Ja.
Og kanskje den andre rosaen egentlig finere når du skal ha det sånn som et nøkkelklippe, sånn som det der.
Jeg har 3 forskjellige rosa farger.
Geir maskin. Stig, du tenker på som maskin, ikke Borko?
Gud vet hva han
Stig maskin, ja, han litt da.
Ok.
Nei, jeg trodde ikke Borko, jeg trodde det var skremt bort den Stig. Nei, Geir. Han ble skremt i går.
Vi får gå dødt til markedet. Herregud.
Det er ikke farlig da, når vi får til å ha det litt gøy da.
Ja. Jeg har jo gjort pengene mine i dag, altså. Faen.
Ja.
Fredagens trade.
Ja. Jeg har bare hjemme sånn på skøy bare. Bare venter på at det skal gå ned igjen, og den gjør vi vel alt.
Nei.
Og vet ikke du?
Hæ?
Du venter ikke på at det skal gå ned, du?
Ja, nei.
Nei?
Nei.
Nei.
Jeg tar en dag om gangen, jeg.
Hello, sexy!
Hva skjer nå?
Hvem av oss du snakker til?
Ja, det hører jeg på.
Sjekk snappen din da, Johns.
Nå?
Ja.
Ok, vent da.
Og chatten. Er det samme?
Ja, det samme.
Ok.
CBS's Nicole Scango says the day after the acting FEMA director was fired, his replacement is already making waves.
Har du laget en nåting?
Ja.
Så fort?
Ja.
Det var jævla kult da.
Den var råbra.
Den var jævla svær da.
Ja, den var litt stor.
Det er bare å justere størrelser på bildet da.
Ja.
Men før jeg skal hente Sahar på klinikken, så kommer jeg tilbake. Men spørsmål, har det kommet noe tweets nå fra han kameraten noen steder nå, eller er det bare teknisk som surrer her nå?
Det kom...
Kom det melding
fra han? Skal sjekke.
Det kom nå.
White House official transplanted sign order to discourage criminal enforcement and regulatory offenses.
Jeg sa ikke kommet noe spesielt som er markedsverdig.
Da bare tar det rolig. Jeg er livredd for han. Kan du sende meg meldinger som begynner å kødde? Jeg er tilbake om en 40 minutter. Ja. Jeg følger med selv, men jeg hører ikke nyhetene. Da snakkes etterpå. Skal vi ha på alt, eller? Ja, eller? Ja. Jeg gjør det. Snakkes etterpå. Ha det. Det har vært kul, den. Men jeg skjønner jo at den var litt femi, da. Så vi må prøve å få den på en svarting også, tror jeg. Ikke misforstå meg rett.
Was 85 years old. The Pentagon has ordered the military to pull and review any books in their libraries that discuss anti-racism and gender issues. Less than an hour before the trading week, the Dow is off fractionally. S&P 500 in the green, but just barely. This is CBS.
Det er en sånn svart og greia også. Nei, så bra, Timmy. Vi som har vokst opp bare Pippi Langstrømpe-tida og hun hadde negerkongen til pappa, så da har vi lov til å si det vi vil, tror jeg. Så, det er helt greit med folk som blir krenka. Den kan jeg forstå, for da må man bare ta seg til tak og så bare si unnskyld. Men det som jeg ikke helt får til å skjønne, det er de som blir krenka på andre sin vegne. For de blir mer krenka enn de som faktisk burde bli krenka. Det opplever jeg i hvert fall.
Does Chicago native Pope Leo XIV root for the Cubs or the White Sox?
When Dalton, Illinois native Cardinal Robert Prevost was elected Pope yesterday, the Cubs posted on social media, "Hey Chicago, he's a Cubs fan." Wrong, says his older brother John Prevost.
He's Sox.
John says they've always been Sox fans growing up in that Chicago suburb.
Because really from Dalton to Sox Park wasn't that big of a
deal. And of course, we were both altar boys, so that was one of the rewards that we got, was to go to a Sox game.
In a statement, the White Sox said they're honored to have a Sox fan represented at the Vatican, and the Pope is always welcome at the ballpark. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive tackle Desmond Watson has already made NFL history, even though he's a rookie. The 6'6", 464-pounder from Florida is the heaviest player in league history. He's signed with his hometown Bucs after going undrafted. He'll begin his NFL journey during Tampa Bay's rookie minicamp this weekend. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Jeg skal ut og gå meg en tur, jeg går ut I gangen her bare da. Men jeg kommer på etterpå.
With insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Jeg hørte du snakket når jeg gikk I stedet før jeg gikk, men jeg gikk ikke hva du sa.
Nei, jeg bare rusler meg en tur ut I gangen, bare for å rusle en tur. Så det ble litt bort.
Hels sykepleierne.
Ja. Den jo ganske kjekk, den andre sykepleieren som I dag.
Jeg bare høver over. Bend over.
Jeg kan ikke, jeg skal få slippe å utsettes for akkurat den, tror jeg.
Filmed in foreign lands.
And so hopefully we'll get some clarity on that from Chris Palmieri later in the show. I'm Norma Linda here with Matt Miller. We're filling in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic. You can choose what order you decide to see that in. But we are going to hear from Amy Morris with the Bloomberg Business Flash here for Bloomberg News.
All right, thank you, Nora. President Trump floating that 80% tariff on China ahead of this weekend's negotiations. The White House says he was just throwing it out there. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Representative Jameson Greer are set to start those talks with China in Switzerland this weekend. Joe Quinlan at Bank of America says the trade talks are in the driver's seat for investors.
The big event is this weekend in Switzerland. I mean, where we go from here, I think, is going to be dictated what between the United States and China. Can they at least, it's nice that they agreed to talk, but I think any kind of energy behind this rally is going to revolve around bilaterally those two countries.
Joe Quinlan at Bank of America. We've been watching the markets all day. We check them for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 now up 3.5 points. NASDAQ up 12. The Dow is down 60 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.37%. The 2-year yield at 3.88%. New York Fed President John Williams says keeping inflation expectations anchored near policymakers' target forms the bedrock of central banking.
Well, right now, there's a lot of uncertainty about what's happening with trade policy. Right now, the economy's in a really good place in the U.S. Unemployment's in 4.2%. Inflation's 2.3%. The other indicators show we're still a pretty solid economy. So right now, we have time.
New York Fed President John Williams speaking with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix at the Reykjavik Economic Conference. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Matt Miller and Nora.
Thanks, Amy, for that Bloomberg Business Flash. We've got lots to talk about. I'm looking at a market that's flat here, but I really do want to dig into what's going on at Citadel. We're going to be joined here by Anna Kaiser, and she's based in Miami. Hope the weather is great there. It's rainy here in New York City. But Citadel is pushing for a 4-year non-compete. In Florida, it's essentially a lobbying spree. 4 years sounds insane to me for a non-compete. I'm really interested to hear what the reception has been and what's really going on here, Anna.
Yeah, so as you said, this is a bill that is in the Florida legislature. It is still waiting to be signed by Governor Ron DeSantis. So that is still pending, but it would allow for non-competes and garden leaves in the state to last for up to 4 years, which is a really long time, as you say. You know, some of the lawyers and policymakers who I spoke to for the story just described this bill as like very employer friendly. It puts a lot of power with the employer when it comes to non-compete agreements.
I mean, when I think about people and whether or not they'd actually sign a non-compete, I mean, if Citadel is a big name, of course, but do we feel like they have the juice? Do they really have the reputation enough to really get people to be willing to sign this 4-year agreement?
Yeah, I mean, I should note it's up to 4 years, so I guess it's going to be up to them, you know, how long they want to stretch those. I mean, it would be pretty hard for me to imagine doing it, 4 years is a really long time to be out on the sidelines. You know, it could really damage your career. I think it's something that employees there would probably have to think about a lot. You know, in exchange, like you said, it's a big name. They, you know, obviously compensate very well.
They pay a ton.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, it's probably a pretty tough decision that some future employees might have to face.
Yeah, I mean the devil's in the details, right? If they're paying me enough, and if the 4-year non-compete was gardening leave, on which I would continue to get paid a ton, I probably would want to sign that. But it's not always the case, right? That's what I thought when I initially read your story this morning, Anna. Like, oh, that would be great, you know, getting full pay for 4 years, hanging out in the Keys, knocking back margaritas all day. But the issue is you don't always get paid on those years that you have to sit out during a non-compete. And even if you do get paid, if it's gardening leave, so-called, you still often don't get your bonuses. And this is an industry in which
bonuses matter.
People make exactly the lion's share of their compensation is in bonuses.
Yeah, exactly. So it sounds like a dream, right? You just get to sit back and be on vacation, but as you say, salaries actually don't make up a huge portion of compensation for a lot of people who work at hedge funds. So, you know, that might help you keep the lights on when you go on a gardening leave, but it's probably going to be a pretty big hit to your income. So it's not quite as sweet of a deal as it appears to be.
So, Anna, the bill has passed the legislature, but it's still awaiting the governor's signature. What's the timeline here? Is it something near term that we could get an answer on this?
Yeah, it's still not on the governor's desk officially. You know, the legislative session ended last week. There are, you know, a flurry of bills to sign. This is one of dozens. So it's hard to say when he would actually sign it, but it would probably be in the coming weeks.
And I mean, Florida, as we think about, I'm always thinking about people that are making that migration over to Florida. Great weather. That's what I'm most jealous of.
But so flat.
Jag tror det är bara
This is true.
And it's not like the greatest
tekniskt.
roads. For me,
It's a no from you.
Kan bounce upp från supportområdet. Så går den ju upp normalt.
But the palm trees, right?
Yeah, palm trees are good, and like I said, you know, hammocks and mixed beverages. I appreciate that kind of thing, but you've got to deal with Florida man as well. Anna, what is it like living in Florida? I mean, you're surrounded by people that make the news as a joke. You know, not Ken Griffin, but the rest of the people in Florida. How is it living there?
I mean, it's an amazing place to be a reporter because there is never a dull day. We are always covering all sorts of different things, different characters, different figures, policies, politics.
US
You know, we've got
most
Mar-a-Lago
orders
stuff the
to
road. It's sort
facilitate
of the center of the
nuclear
Republican
plant
Party in so many
construction.
ways. You know, center of so many
Om det har
ideas
någon
that are coming
speciell
out of the
inriktning.
Republican Party. So I will say it's never a dull day.
So talk to me about why Florida specifically with this story, right? I mean, they obviously have a presence in other states as well. So
Citadel.
True. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
so-
yeah. Sorry.
The way that the bill is written, it says that these kinds of non-competes and garden leaves would be applicable for a company where their principal place of business is in Florida. So in theory, that is trying to say that these could extend outside of Florida. You know, also this is a very heavily Republican legislature. They do often pass things that are sort of friendly to the business community, I think much more so than in New York. So it's just it's a friendlier environment for something like this to pass.
Well, and Ken Griffin, right? I mean, you mentioned Mar-a-Lago's up the road, and I'm sure that when the president is in the state, he commands the obedience of most people there. But when he's not, Ken Griffin is kind of like the de facto leader, right, of Wall Street South. And he's given so much money, I would imagine, to Republican candidates down there in the state, as well as the governor, Ron DeSantis, that they tend to do what he wants them to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's only lived here for 3 years, but he holds an incredible amount of power and influence, and he's very involved in sort of all levels of government. He, you know, donates and supports local candidates and local races here in Miami, state candidates, and is just very involved in politics. He, donates to all of the big charities and philanthropies. So he has a really big presence here and in just 3 years. So I think it's pretty impressive. You see his name on buildings all over Miami and even in Palm Beach too, where he also owns property. So he has a very big presence for a really short amount of time, in my opinion.
And of course, this is a really big bill. What are you hearing from sources about the odds of it passing?
Governor DeSantis usually will pass something that is, business friendly. It didn't have a ton of pushback in the legislature. The bill sponsors really argued that this is very important for Florida's business community, that this is going to attract businesses that have very high-paying jobs because they're businesses that are dealing with, high-level trade secrets. So they sort of argued that this is actually really important for the business ecosystem in Florida. So in that sense, I think there's a good chance that the governor would sign it, but he declined to comment for the story. So we'll just have to see.
All right, Anna, thanks so much. Anna Kaiser, they're reporting to us live from Miami. She's in Miami, right?
She is in
She's
Miami.
in Miami, where, Ken Griffin and Citadel definitely rule the financial sector there, Wall Street South, as we refer to it. I know so many people, Nora, who have left New York, my age people.
Okay, you're a demo. Let's be specific.
Florida.
Hva er det for noe til de anabolske pannekakene dine?
To Florida because they have no income tax.
Right.
Number one.
Veldig protein, sikkert.
People my age are getting closer and closer to retirement. Number two.
Ja, men proteinet er så mangt.
These Wall Street people tend to be more conservative, more right-leaning Republican supporters of the president.
Closer to the hub there. I mean, I think that it's a really interesting, especially the story that Anna was telling us about what that means for competitors. Do they have to sweeten the deal when we're thinking about those in the finance space, and what really gets them going?
Ja, men er det cottage cheese, eller er det
must have pushed a lot of people out because
60,
it used to
70.
be
Ja.
That you were allowed to deduct all of your state and local taxes. It was like that for 104 years
Nei,
since
nei.
income tax started.
Jeg bruker å lage pannekaker av cottage cheese og havregryn og egg.
Cuts and Jobs Act. President Trump and the Republicans
Og proteinpulver.
stuck us with a cap of 10%.
Ja, gjerne gjør det, Nijo. Gjør porco.
Jeg bruker bare 1 kilo sukker, egg og melk og mel.
Da blir det vaffel da, Stig.
Ja, jeg bruker vaffelbrød, altså pannekakebrød. Det er gullig godt.
Det er sukker i vafler, og så er det salt i pannekaker.
That's Virginia. You're from Virginia.
I am from Virginia. I mean, I think I won't compare it to Florida, but I would say
Jeg bare dropp alt, for jeg snakker inn og vanilje og sånn. Trenger ikke.
Jeg får gå opp i vekt, vet du.
All right, I got to check it out. I'm actually thinking about going down.
Ja, jeg har gått ned 3 kilo på 14 dager, men det er nok å ta til, så det går fint.
Jeg har gått opp 20 kilo på et par år. Nei, på 1,5 år.
Ja.
Innenfor.
Bevisst eller ubevisst?
Nei, halvveis bevisst.
Nei, nå får jeg sikkert noe greier igjen da. Vent da, skal bare sette på pausen. Ja.
Jeg skal bare gå inn.
Fy faen, det så ut som en jævlig lang arm. Vi må gjette litt mer så tar jeg han, tror jeg. Armene hans er jo like stor som hodet mitt. Hallo. Nei, det er bare godt, det. Godt I pluss. Ja. Jeg har tradet I natt, og litt I morges. Nei. Og litt ut på ettermiddagen. Eller, ja, formiddagen heter det. Nasdaq var jo litt vanskelig da. Nei, jeg tradet Nasdaq og gull. Ja. Hva var det som var profiten min I dag, det? Pluss 3 milliarder.
We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 now up.
Det har passert 200 000.
No. Nasdaq is up 10. See, here's what's going on.
Spørsmålet til chatten, Stig.
Sterke time. Ja. Jeg er ikke komfortabel med å ansvare og sitte
That's how Wall Street is going to be ending the week on a more cautious note. Air traffic controllers guiding planes in and out of Newark Liberty.
Det gjør noe med psyken din å sitte og ha kontroll over alle sine penger.
Ja, men samtidig så det opp til hver enkelt å sette inn pengene og ansvaret.
Jo da. Men det ligger fortsatt på meg.
Ja. Altså, jeg skjønner at du kjenner på det ansvaret, men jeg tror det litt sånn at folk må være klar over at de selv tar det valget når de velger å gjøre det.
Ja.
Men jeg tror det greit nok ennå, men det kan fort komme noen som kommer til å gjøre det med vilje og hensikt, og så bare skape tillit, og så bare fucker det alt opp med vilje, liksom.
Ja.
Da kan en fort bli døra, tror jeg. Men det veldig greit med sånn som en Joachim gjør da, at det ikke, han tjener ikke noen ting før alle tjener, liksom.
Nei.
I det øyeblikket noen betaler, og du må betale 500 kroner for å bli med på copytradinga, men du får ikke da begynner jeg å bli litt sånn når du har fått pengene sine, så stikker de, liksom.
Finnes noen av dem.
Ja, det gjør det. Alt det måtte
Virker som en rolig
Analyst, he's a tax guy.
Så rolig.
To talk about this. Let's kick it off with you though, Chris. And I want to ask if people in Hollywood, if people in Los Angeles,
trønderske mannfolk veldig rolig og behersket, stort sett.
Helt til vi får oss alkohol.
De veldig traust. Det sånn, jeg tror det bare en type mennesker i Norge som traustere, og det dem fra Indre Østfold. Var det en bibliotekar fra Indre Østfold som fortalte meg, som jobbet på biblioteket i Trondheim.
Du må vite hva du gjør når du ser på koffekontrollen.
Put that out on social media. I think the studios would love to see more of a tax incentive thing than a tariff-related thing.
Ja, det må du visst da, Eivind. Man må ha tunga til morgen. Jeg fra... Nei, du jo Østfold. Jeg tror ikke jeg vet hvor Østfold engang.
Jo, det Fritjof.
Than tariffs or tax incentives, as you say.
Han på mopeden.
I don't understand really exactly how this would work. And Andrew Silver, maybe you can give me a little bit of thought from your vantage point, because there are a lot of films that are, you know, there's scenes
done in Eastern Europe or scenes, karakteren heter litt småtjukken med caps.
Du ser det i film?
Nei, bare en sånn karakter som var med i forskjellige ting.
Sånn hva?
Hjelp meg da, dere i chatten som... Nei, ikke vaktmesteren. Raimond! Samme. Ja, hvis noen finner igjen på YouTube, så kanskje vi kan gjøre... Han var jo skikkelig østfolding. Vi kan høre på preika om hele tiden, ja. Vaktmesteren, han vel i Oslo-Monsdagen, eller ikke? Tenker på en Narvestad, du. Jeg tenkte kontrollen.
Narvesen fin. Narvestad. Jeg tenker på
Narvestad, ja.
Narvesen, samme greie.
Robert Stoltenberg.
Ja. Kommer ifra Kautokeino.
Hvem som kommer fra Kautokeino?
Nei, jeg vet ikke. Det var det som datt i hodet på meg.
Ja, sånn ja. Ja, han spiller den finnen der.
Ja, Finland var det. Ikke Kautokeino.
Nei, ikke Kautokeino.
Here in the US as it pertains to films, but I mean, of course, to your earlier point, Matt.
In LA as well that said they're pretty happy about this.
Right. So, Chris, what are you hearing?
Get me.
Well, I think you have to differentiate. There are people that want the sort of carrot portion of the whole package, the tax incentives, as opposed to the stick.
Nei, det var det jo.
If you maybe own studio space and are in the business of actually making movies.
Jeg prøvde nå å gå inn i forrige helg på at det skulle ned markedet, og gikk jo ned litt da. Det var ikke nok. Jeg fikk ikke med meg nok til å vi høyere makter på det. Nei. Vi prøver igjen.
Gavin Newsom suggests sort of his own plan, which was $7.5 billion of federal tax credits, which was actually more in line with what the John Boyd group was proposing. Tax incentives, federal tax credits to make movies in the U.S.
Well, I mean, Chris, as a follow-up to that, so I cover real estate stocks, and one of the stocks that I cover is specific properties, and they are actually an owner of large Hollywood studios.
Så har jeg jo litt inntrykk av at alt jobb skal rase opp da. Det blir sånn tårnet som raser for dem som har det. Den metaforen klar. De som har vært borti tar og kort vet hva jeg snakker om.
The tariff portion, it's a little tricky for the studios. They're going overseas because they can. It's cheaper for them to do so. Okay, so if
ja, Mark, det blir veldig.
Tariffs to come back here, it's not necessarily a win for them. It's a win for U.S. jobs, which is.
Hva som skjer i helga? Var ikke det noe sånn stormøte skulle være stikk?
Ja, var vel ikke det, ja.
calculating a tariff on a foreign film. I mean, depends on how you define it. I mean, basically all the Star Wars.
Jo, det var noe US
in the UK or
og Kina Trade Talks
and it's a very complicated process.
Ja.
The Voight Group did suggest some way of
Kom
doing
noe I
so,
stad her.
only putting a tariff on the
Det der.
parts that are shot overseas, and then really only slapping the tariff on in the case of what they called a bad actor who could have made the movie domestic.
Jeg skjønner ikke meg så fryktelig mye på det som
I mean, I know people in LA as well who have space that studios rent, who have warehouses, and they have made for years revenue on companies shooting movies in their
Det kan jo gjøre slå begge leiene i Almas for det der da.
Because studios are going overseas more. Also, I will note Australia's U.S. envoy
Umulig å forutse.
tax on Bluey,
Ja.
which is a fantastic product, completely filmed overseas or colored overseas. And Andrew, I wonder about the
Men kanskje det blir slutt på
taxes, and I guess it's a much bigger
alt fram og tilbake.
Right? IEPA, which is the International Emergency.
Ja, det er bare at de kommer frem til enighet, så blir det vel normalt igjen. Eller, da går markedet I den retningen, og så blir det normalt.
And then a couple of courts
Får stabilisert seg litt, ja.
Now he's a huge
Ja.
fan of TikTok, of course, that Chinese social media site used to spy on us. What do you think about challenges to his tariff powers? Will they be successful in the courts, any of them? Is Congress ever going to take this power back from the executive?
So let me just start up by saying I'm also a huge fan of Bluey.
Yeah, it's great.
I have to see this.
It's a great product. Absolutely love it.
No.
I must be late.
So
I
the
bet.
reason that President Trump referenced national security when he was talking about this tariff
Why?
on foreign-produced films was because that's a key aspect of IEPA, right? If it's related to national security, then the
Det er bare sunt med sånne her dager der det ikke er
Congress has given that power away, even though it's
consolidation for en større bevegelse.
If it's national security, it's the president's business to do what he wants to do. And it has been
Konsolidering heter det på norsk.
But normally the president wins those lawsuits because courts don't
Eller
question national security.
på
And Hollywood films are a matter of national security.
forståelig norsk justering.
Isn't that what we all?
På en måte. Det blir litt justering.
Yeah.
Altså,
Nei, altså det konsoliderer markedet, altså går bare sideveis.
og sånn, ja. Er det det kan lese? Altså, når jeg tenker konsolidering, så tenker jeg på at vi konsoliderte når jeg var systemadministrator. At vi, da var det en sånn, kjørte gjennom hele systemet for å gjøre ting. Der.
There's so many great John Voight moments. I don't know.
Ja, nei, altså konsolidering, altså I markedet så er det at det beveger seg sidelengs før at det kommer en større bevegelse opp eller ned.
Ok. Ja, det er en annen uttrykk på den greia jeg vant til å bruke det til. Så det var greit. Takk for oppklaringen.
He leaves his pencil in the glove box, and then George has John Voight's pencil. And anyway, I wonder if you think he also screened Alcatraz with the president while he was at Mar-a-Lago, because together with the film tariffs came the idea to reopen that prison off the coast of San Francisco. And what's the reaction been like on the West Coast to that little piece of information?
Similarly, shock and awe. You may have seen the reports that that was closed 50 years ago because it cost 3 times more than any other federal prison to operate.
Ja, Øyvind, du kan vel close tredene som Botox også sett.
And I'm almost positive that Trump did not bet on journalism, but.
And Chris, I know Hollywood has really been through a lot, especially as we reflect on the fires.
Du kan close tredene, copy-tradinga manuelt.
What's the recovery been like for the industry more broadly?
Well, you have to understand what's going on here, you have to step back a few years. We had this era where people were calling peak TV, and there were 600 scripted TV programs were being made because everybody wanted to create the next Netflix. And it didn't matter how much you were spending, you were trying to get as many subscribers. That started to change around 2022. The strikes happened, and then the studio said they were already cutting back, and then they said we can get back by with a lot less. And at the same time, streamers were trying to... So we're now watching TV shows that were made in South Korea or France or Israel. And so...
Halv 10 jeg ennå ikke tatt meg en øl I dag. Fredag.
Production in the US
du ølhund?
2024 declined about 29%.
Du ølhund?
There's a number of factors.
Ja.
Cutting, the
Jeg
globalization
synes det godt med en øl I helgen. På fredagskvelden. Jeg er ferdig bare med å slappe av litt.
Ja, jeg har forstått det at det veldig mange som gjør det, men det et rødt flagg. Mannfolk som drikker øl, det rødt flagg. Ferdig.
Ja.
Nei, men jeg er allergisk mot gjær. Og da kan ikke jeg ha en mann som drikker øl.
Hvorfor ikke?
Han må velge mellom meg og øl nok, for å si det sånn. Fordi at ølgjæra går over I spermen, og da får jeg bare soppinfeksjon, og det gidder ikke.
Fy faen. Det kjipt.
Jeg tester litt for å se om jeg tåler det første gangen jeg drikker det. Jeg er litt spent. Jeg kan ikke spise brød og vin og øl og sånn, det kan jeg ikke drikke. Så jeg er spent på å se hvis jeg reagerer på den. Men det er snakk om en halvliter som jeg drikker. 3 dager. Jeg drikker ikke så mye til det heller da.
Du drikker ikke helt alt, du?
Nei. Jeg gidder ikke. Hæ? Nei.
Månevann.
Månevann drikker jeg. Jeg har ikke fått noe mye månevann nå når jeg har vært her da, men det skal vi begynne på med når vi kommer hjem. Jeg jo sær, jeg vet jo det. Jeg har jo fått bekreftet fra 3 nevrokirurger, 1 nevrolog og 1 psykiater at jeg et komplisert kvinnemenneske, så da må jeg bare stole på det. Jeg lever godt med det, altså. Ja, Timmy, livet gir og livet tar. Men jeg har det veldig greit, det. Det finnes mer enn nok mannfolk som ikke drikker, også.
Ja, vet du ikke.
Det finnes noen imellom også.
Jeg tar med en boks øl eller.
Gjør det, du. Vi har vel ikke tenkt å treffes I morgen eller vi?
Nei.
Så du skal få lov til å ta så mange øl du vil for meg, ja?
Jeg griser jeg faen meg også.
Hæ?
Jeg griser jeg faen meg også,
Bruker ikke gjøre det?
Ja, ikke... Ja. Kjem på hva?
Ja. Gikk du på Mære, eller?
Det gjorde jeg.
Ja. Hvordan år da? Eller, hvordan modell du? Jeg tenker kanskje.
Åja.
Åja.
87.
Ja. Du så ung?
Ja, ung.
Du bare gutten?
Ja. Ja, I forhold til deg, så var det.
Ja. Da var vel et av søskenbarnene mine kanskje som gikk der også? Nei.
Jeg skal ikke kjekse da, hva faen?
Ja, sant.
Det var fint.
Jeg tror 3 av... Nei, han blir ikke like gammel som deg, han, vet du. Ja. Du har jo treidet i 90 år, altså. Har du kommentarer til Preppi nå?
I år.
Tenker du at hvis du har små unger, så kan du leve lenger og få til å trade mer, Preppi, da? Får du til å svare på det Nico spør om her, og...
Check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg, and stocks are, well, I guess they're just flat. Let's get straightened out at the First Word Breaking News desk for today's afternoon call with Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Amy. That's right. U.S. stocks are quiet. Head into the U.S.-China trade talks this weekend. Dow's currently down 105 points. S&Ps are a little changed, and NASDAQ is higher by 10.
Du kom litt langt bort ifra mikrofonen.
Sorry, jeg hadde litt dårlig lyd.
Ja. Sånn, ja.
Nei, altså, han har jo suttet over natta nå i 2 uker, er det vel. Men planen han sier jo at han ikke skal sitte noe over natta. Jeg fikk vel det greia midt i trynet, sånn som har skjønt det.
Hva som på å fyke opp nå, Eivind? Det nå?
Nei, det ukesgrafen, det.
Det var et tilfelle før alt gikk ned.
Det var tilfelle før alt gikk ned.
Ja, ja. Guttene mine også gikk på Mære.
Ja, det.
Men de...
Hva heter de?
Nei, hallo. De 97 og 2001-modell.
97, så like gammel som søstera mi, da.
Ja, gikk hun der, da?
Ja.
Ja, da vet hun i hvert fall sikkert hvem han min ja. Garantert. Det har jeg vært høvet mitt på. For han ble konge ut der, forstår jeg.
Jaha. Er det landbruksskoler du snakker om, eller barneskoler?
Landbruksskoler.
Ja, nei, jeg gikk ikke på landbruksskoler.
Nei, ok. Nei, det også. Nei, mine gikk jo på barneskolen der, fra Meråker. Det var lang reisevei.
Ja, ok, ja, da skjønner jeg. Nei, jeg gikk på barneskolen på meg,
ja, ok, ikke landbruksskolen.
Nei.
Og ungdomsskolen havnet nok på Steinkjer, da?
Ja. Nei, jeg havnet på Egge. Steinkjer var etter min tid.
Ja. Og du var 87, 89.
87, ja.
Søskenbarnet mitt 89 på den. Mener jeg. Men det ikke sikkert du vet om den for det.
Nei, det vet jeg ikke, for jeg hører navnet, så...
Kenneth Sæter.
25 dater?
Ja.
Nei, nei. Leif Sæter var gammellæreren min.
Åja, nei. Hvem sine, mine eller Stig sine Preppi nå? Alle, egentlig. Nå begynner du å Stig.
Ja, mine 1 år, 6, 7 år og 10 år.
Ja, mine 28, gamlesten 28. Han har 3 gutter på 5, 4 og 1 år. Og så har jeg en på 24 og en på 17.
wars escalate and don't get resolved over the next 2 quarters.
I mean, doesn't
Tre
seem
gutter.
likely that they
Jeg
will
venter.
be resolved in
Time.
the next 2 quarters. But
TBD.
I wonder how the market,
Vi får merke sjansen for det, da.
reacts to that in your view. At the end of last year, post-election,
Ja, TB jo.
people were
TB er
talking
bestemt.
Jo, men at den gikk på hadde samme lærer som meg.
Ja.
estimate is for 8%, so also essentially cut in half.
Monobryne.
Hadde den Kjetil Øybryn?
Ja, han hadde store øyebryn.
Ja, men det er jo flere seterslekting på Steinkjer, så det har forstått om som at slekta mi er fra Leksvika, egentlig.
Yes, I mean, honestly, I think that's
Ja,
highly
okay, Timmy.
unlikely. That was also where we used to think that the Fed would be cutting rates a couple times this year. That looks increasingly unlikely. Though again, that can change on a dime.
Ja, 90 modeller, ja.
That is also
Jeg er enda yngre.
expecting that valuations could expand or at least stay
Lurer
at
på
hva-
these elevated levels. But if we're still talking about Federal Reserve
Så kommer han med 88 nå.
and
Ja, sant.
continuously
Ung.
seeing overnight rates of 4.5,
Ja.
and mortgage rates of 6, we shouldn't expect that valuations should remain elevated at 24 times forward earnings. They should be more like 20 or 18. And so the only way to, there's 2 parts.
Hvor faen var unge enn meg, du? Du er ikke tørr bak ørene engang.
Jeg føler meg som en gammel kjerring innpå her. Vet du, nei, vi er ikke så mange innpå her nå, kanskje. Det er sånn at kvinnfolka skriver alderen sin først, og så bare se hvem som er gamlest og yngst. Jeg må ikke da, da får jeg skryt.
Ja, da, Preppina er helt enig. Jeg er fortsatt 25 i hevet, så jeg stoppet på 25 faktisk.
Jeg har en kropp som har stokkene på bokstavene. Nei, på tallene, men ikke bokstavene, men tallene.
Begynte å spekulere, faen, så får til det.
Ja, for jeg er 49, men kroppen min tror at den er 94.
Ja.
77 da, ja. God helg, Nico. Ja, samme som meg da.
Ja, Stefan er jo 88, ja. Der fant du ut av trikset til Martinsen trader så bra. Hva var det?
Hæ? Hva er det som fant ut det?
Mark Dupont, Dupay, please.
Ja, det var sikkert ungene. For du hadde så mange unger. Og jeg gjettet jo
Ja.
Ja,
targets, det er jeg god på.
Regardless of how the tariffs play out over the next couple months, the damage is done, and the damage to our treasuries could even be worse if foreign countries stop buying them. So I think again, this is going to impact very mega cap companies.
Men Mark, du høres ikke helt norsk ut, altså på navnet, men du kan godt være norsk altså for det. Men Dupont er ikke akkurat norsk. Jeg er så glad at jeg ble født i Frankrike, for jeg kan ikke et ord fransk.
Jeg tror Kjell ord. Flaks at du kan norsk.
Ja, det stemmer på. Men så er nå aldri bare et tall også, da. Det sitter jo mellom ørene.
Ja, det er noe helt til du havner på feil side.
Ja, men altså, du kan jo treffe på folk som er 23, som er som om de er 50, og så møter du på dem som er 80, som er som de er 22, liksom. I modenhet. Jo da.
Ja, jeg synes det er helt bra, men
jeg skal ikke skryte på meg det, Annie.
About a minute left here. I want to get to your picks and ask about both magazine companies, Amazon
Men de pakker jo på seg så mye clean, Preppina.
The tariffs, I know that Tim Cook is very good at getting carve-outs from President Trump, and he's proved that, but still, they make, at least 80% of what they sell here.
Var det så fisefin, ja, vet du.
Jeg skjønner ikke. Ja, ikke sant? Jeg bruker jo knapt nok fuktighetskrem, altså på ansiktet. Bruker ikke solkrem, bruker ikke solbriller, jeg bruker, ja.
Jeg bruker ikke solkrem, jeg bruker olje.
Jeg bruker ingenting.
Jeg går vi for hudkreft.
Nei, det er omvendt, så. Jeg gleder deg til å bli 40, men det synes jeg du skulle gjøre for... Ja, men Stefan, du har faktisk rett, for at den hemorridekremen funker som fjell imot svarte ringer på øynene. Så lærte du det jo. Beste tipset ever.
Ha litt analkrem under øynene, ja, det. Jeg utviklet seg fint, det som tar den her, ja.
Ja, men det er for å få
underviser.
Jeg skal tiste til Preppi nå. Ja, og du har ikke vært enig om hudgreier.
Trikolog. Jeg får aldri hørt om en gang. Hva er det for noe? Du var frisør, salg.
Gud og hårlære. Gud og hårlære, eller hud og hårlære?
Lære om Gud og hår.
Ja, men Prepina, vet du hva shampoo som gjør håret mitt finest? Det er når jeg bruker natron og vasker håret med, og så skyller jeg og bruker eddikvatten som balsam.
Natron er fint å ha i maurtua.
Nei, og det blir så godt og glatt håret mitt at det bare... Men nå vasker jeg håret bare en gang i uka, da. Jeg skal helst gå med enda lenger. Jeg har lyst til å ikke vaske det hele tatt, liksom. Jo, men håret mitt er så mjukt og godt. Husk at jeg ikke bruker noen ting som helst av, ikke skjelle, ingenting. Det er helt 100% naturlig. Håret mitt blir bare fett hvis jeg vasker det. Det gidder ikke jeg.
Har du prøvd vann? Bare vann?
Ja. Det funker for meg da, Prepina. Jeg har ikke vært til frisør på 5-6 år, eller det. Jeg klipper meg selv.
Strømsvensk vederført. Ja, det er fint.
Jeg ikke få det, Prepina. Det er mitt hår, ikke ditt.
Når Berg skal på byen, så bruker han sånn grease fra maskiner. Sikker på gulvet fosterstilling.
Nei, men helt seriøst, Prepina, har aldri vært så fornøyd med håret mitt noen gang, som det er nå. Bortsett fra at jeg vil ha grått hår. Det får jeg ikke. Det står tips i måte for å få grått hår.
Trade. Start å trade ordentlig. Da får du mye rå hår.
Nei, det ser ikke sånn ut. Faktisk.
Okay, see, we're constantly changing, but okay.
I think it's a recent change.
I'm flexible.
We're all about week daily here, because David Weston's show on Friday nights,
right.
Wall Street Week, and then when he does a segment during my program, which is called Open Interest, every day from 9 a.m. to 11 on Bloomberg Television, they call it Wall Street Week Daily.
Okay, so we like the week and we like the daily.
And now this is Business Week Daily.
All right. Well, also, happy Friday, everyone. We are sitting here looking at a market that's pretty much flat, but you know what I've been looking at recently, Matt?
Flights.
Flight. I mean, I always love to book a flight. I love to travel. And
But not from Newark.
Not from Newark. Not from Newark at all. It says that Newark Airport was hit again by a 90-second outage earlier today.
It is insane. Air traffic controllers that are, moving tin, as John Cusack used to say, guiding planes in and out of Liberty International Airport, which is, by the way, it's so confusing to try and get there.
Tell me about it.
It's also confusing, apparently, to move the planes around in the air. They, again, lost communications and radar displays this morning at like 3:55 a.m. It's the second outage in as many weeks affecting the transportation hub, and I think a lot of people just don't want to fly there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it said the air traffic controllers alerted a FedEx aircraft that their quote-unquote scopes just went black again.
Yeah, the controller said, if you care about this, contact your airline and try and get some pressure from them to fix this stuff.
This is so alarming.
The pilot from FedEx 1989 said, oh, sorry to hear about that. I mean, I would be sorry if I were the pilot, right?
Granted, I mean, of course, FedEx did not immediately respond for comment on this, but this is just insane, especially given all that we've been dealing with in terms of the news flow with everything that's going on with airlines. I mean, of course, we had all those Boeing mishaps that has really been weighing on the stock for quite some time, and they're really trying to recoup those losses.
Boeing having problems with the 737, which I have to say is one of my least favorite planes to fly on. I don't like the narrow bodies. I don't like the Airbus A320s either, but we're going to talk to George Ferguson a little bit later in the program. He's our senior aerospace and defense analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's going to talk to us about this, the fact that Newark International Airport is falling apart, and the fact that IAG, which owns British Airways, as well as I think Iberia, the Spanish national airline, IAG has put in its biggest order ever for Boeing planes. But I think they're ordering the good ones, the wide body planes.
Hopefully so. But I mean, in terms of this Newark stuff, the fact that this is the second time, the last one being on April 28th, it's really making it interesting for people who, I mean, all of us that are here at the Bloomberg office, people love to go to the Newark airport.
And I think it's, by the way, it's got to put a damper on air travel in general, right? Because as I said, I found an amazing Fat Bob Harley Davidson motorcycle down in Fredericksburg. I'm going to go down there tonight and pick it up. And I thought initially about getting on a flight. I would fly out of the LaGuardia Marine Terminal.
Okay.
But then I thought, I don't want to crash and die. So I'm going to take the Acela.
You said safety first, you know?
Instead, right? I think I can take a train straight to Fredericksburg, right? Or at least I change in DC.
Gets you close enough.
And I go down there, and I'll get on the motorcycle, and I'll drive back. And I feel like riding a motorcycle back from Fredericksburg, Virginia in the middle of the night is going to be safer than flying out of Newark right now.
I mean, hey, if that's what works for you. I mean, I honestly have been looking at some of these Amtrak tickets too, and they're super expensive as well. So I'm wondering if it's people moving away from the airlines and maybe they're just trying to book trains right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be, not only do you not want to fly out of Newark, you can't because they cancel more flights out of Newark today than they actually have flying in and out of the airport. So
what a time.
We'll talk to George Ferguson about that again later on in this program. And right now we're preparing for my absolute favorite segment on Bloomberg Television and Radio, the Close Simulcast with my man, Romaine Bostick, as well as Scarlett Fu and Alex Steele. Do you watch this or listen to this every day?
Of course.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good time.
It is must-see TV.
Yes.
Matt Miller here, in for Carol Massar, Nora Melinda in for Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. This is Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick here with Alex Steele, taking you through that closing bell with the global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, as always. In the radio booth today, though, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic on assignment. Matt Miller fill in those shoes. I'm not sure if you're filling in Tim's shoes or Carol's shoes, but Nora Melinda will fill the shoes of the other as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. Matt, here on a day where we're seeing modest declines as we head towards the close.
Yeah, really very little change, right? The S&P down to 0.1%. And I was taking a look back to see how we've done this week. Also, very little change for the week. Very little change since April 2nd. We're basically unchanged at that 56.60 level since Liberation Day. Still off about 3% for the year, 1% since the election. But the S&P really hasn't done as much as maybe we would have expected it to after Donald Trump won the presidency back in November.
And if we're looking here on Friday, I mean, we're seeing energy is the best performing sector in the S&P 500 that we've been seeing, and real estate following right after.
You know what has moved a lot since April 2nd is the U.S. dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Index down about 3.5%. So as much as we've seen the U.S. stock market, go down by a lot, make this sharp recovery and kind of just sit there at those levels, the U.S. dollar has been hit hard, and it'll be taking center stage this weekend as well.
Not to harp on it, but it's really hard for me to take any equity moves very seriously when there could be a lot of mechanical buying. I was mentioning earlier that Citi says if you have a swing under 2%, you have volatility-controlled funds have to buy equities.
Absolutely here, and you get the closing bells here in New York. An interesting day here, too. We talk about this idea of tight trading ranges. We talk about this idea of lower volume. You put that all together, and the net effect of it all is basically unchanged on the day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average takes a while for these numbers to settle, but it's down about 100 points, or about 0.3% here on the day. The S&P 500 lower by about 4 points, or less than 0.1% on the day. The NASDAQ Composite, we're just going to call that unchanged. Similar story for the NASDAQ 100, while the Russell 2000 giving up about 3.5 points on the day, or down about 0.2%.
Yeah, and we're looking at a drop of about 0.5% on the week, by the way, to 56.60 here on the S&P. The breadth is pretty unchanged as well. We have 239 stocks finishing up, 260 stocks finishing down, and then 4 unchanged. So more than 500 in the S&P 500.
All right, let's take a look at the sectors, and this is our IMAP. A pretty mixed day here. Energy was the best performers, gaining more than 1% as WTI climbs above $60 a barrel once again, hitting a high of 61. You also have gains in real estate investment trusts and consumer discretion, but these are fairly modest advances. On the flip side, healthcare and staples are among the decliners. These are your classically defensive sectors, down about 1.1% and 0.6%, respectively.
Just want a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal right now for our viewers and listeners in the New York area. Newark Liberty Airport. This is in Newark, New Jersey, which has been facing a series of flight delays, largely because of staffing issues when it comes to air traffic controllers. We're now learning that the FAA here in the United States is weighing a broad pullback in the number of flights that can go into and out of Newark because of some of these radar issues. Remember, there were reports this morning of at least a 90-second radar outage that occurred at that airport. According to people familiar with the matter that our Bloomberg reporters have spoken to, U.S. aviation officials now plan to meet further on further flight cutbacks at Newark Liberty Airport, just across the river there in New Jersey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, a couple gainers that I'm keeping an eye on here on this Friday. I'm looking at Microchip Technology. Now, this is a chip maker. It's about $29 billion market cap here. And it said that the period marks the bottom of a prolonged industry downward cycle. Now, we are hearing Bank of America, they upgraded the stock to neutral from underperform. As we're really looking through these earnings, it's really lifting shares of other peers like Texas Instruments, On Semiconductor, and Analog Devices. They all rose at the close. And we did have Microchip Technology up about 12%, 13% to end the day. But also looking at Lyft, I mean, when we think about its competitors, Uber didn't really live up to expectations as we saw those earnings and broke them down. But Lyft did. I mean, its earnings were resilient. The company has really been keeping a lot of those activist investors away. And people are really just saying that this is a resilient company and it's doing well because if you look at the stock, I mean, slightly cheaper than that big name Uber. And some people like to arbitrage. So
were you not surprised by this 28% jump in the stock?
I mean, it's really a remarkable number, 28%.
But the valuation is so low compared to some of its peers. Mandeep Singh was saying, look, it's not going to take a lot to move that needle.
Right.
I certainly saw that. Are you an Uber or Lyft person, Alex?
Yes. You got to arbitrage.
So you don't, I don't arbitrage.
You got to arbitrage.
I
loyal.
will go with the more affordable option, which is Lyft.
You got to arbitrage.
Definitely cheaper.
I arbitrage, but also as we're looking at another name, I've got eyes on Yelp. Now, this isn't a website that I personally love
Is Yelp
to check.
still around, really?
I mean, it is. It's around and it's on my phone. Okay, Romaine, it's on my phone. When I go
Look
out
at
to
that.
eat,
Take that,
I
old
check
man.
it out before I order my food. But this is something I like to really look at. But we're seeing these first quarter results that beat expectations. The company raised the high end of its full-year forecast for adjusted EBITDA, and we're really seeing shares getting a pop off of that news. Yelp shares up about 9% at the close here.
Just real quickly, though, too, I do want to go back to that breaking news on the FAA. We actually now starting to see movement in some of the share prices, including United Airlines, which has an outsized presence at Newark Liberty Airport. Those shares now down, Matt, about 3% here in the after-hours trade. We're going to get you some more details on that, but we'll get back to some of the gainers and decliners.
Yeah, I mean, we can get back to the Newark story in a second as well, because Nora and I were talking about that before we came to you, and I think how bad is it for the U.S. economy if people are afraid to fly? Probably the best thing for officials to do is say, it's not all airlines and it's not the entire U.S. airspace. It's just Newark, in the armpit of America there. So if they blame it on Newark and stop that, maybe people will still fly a LaGuardia.
And we should point out, I mean, the airlines have been actually asking for a bit of a pullback for a while in Newark. So even before these current issues cropped up over the last few weeks. So it'll be interesting, too. I should point out, again, just citing our Bloomberg reporters here, 68% of the departures out of Newark actually are on United. So maybe that's why you're seeing such an outsized move in the shares here in the after-hours trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's down over 1%, and also during the trading session, it was down 4%. I mean, it's United Hub, so that's a big deal for that airline, Matt.
Yeah, only nonstop flight from New York to Berlin out of Newark. Let me get to some of these decliners. One of them is airline related, but the first is not. Akamai was at least one of the biggest losers in the S&P 500 in percentage terms. The company absolutely decimated, losing more than a tenth of its value after its results kind of underline the problems that they have. JP Morgan says we remain cognizant of the debt level, of the slow top line growth, of the margin pressures. And this is a company that, delivers content to you via the internet, and they're having a problem doing that. Expedia is another one that I want to talk about. And this is obviously the airline related. Although the kids tell me that
it's your demo.
Only old people use Expedia. It's my go-to.
You said that, not
right?
me.
And it makes sense because
Gen
of my
X
age.
Tool alert.
They missed results in the first quarter, and then their outlook also disappointed for the second quarter. Weaker than expected domestic travel, weaker than expected inbound travel because fewer people are flying to.
Why are you still using Expedia, Matt?
I don't know, because I'm 51 years old. In any case,
wow, you're old.
The stock, though the stock has underperformed the S&P year to date and is down today, it's outperformed over the last 5 years. I will say it's up 126%. So it's been a winner over the last 5 years, and hopefully that's the case with me as well. Finally, Compass, it's a digital real estate company. First quarter adjusted EBITDA missed earnings in terms of loss per share and overshadows a boost to its annual forecast. I will say in terms of Compass, I normally anchor Bloomberg Open Interest every weekday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Bloomberg Television.
Look at that.
We have the CEO of Compass, Robert Refkin, with us on my program on Monday morning. So remember that over the weekend.
Amazing.
And come
Every
back.
time
There's
he's in
something else
these hours,
going on
he
this
does
weekend,
that.
though.
Yes, the trade stuff. Okay, let's go to the bond market. Nothing happened. All right, moving on. Let's go back to the Newark stuff here. And so this is actually a really big deal. And I'm already back to the FAA story. They're like, there's nothing. No, we're talking about the bond market.
Going, Alex.
So this is a really big deal because also if you divert flights, if you need to like LaGuardia and Kennedy, what does that wind up looking like?
Well,
for the Northeast?
there's no capacity there.
Totally, particularly
but this gets to the question as to whether now you're going to start to see a more material impact on people avoiding that airport. And I flew out of there just a few weeks ago, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
How was it?
It was fine. I personally didn't experience any delays, but there's been a lot of talk amongst people basically saying that they have seen a drop-off in activity at the airport as I guess people look for alternatives.
Yeah, and I wonder if the flights out of, let's say, JFK or LaGuardia are going to get more expensive as a result because all of it is dynamic pricing on websites like Expedia or even the airline's own websites.
Or to your point, if you wind up pairing back flights in Newark, do the Newark flights wind up getting more expensive?
Yeah, and this gets to this idea, too, of what sort of the government response is going to be. We're talking about really a lot of changes taking place right now with the Federal Aviation Administration and the idea that they have to address some of these I guess, workforce issues, if you will. There was a great report in the New York Times just a few days ago that talked about the number of air traffic controllers that are actually working full time there relative to the number that would be, and it is a fraction of what it was even just a year ago, and that's a big part of the problem.
Yeah, and they work out of Philadelphia. They don't even work out of the New York area. So that's another thing, and that was all a matter of not just cutting costs, but also accounting for the fact that the cost of living in places like New York City, Long Island is way too expensive for a lot of the folks who work there.
By the way, cutting costs is the problem here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these people hold our lives in their hands. You know, you got to pay the women and men who are moving tin more, especially in this market. You want the best and brightest doing that kind of job, right? You don't want the losers who have to live in a town hours away.
High stakes.
I have to say that I called this must-watch TV, and I mean that. I watch this every day, the closed simulcast, so it's an honor to be with you. But I will say to your viewers, switch over to radio. We're going to talk to George Ferguson from Bloomberg Intelligence about this in just a moment. And I hope you join us for that. That does it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg Television, Radio, and YouTube. And a reminder that Bloomberg Business Week is now on Bloomberg Originals. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, same place. No, tomorrow.
Monday.
Yeah, Monday.
Okay.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
We're back here on Bloomberg Business Week Radio.
Business Week Daily. Business
what am I
Week
saying?
Daily. Is it Business Week Radio, which isn't wrong. In fact, that used to be the case. But
it's a
now,
daily radio.
Across platforms at the entire company, we've added the word daily to every property that ends in week.
How could I forget?
Yeah.
It's daily and then week.
Yeah.
But it's Friday, hey. What can we say? But we've got lots to talk a bit more about as we go through the show. We're going to be hearing from Frank Spicer. He's CEO at Metafied. We're going to be talking a bit about Bitcoin and what's going on there. I mean, as I'm looking at Bitcoin, I'm seeing it up over 100,000, which is really a big number that we did see it hitting earlier before. What is the runway here, Frank? What are people saying about Bitcoin right now?
I mean, right now, Bitcoin's sort of at a crossroads where, you know, the support level is probably around 97,000, but the top is sort of undetermined. And if it breaks through the 105, 107 level, we could see it go all the way up to, you know, 160, 175 pretty easily, because there's a lot of institutions buying, and, you know, states like New Hampshire just recently passed their strategic reserve that will allow for them to hold Bitcoin. And with other states following, I think you'll see competition for the available Bitcoin on the market. So the top could go much higher.
You know what I've noticed, Frank, is ever since Liberation Day, we've seen the dollar really fall out. I was trying to think of an appropriate way to say that the FCC wouldn't. Yes, the dollar has weakened substantially. And at the same time, we've seen a strengthening of Bitcoin. Now, I'm not insane, right? I'm not going to say this digital currency with absolutely nothing backing it besides, like, you know, the faith that a Reddit group has put into it is going to replace the dollar as a world reserve currency. But it kind of looks like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, Matt, I wouldn't say you're insane at all. And I would say what's backing it is the common belief that people can transact in peace without the permission or without needing to sort of rely on the printing press of a fiat currency. I think that's been the original intent of Bitcoin all along. And you're starting to see that coalesce. I think what we saw over the past week, or maybe the past month, the big Bitcoin asset is up 25% for the past 30 days. I think you're starting to see it return to the point where it's unhinged from the equities markets, and it's no longer moving in tandem with sort of the global equities markets. People are starting to see it as a way to diversify risk away from those markets and away from some really uncertain policies, you know, in terms of like money supply, tariffs, and the like.
And you know what's interesting? I actually was at an ATM the other day, and it has the option to use Bitcoin to pull out money as opposed to using my debit card.
But that's crazy. You don't want to spend Bitcoin, do you? You don't want to spend Bitcoin, do you, Frank? I mean,
it was the wildest thing.
I don't know if Nora knows this because younger people don't remember, but there was a dude who bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin.
Did he?
10,000. How much money is that worth today, Frank?
A lot.
The last time I checked, it was about $400 million in
My
pizzas.
goodness.
So that's a little expensive for my taste. But I would not use Bitcoin. I would not spend it. It's becoming, you know, it's right now, according to its market cap, the 5th largest asset in the world, just ahead of Amazon.
I mean, how are people thinking about Bitcoin right now? I mean, I think that the market is really in an interesting space where tariffs have been in focus. People are really interested about the geopolitics, trade tensions. How exactly does that affect Bitcoin?
Bitcoin allows governments to sort of move money around in a way that they, as long as they will both accept it on either side. The original intent is you just have 2 parties in a trade. You don't need a 3rd arbiter. So my sense is, and I don't have the data to prove this, but it feels like with the volumes we're seeing in the market, there's people finding innovative ways around sort of the tariff restrictions and controls just by alternative currencies. That could be the case. But I think the world is at a point where it sees it as a valid asset. It's starting to become more certain that it's going to stay there for the long term. And you're starting to develop around that where that wasn't there in previous cycles. So what was there was just speculative belief that it would one day get to where it is now. But I think we're finally at a mature point in the market development where you're seeing people actually build around it and consider it for ways to execute trades, to leverage, you know, different ways around, you know, what the world's throwing at them right now.
You know, I look at on the Bloomberg terminal, CRYP-Go, as I'm sure you know, as everyone knows, pulls up a list of cryptocurrencies. But I don't really care about any of them, Frank, not even Ether. I only care about Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
Why bother with the rest of these? What are there, like 5,000 other cryptocurrencies?
There's quite a few, and I would actually say most of them are junk. And that's coming from somebody who has a company who does crypto-based stuff. It doesn't mean we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. ETH, for instance, is up, you know, 11% over the previous day. It's up, you know, 40% for the previous 30 days. And what that is an indicator that the DeFi markets, where you're starting to see decentralized finance products pop up, the settlement layer for all of that is ETH. So that's an indicator that the market does want to develop ways to alternatively, you know, move capital around. And you should pay attention to ETH as a barometer for the appetite to develop these types of things.
I just want to say, though, that, Frank, you know, talking at the top about how you don't want to be a slave to the fiat currency, right? Bitcoin is proof of work, right? ETH is proof of stake. It seems like it could be swayed by some big holders.
That's correct. ETH is one of those things where the money supply is not definite. I definitely prefer the economics of Bitcoin for sure, and it's a lot more fair to the users. But ETH is one of those things that it's sort of the base layer of decentralized finance. And for that alone, it's sort of worth seeing what people are willing to build for. I think what we need to do to get some more clarity here is to get some regulatory certainty around stable tokens. And if we can do that, you know, we'll start to see the bridge between the traditional finance system and crypto become a little more certain and clear, and the innovation start to ramp up.
Well, thank you so much. That's a wonderful conversation here with Frank Spicer. I'm keeping an eye on everything that's been going on here.
Let me thank Frank, too.
Please do.
Thank you, dude. I love that guy. Great talking to him. He's got good intel on this crypto world. And by the way, do you know I used to anchor Bloomberg Crypto?
Did you now?
On Bloomberg Television every Tuesday. Yeah, but I don't anymore.
So you've heard enough of it, you know?
Yeah, I had enough. But I started covering Bitcoin like well over 10 years ago. I lived on it for 2 weeks.
Wow.
I wish I'd
What
kept
a time.
it. I wish I'd kept it instead of spent it.
Would have loved to have seen that.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Now, this just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Bain Capital is said to be in talks to buy PCI Pharma at a value of $10 billion. That is a deal that would rank among the year's largest private equity takeovers. We bring you the closing numbers each day here at Bloomberg. S&P down 4 points. NASDAQ gained less than a point. The Dow down 119 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.38%. The 2-year yield at 3.88%. Affirm shares plunged as much as 14% after the financial technology company reported what some analysts said were mixed results. Analysts made note of the mostly positive earnings, but they did flag expectations that were very high heading into results. Airlines and U.S. aviation officials reportedly plan to meet on further flight cutbacks at Newark after multiple breakdowns in radar systems. Sources tell Bloomberg the plan currently under consideration would encourage carriers to voluntarily decrease the number of flights for a limited period at Newark. The Department of Transportation is expected to meet with airline leaders for talks in coming weeks. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Matt Miller and Nora Melinda.
All right, Amy, thanks very much. Amy Morris there in Washington, D.C. with the general news for you. And I'm going to add to or underline one of the things that she has said. The FAA is weighing a broad pullback in flights out of Newark Liberty International because of a second radar outage in as many weeks. Early this morning, they lost radar visibility again for 90 seconds. And obviously, that doesn't feel safe at all. So the best thing to do before any accidents would be to stop flights going out of there.
Well, a lot has been going on right now, Matt. I've been watching, we're doing the news, but there's so many headlines that have been coming through. And one of the things that I've been keeping an eye on is Trump saying that he is interested, he's open to, right? He said he's okay if they do, hiking taxes on the wealthy. Those are people who are earning $2.5 million or more. And it seems as though he's cautioning the GOP on it, but he says that he's okay with it. It's a lot to uncover here, lots of details.
He has mastered the flip-flop, the wishy-washy statement in a way that nobody else could, because he said in a Truth Social posting that this is what cost George Bush Sr. the election, although this isn't what cost George Bush Sr. the election. He thinks Congress could do it, although he doesn't think Congress maybe should do it. He's contradicted himself in so many ways, but it's interesting nonetheless.
Yes.
And so we're going to talk about it right now with Eric Wasson, congressional reporter out of Washington, D.C. for us at Bloomberg News. Eric, it seems as if President Trump wants to do this to pay for a lot of the other tax cuts that he's promised while he was on the campaign trail. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, his Truth Social post differs very much from what he's saying in private. He called up Speaker Mike Johnson on Wednesday and asked for this tax rate increase on the wealthy. He also asked in that same conversation to close what's known as the carried interest loophole, to tax carried interest as ordinary income, something that's opposed by private equity, venture capital, and the real estate industry. But and he's waffling in public. One GOP aide, high level, texted me, this guy's a force of nature. They're really trying to put together this very complicated bill, and his public statements and private interventions are making it even harder to get together on this. The big question is, how many years can they, suspend taxation on tips over time and raise a standard deduction for seniors to compensate for paying tax on Social Security benefits? If they do these other pay-fors, as they're called, like raising tax on the rich, you could maybe do that for 10 years. If not, maybe it's just 2 or 3 or 4 years of that new tax benefit, and then basically they can go to the voters and say, re-elect Republicans in 2028 and we'll extend it.
Mm-hmm. Eric, of course, when we think about the idea of hiking taxes, especially on the wealthy, this could be said to be counter to what the Republican agenda is in Washington. If there is merit to these tweets and there is a push for this, what exactly does that look like in terms of the hurdles that it takes to make that happen? And does Trump actually have the jurisdiction to make that call?
Well, just to put it simply, I don't see this tax rate increase happening. It's opposed by congressional leadership in both the House and Senate. This is opposed by the core, the traditional Republicans. Now, there are these new America First populists like J.D. Vance, Orrin Cass, others who are in favor of it. And you know what? The politics, they're probably right. Democrats are going to attack this bill as a tax cut for billionaires paid for by cuts to Medicaid and food stamps. And it is a very good chance the Democrats take the House in 2026 elections running against this bill. So I think Trump's political instincts are correct, but the party really doesn't want to be the party of raising taxes. It's one thing that really unites Republicans in the past, and it's going to be almost impossible. They can only lose like 3 votes in the House, the same number in the Senate. And they're just not going to get those votes for this. So I don't think it's really going to happen. The carried interest is a different story. Maybe that gets snuck in. Certainly lobbyists are fighting tooth and nail on that issue as we speak. But I just don't think it's going to happen. Now, Trump has remade the party. If his Truth Social post today came out strongly in favor of this, perhaps he could move mountains. But he's so tepid in his support that I don't see him really being able to get this through.
Now, the interesting thing is that he raised taxes on so many millions of middle-class families in 2017 with the TCJA when he capped the state and local tax deduction, a deduction that had been in place for over a century that really, I think, reflects the heart of American tax policy, that you shouldn't be taxing people twice on the same income. And that cap he promised to lift when he was campaigning here in New York on Long Island before the election. Do you think we're going to see the SALT cap lifted?
It's going to be lifted, but the amount that's on the table now is a $30,000 cap instead of the $10,000 that's there now, not doubled for married couples. That was rejected immediately by a group of Republicans from high-tax states like New York and California, including Elise Stefanik, who may be running for governor, who jumped into this fray kind of at the 11th hour. I think they're going to get the marriage penalty eliminated. Maybe it goes up to 40. It can't be much more. It's extremely expensive. We're talking trillions if you get higher into the size of the cap that some people are talking about, $100,000, and they just don't have the running room. In the House, the real issue is that the conservatives want spending cuts, and if you go above $4 trillion, they want more spending cuts that the moderates will not do to Medicaid. The Senate's a different story. In the end of the day, the Senate has given itself a mandate of only cutting $4 billion in spending. They're pretty much primed to put a lot of this on the nation's credit card and increase the deficit through a budget gimmick that I won't go into now, but basically it assumes that the cost of extending the existing tax cuts is zero. The Senate will probably win the end of the day, but for now, they're just trying to get this out of the House. The House has to start all tax legislation under the Constitution, and they got to satisfy the conservative fiscal hawks a little bit by not just going hog wild on things like an unlimited SALT cap.
All right. It feels like they didn't get this tax revenue before. So if you double tax people to get more tax revenue temporarily, and then all of a sudden it turns into, I guess all temporary taxes, Eric, turn into permanent taxes, don't they?
Well, it was a pay-for in 2017. I mean, it was one of the pay-fors. So they're trying to use it again to some degree. But yeah, I mean, there's certainly an argument. Interestingly, business really cares about something known as sea salt, which is the corporate salt deduction. There's been a real effort here to limit that. That's the ability of companies to deduct state income, property, and other fees from their federal taxes. And that was thought of as a pay-for this SALT cap increase. We are hearing that business is probably going to be successful in beating that back. It's a top priority of places like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to not have that in this bill. And we can get into it. There's a host of other similar tax provisions on executive compensation, stock buybacks that lobbyists are fighting over even as we speak.
It's so funny because they don't pay taxes anyway, these corporations, right? If you look at, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, but individual taxpayers contribute, I think, $2.2 trillion to annual revenue, and corporations contribute less than $500 billion, something like $450 billion. Is that right?
I don't have those stats right in front of me, so I can't confirm or deny them. But I will say that corporations will argue that this will impinge on economic growth and their ability to hire and grow their businesses. So there's probably some merit to that, especially if corporate taxes go much higher. The corporate SALT tax proposal is talking about that's on the table is a 1% effective corporate tax increase from the current 21 to 22%.
I mean, of course, when we think about the idea of taxing the rich, this is something that Democrats do want to hear. But I mean, when we think about the Republican Party, is there anybody that would be in support of this? Who else would be potentially on board with Trump?
Oh, well, it's very interesting. Andy Harris is the head of the House Freedom Caucus. He's very much on board. I think I first broke that story when I talked to him in the hallway. He's out on media again today saying, yes, let's do it. He would even go for millionaires, not just 2.5 millionaires, and to pay for some of these other agenda items. So it's interesting. There are interesting allies, even among the most conservative. Josh Hawley, who's a populist of the New Style, close to J.D. Vance in the Senate, is also in favor. So there are allies, and these are part of the people who think the Republican Party needs to cement itself as a working class party. Culturally, it's very working class. It embraces very similar values, anti-woke, etc. These guys say it needs to be followed up with economic benefits. But on the other hand, certainly economists would say these tariffs, some of which would go into place permanently that Trump is talking about are a direct, basically a sales tax that really hits lower and blue collar workers.
Eric, great talking to you. I'll continue to send you the occasional email here and there whenever you're at a SALT story.
bug him.
He's sick of me. I'm probably shooting him a Bloomberg message. By the way, where are you? It looks like you're set up in a debate hall or something.
I'm so curious.
I'm in the press conference studio of the House of Representatives, right next to the place where I work.
Oh, that makes sense.
great backdrop.
For our
Okay.
congressional reporter, Eric Wasson. Definitely follow his reporting on the Bloomberg Terminal or Bloomberg.com. I want to get from basically tax policy straight over to the economy. And we have
Tom Orlik.
Tom Orlik here. I was going to say the honor of talking to Tom Orlik because he is our chief economist for Bloomberg Economics, also out of Washington, D.C. Tom, I want to know first, since we just got done talking about tax policy, what do you see happening in terms of the U.S. deficit, right? We're not raising quite as much revenue as maybe we would have expected to, or maybe I'm wrong on that. You can correct me. But we continue to spend so much more than we bring in. And I remember when Elon Musk was talking about cutting $2 trillion from the budget. He clearly hasn't even done half of that or a quarter of that or even an eighth of that. So what does the deficit in the U.S. look like? Does it just continue to grow?
So the Trump administration inherited a fiscal deficit of around 6.5% of GDP, Matt. And the plan to bring it down has multiple components. They would like to have, the Trump administration would like to have stronger economic growth. They would like to have lower interest rates to lower the interest bill. They want to cut taxes to spark economic dynamism. But they want to offset that by spending cuts. That's what Elon Musk is up to. That's also why tariffs are a big part of the Trump agenda. Let's cut taxes at home and let's shift the burden of taxation onto foreign businesses that want to sell into the United States. So lots of moving parts of the agenda, lots of ambition. If you add it up right now, well, not a massive amount of progress. Our forecast for US debt to GDP before January 17th was that it was going to climb from around 100% in 2024 to around 130% in a decade's time. And our latest forecast, even taking account of all of the action, even taking account of all of the high tariffs, is that in 2034, 10 years' time, we're going to be at around 126% of GDP. So a big problem. A lot of ambition from the Trump administration, a lot of moving parts, but so far we think not really enough to move the dial.
Tom, is it possible to quantify just the two sort of big political numbers here? How much money has Doge cut from spending? How successful has Elon Musk been in cutting $2 trillion or $1 trillion or $500 billion? And then how much money will be raised by President Trump's tariffs?
So I think that both Doge and tariffs are set to underdeliver relative to the expectations set by the administration. So Doge was talking about really, really, really big savings, trillions of dollars. In fact, even if we look at their own numbers, we're talking about something between $100 and $200 billion. And a lot of people have got real questions about whether those numbers actually are solid and stack up, or perhaps there's some double counting and other questions about them. On the tariff front, the Trump administration has gone a lot further in raising tariffs than anyone expected. But unfortunately, in terms of revenue raising, there's a kind of Laffer curve dynamic here, right? You remember the famous Laffer curve. If you cut taxes, you encourage activity, so you actually raise more tax revenue. Well, that also works in reverse, right? So if you've set a really high tariff rate, well, you're going to significantly reduce imports, and that's going to weigh on how much revenue you're going to raise. So our estimate is with these really, really high tariffs, the Trump administration could hope to bring in around $350 billion a year in tariff revenue. Certainly not nothing, not peanuts, but also not equal to the challenge of bringing the US deficit under control.
Well, we've all really been following this tit for tat tariff war, especially between the US and China. And then there was a news that came out where Trump had tweeted that 80% China tariff, quote unquote, seems right. And of course, there's going to be some talks that are happening in the coming days between the US and China here. But when we think about the economy and how the consumer is grappling with this tumultuous environment, what are you all seeing to be the potential impact of tariffs, not only on corporations, but more specifically the American consumer?
So it's a great question, Nora, and I think it's going to be a question which is front and center for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and US Trade Representative Jameson Greer as they trek over to Switzerland for their meeting with China's Vice Premier He Lifeng over the course of the weekend. Right now, US tariffs on China, 145%. That's an incredibly high tariff rate. It basically turns off US-China trade. Now, if you lower tariffs to 80%, well, that's a big drop from 145%. But guess what? 80% tariff is still huge. Would it turn off all US-China trade? Probably not. Would it turn off most of it? Well, our models say probably yes. And then to come back to your question, Nora, for the US consumer, what does that mean? Well, a lot of stuff comes from China, right? Your toys, your textiles, your consumer electronics. So at a minimum, an 80% tariff is going to mean a big price hike. And potentially, if people can't absorb that price hike, it's going to mean some empty shelves.
I love the, you go on TikTok, probably Donald Trump goes on TikTok.
You use TikTok?
No, I don't. I don't want the Chinese spying on me. I use Instagram like any good American
go on TikTok, okay.
should. But you go on any of these social media sites and they play old clips of Ronald Reagan saying how important free trade and immigration is, or old clips of Milton Friedman saying, I don't know if, Tom, you've seen this one, but he talks about an example of a group of people sitting in a boat, right? And the people represent countries. And if you put up protectionist measures, you're just shooting a hole in the bottom of the boat. And then if you retaliate, you're just shooting more holes in the bottom of the boat. It doesn't really help. I wonder, though, with all of this breathlessness about tariffs, and I'm guilty of, engaging in that, how could we be looking at an economy that's still going to grow this year, or that isn't going to go into a massive recession? You would think when you watch the news that this economy is going to crash, but I hear people forecasting still, even though it's 1%, still growth.
So I think a couple of things here, Matt. So the first thing is, I do think that President Trump and the Trump administration have a point, right? The US has a huge amount of debt. It has a huge trade deficit. Even worse, a lot of that trade deficit is with China, America's biggest political rival, geopolitical rival. And that's not a good position to be in, and it's not a sustainable position to be in. So sort of the fundamental idea that there's a big problem here and there needs to be some serious attempts to fix that problem, I think that makes a bunch of sense. The question is, are these really high tariffs on China the right way of rebalancing that trade relationship? Now, as you note, these really high tariffs are going to come at a cost. They're going to come at a cost to the US consumer. They're going to come at a cost to US businesses. Think about firms like Apple, which have their supply chains in China. Think about US firms like Starbucks and McDonald's that have a big amount of their revenue coming from their Chinese stores. All of these are vulnerable in a trade war. What does that then mean for the US economy? Well, at least in the short term, nothing good, right? So we've very significantly revised down our forecast for US GDP growth this year. The Street has significantly revised down their forecast for US GDP growth this year. The Trump administration say, there's a big problem. We need an extreme solution. Trust us. We're going to get to a good place where manufacturing and jobs have come back to the United States. We'll see if we can get there. In the meantime, the transition costs, they look pretty significant.
Hey, Tom, I'm seeing some red heads across the Bloomberg terminal right now. It says the debt limit measures could run out by August. This is Bessent speaking here. And Bessent is urging Congress to raise the debt limit by mid-July. What's your initial reaction to these headlines, and what do you think this could potentially mean for the economy as we're thinking about the outlook here?
Apparently, Scott Bessent has written a letter to Congress, and Bloomberg News has gotten hold of that letter.
Oh, wow. Even better.
Okay, well, so I think there's a certain kind of never quality to the US debt problem, right? US debt is big, it's growing quickly, but the US is the issuer of the world's reserve currency. It is a magnet for capital from around the world. Demand for treasury bonds remains robust. So in theory, America could just carry on growing its debt, but demand for that debt would still be there, right? Now, the debt ceiling is a kind of self-imposed mechanism that puts a constraint on that, right? Because unless Congress agrees that the debt ceiling can be raised, well, the Treasury's ability to finance that debt, it hits a hard limit, right? So in past years, there's been this kind of dance around the debt limit, questions around whether it could be breached for a moment or more than a moment without triggering some kind of catastrophic moment in the treasury market. And we've always skirted that catastrophe, right? In fact, the debt limit debate has been like played out in red headlines, but you haven't really seen that much red ink in the markets, right? Investors have kind of faded it out. We'll see if that changes this year with all of the things the Trump administration is trying to do in terms of tax cuts, in terms of efficiency savings, in terms of increasing tariff revenue.
Well, thank you so much for a wonderful conversation, Tom. We really enjoyed our time with you. I wanted to take some time to talk a little bit about aerospace and defense.
Yeah, no, we'll get there. And I know you cover that, but I was going to say thank you to Tom as well. And also, Tom, do you have a podcast? Because I could listen to you for
all day,
hours.
Right?
Is there something where we can get more Tom Orlik?
You know, it's the British accent, Matt, and I discovered to my horror, that whilst it still works quite well in America, it doesn't work in England.
No.
I was speaking to an audience in England the other day, and I completely missed the looks of rapt admiration that I've become used to in the when I speak on American media.
Stay here.
So I don't have a podcast, but if I did have a podcast, I would only market it to my American friends. That appears to be where the market is.
Well, we love having you, Tom. Thanks so much. Tom Orlik there is the chief economist for Bloomberg Economics. Now, you're normally on the other side of the building.
Yes,
you're writing
estate.
for Bloomberg News. You cover the stocks. You cover, I know, housing, real estate, because you're talking about the REITs that are exposed maybe to Hollywood. And oddly, because I wouldn't put this pairing together, you've been covering defense and aerospace.
Yes, so George Ferguson, our next guest, has definitely been my guy. I love to read his research. He is, of course, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst, and he's joining us here today just to chat about what's going on right now in the aerospace and defense industry. I mean, of course, we've really been talking about the defense budget and how all those things are really impacting U.S. defense primes here. George,
we booked him to talk about the Boeing sales
Fair.
to IAG, but now
we're getting there.
Yeah, now we got the headlines on Newark.
No, very true. So many things going on right now. But I mean, of course, as Matt just pointed out, we have the IAG is ordering 71 large jets from Boeing and Airbus to grow its network. George, what is the initial reaction to this, and how are you all thinking about this in terms of peers and what it really just generally means for Boeing?
First, thanks for having me on. So you know, we really thought that Boeing would probably be in the middle of the Trump administration's balance of payments equalization process, let's call it, right? And I think the defense primes will be there as well. And so it wasn't surprising to us when we saw the first deal made with the UK include Boeing jets, right? And so I think they talked about $10 billion worth of Boeing jets. We saw a bunch of 787 orders today. I might quibble about whether it's really $10 billion worth. I think they're using list prices, so maybe we could have goosed that up a little bit if we used actual pay prices. But I'd expect this is going to be a trend you're going to see around the world as the Trump administration engages countries with, again, balance of payment with the U.S. that's out of whack, and they're gonna probably offer them components for aircraft from Boeing and defense products in order to balance it. So I think you could see a pretty good year for the Boeing order book, and it's been a little bit light recently because they haven't been executing. Airbus has been, and Airbus has been taking the majority of orders last couple of years. So it would be a nice tailwind for Boeing to have a good year of orders underneath them.
Well, I'm glad of that. I love the wide body planes. I hate the 737s and the A320s.
So wide body, more space?
I need more space.
Okay.
You know, and
As you
I guess
should.
IAG is going to use these for BA. I use Iberia a lot, which IAG also owns. So
Mhm.
I'm looking forward just to having more. You know, look at me. I'm a big guy.
You're a big guy, right? Need the
I
leg
need
room.
it. But I am not going to be flying out of Newark. Typically, when I go to Berlin, I'm on a United flight straight out of Newark. But over the last 2 weeks, George, we've had 2 events where the radar screens go blank. And to me, although I heard from, I think the CEO of United said it's still safe. That does not sound safe to me. How safe is it when the radar screen turns off, George?
I think you're right. I would argue that it probably isn't that safe, but I would expect the FAA and the CEO of United to say it is safe because that's what they always say. But I'd find it very concerning.
So, I mean, what happens then? I mean, first of all, what happens? Does the FAA have to stop people flying out of Newark? Because if we think that all airline travel is dangerous, that is horrendous for the U.S. economy. So isn't it the right move for officials to say, no, it's just this one airport and stop people from flying in and out of that one?
I mean, I think one, there's just no way we're going to be able to stop people coming in and out of Newark. And just to make sure we understand what the outage is. The outage is for aircraft sort of arriving into the Newark area, not so much the air traffic control going, directly landing at Newark. And so is that a little bit better? I think it is. I think you have more time to react. Clearly, the FAA has to get better systems in place. Part of the backstory here is they moved the control of this approach and departure from Newark from a control center in New York out in Long Island to Philadelphia because New York is pretty overworked. They've got LaGuardia, they've got Kennedy. They tried to put in systems that would essentially remote in to the New York Center to get the controllers all the information they needed. And they thought they had redundant systems in place, and clearly they didn't. So they have to redouble their efforts in making sure they've absolutely got a fail-safe line that gets them the data they need from that New York center. And then I think, part of that is that some of the employees were, very stressed out about the experience, and they've gone on leave, and that's put them at a shortage. So I think it's temporary at Newark. Newark is a challenging airport, as you know. In the summer, when we start to get thunderstorms, we can always have backups at Newark, even under normal circumstances. But if the FAA wants to push through and control this out of Philadelphia, which seems to be the right move given the amount of workload in New York, they're going to have to redouble their efforts on this backup system to make sure that there's always information. And they're going to have to get the controllers working there in Philadelphia again.
Hey, George, there was a time where people were really concerned about hopping on a Boeing plane. I would argue that people are still a little bit uncomfortable with getting on some Boeing planes. But as we've kind of navigated through earnings season, has the focus really been about tariffs and Boeing and other A&D companies' exposure to tariffs? Or are people at all still talking a little bit about the safety aspect for passengers on flights?
Here and there, I do still hear people tell me they won't fly a Boeing airplane, or they're concerned about it. I personally am not. I'd fly anytime. So, but I do think that that the narrative is starting to turn to effective tariffs, as well as Boeing's manufacturing process. Is it stable? Is quality coming through it? Which I guess sort of bleeds into that question: would you fly a Boeing airplane? And what we've seen in 1Q, we saw good deliveries. We saw them get rid of some of the inventory of airplanes. They've already been built. They've been sitting on tarmacs. Costs a lot of money to keep those maintained. They're getting rid of them. That'll help the cost at Boeing, and it helps them focus on the manufacturing line, which is where the cash generation is going to come from. That's going to lead the turnaround. And I would say 1Q looked pretty good. And so I think the narrative, we've got to watch tariffs closely. I don't think tariffs will hurt Boeing that much. Again, I think they'll be involved in negotiations over balance of payments. I think there's other parts of the backlog where they could deliver airplanes away from tariff issues. And so it looks to us like the setup could still be pretty good for a recovery for Boeing for a lot of deliveries this year and some good cash generation.
George, in general, I think people, though, are worried about safety, not necessarily about the 737. I know you'll still fly it. Paul Sweeney loves that plane.
He does.
But we've had more air crashes. We have these problems now at Newark. Is it just bad timing that this happens at the same time that Elon Musk is taking a chainsaw to government jobs, or is this because of that kind of cost cutting? And I also wonder, air traffic control, are they paid enough to work in the New York metro area, or do we need to pay them more?
So I think a bunch of questions in there. Maybe
two separate questions, right? Is it Doge or not? And so should we pay these guys moving tin a little bit more?
So I think that first, it's not Doge in my view, right? So air traffic control system is something that is built over decades. And that's part of the challenge of managing it and upgrading it, is that you've got old systems working with new. The air traffic control system never seems to get enough money from Congress to make it as whiz-bang as we should have here in the United States. It's important to us. It's important to our economy. We have a very disparate country, right? We've got population centers pretty far apart, no trains that link them. So to me, it's super critical to the U.S. infrastructure. It never seems to get the money it deserves. And so this is a buildup over decades of, putting this together with baling wire and tape, right? So hopefully the Trump administration does come through with a nice upgrade program for the system, because I think it would also fix some of the controller issue. I think you could bring a lot better technology to the business and not have to worry about recruiting controllers. I think we're having a challenge recruiting controllers. Are they paid enough? Probably not, right? I hear ranges from $70,000 to $220,000. You probably know, even with $220,000 a year, it's probably a little bit hard to live on Long Island. So if you're starting out at 70, I don't know how you live in Long Island. I will tell you, some of them get, overtime and other things that bolster their pay. So maybe they don't want 100% backfill of all the employees, but probably just a bad situation for us to be in. And so we need to do better at recruiting, and we probably need to raise some pay in that area.
Mm-hmm. All right, George. Thanks very much, George Ferguson there, Nora Melinda's chief source on
always
aerospace and defense. By the way, I should have said Pushington. Pushington is the name of the 1999 John Cusack film about air traffic controllers, also starring Billy Bob Thornton, also starring Cate Blanchett, also starring Angelina Jolie.
Is this your demo thing again, or?
Yeah, exactly.
So I need to go home and catch up.
I'm just giving you a heads up there.
Well, thank you so much to George Ferguson for joining us here on this Friday. We're going to move over to stock movers. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Nora Melinda with Matt Miller. Of course, we're in for Carol Massar and Tim Stinovic. We're alongside Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. What are you keeping an eye on today?
Okay, so one of the best performers in the S&P 500 for the week was Insulet. It was actually the number one, up 20% on the week, with most of that move coming here today on Friday. This is an insulin pump maker that boosted their revenue guidance for the full year, and they posted better than expected first quarter results. It was the biggest gain on Friday since November 2022. Piper Sandler said that they view the guidance increase positively and as more evidence of strong momentum in the business. And this was a day when a lot of other healthcare stocks were moving lower, a week where healthcare was kind of weaker, but here we have Insulet, the best performer of the week.
All right, Disney had an absolutely killer day. It was, I think, Wednesday when they were at more than 10%. What's the story with Disney?
So they're also one of the best performers in the S&P 500 on the week. They're up 14% to finish out this week. They beat expectations in the second quarter. They raised their outlook for the full year. A lot of companies right now are either pulling back their guidance, moving it lower, and yet they came out and they benefited from this faster than expected growth at their parks and their streaming business. And so their forecast was actually for the full year EPS double their previous forecast. So anyone who says that tourism is falling off, just look at Disney. Apparently people are still going to the parks. They're still paying for those wildly expensive tickets. And of course, using Disney Plus, the streaming service.
So also, you're keeping an eye on Palantir. What are you seeing?
So this was a stock that was really on the move this week. It finished the week down 5.6% after it had one of its worst drops, the most in a year, back on Tuesday after their earnings, which were actually pretty good. They did beat, but the stock is up 450% over the last 12 months. So a lot of analysts were saying, you know what, the bar is just too high. Even though the earnings were pretty good, we just can't justify owning this stock anymore given how much it's already run up, the valuation, again, just like the momentum in the stock. But keeping an eye on this one because it did have a couple days up, a couple days down this week, but overall it did finish the week lower.
For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcast. Thank you, Emily Griffeo. That does it for Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Bloomberg Balance of Power starts right now.
That's right. And by the way, if you don't want to hear about politics, if you've just had enough, it's Friday going into the weekend, check out my podcast. It's called Hot Pursuit with Hannah Elliott. You can get it on Apple Podcasts, on Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcast. This week, I'm talking about my seat time in the Mercedes G580, the electric G-Wagon. It's the first time I've liked an electric vehicle more than an internal combustion engine.
Yay.
Thank you, Nora.
Happy Friday.
Have a great weekend.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lines. Tonight, a breaking update on the X date. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warning Congress the U.S. could fail to meet its obligations by August, encouraging lawmakers to raise the debt limit by mid-July. This as Bessent is in Switzerland to start trade negotiations with China tomorrow. President Trump throwing a curveball on the eve of those talks, saying a, quote, 80% tariff on China seems right.
As for the 80% number, that was a number the president threw out there, and we'll see what happens this weekend.
Plus, after Bloomberg's report of a potential tax hike on the wealthiest, the president says he would be okay with a higher rate on the rich, but Republicans probably shouldn't do it. We'll ask whether the party is really considering the proposal when Republican Congressman Darren LaHood joins us. We're also following news out of one of the country's busiest airports as Bloomberg reports the FAA is considering cutting back on flights at Newark following multiple breakdowns in air traffic control communications. And Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE are all on the agenda next week. What we can expect from the president's first Mideast trip of his second term. But we begin this evening with the latest from the White House. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson is joining me now, and I would point out President Trump is actually signing executive orders at the White House as we speak. If he begins taking questions and answering them from reporters, we'll bring you any news. But Wendy, we just got news not from the president, but from his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. We've been waiting for this update on the X date. He's telling Congress there is a risk the U.S. could default in August during the congressional August recess if the debt limit is not raised by mid-July. Knowing the debt limit raise is embedded in the budget reconciliation package, is there a risk that that doesn't happen in time?
Well, it's never not happened before, but it has certainly scared the heebie-jeebies out of a lot of people, including most of Washington, because they always get right up to the moment, right? And they are trying very, very hard to get this bill passed in a process that doesn't involve Democrats by mid-July, staving off this X date. In fact, they will raise the debt ceiling so that the U.S. has enough money to spend. But if they don't get it done, they're going to have to work with Democrats. And that gives Democrats their first leverage since January 20th to try to at least stave off some of the cuts they think are draconian, to try to stave off, any of the tax cuts that they think, or tax increases that aren't in their best interest. And so this will be a chance for Hakeem Jeffries and other Democrats to really push their advantage and negotiate something that they want. And if they, as much as President Trump, I predict, will say it's the Democrats' fault if the U.S. defaults, if Mike Johnson doesn't give in to some of those demands, it could also be blamed on Republicans as well.
So obviously that's one set of negotiations we have to watch very closely. The other is the negotiations that are set to begin tomorrow, finally, between the U.S. and China, as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and USTR Jamieson Greer meet with China's He Lifeng in Geneva. How high is the bar for good news out of that, Wendy? Are we expecting the administration walks away with something tangible like tariff rates having been lowered?
I don't think so. I think the bar is very high, to answer your question directly. The Chinese consider this a meeting, one of, in their view, many meetings that will happen before a trade deal is reached. Even the U.S. and the U.K. deal, which was announced, I believe, yesterday, took a lot of negotiations and phone calls and talking before they actually reached a deal. This is the first time Chinese officials in the U.S. have sat down. At that point, there may have to be higher level meetings or more detailed meetings, and then a meeting perhaps between Trump and President Xi Jinping, and then perhaps a deal. The Chinese are certainly not walking into this thinking they're going to walk away with a deal. Yeah. President Trump seems to think otherwise because he wants to announce things quickly and show this momentum, but it's highly unlikely.
All right, Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, thank you so much. And President Trump is speaking about trade right now in the Oval Office. He suggests 4 or 5 other trade deals are coming immediately, but also says basically we'll always have that 10% baseline tariff, though he noted exceptions to that 10% baseline are possible. And it's on that note, we turn now to a member of the House China Select Committee. Republican Congressman Darren LaHood of Illinois is here with me on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congressman, welcome back to Balance of Power. As we consider the negotiations with China in particular, the president's suggestion that maybe 80% would be an appropriate tariff rate. Is even a lowering from 145% to 80% enough for your constituents, for people in the agricultural sector in Illinois who are worried about how this affects their economics here at home?
Well, Kayleigh, thanks for having me on. I think it's important in this meeting between Secretary Bessent and Jamieson Greer to let the Chinese know that they can't continue to manipulate trade policy. They can't continue to manipulate the World Trade Organization. And so I think we have to be firm with them. And if you look at the policies that China continues to engage in, we have to change that behavior. And I think President Trump has laid out the parameters on doing that. So coming down to 80%, I think is President Trump showing that we're willing to negotiate, but we have to have China play by the same set of rules and standards that every other industrialized country in the world does, and play by the same rules. They can't subsidize things. They can't use state-owned enterprises. They can't continue to steal our intellectual property. That's the message that needs to be sent. We're willing to compete against the Chinese, but it has to be on a fair playing field. And President Trump is finally articulating that.
But when he says 80% seems right to him, Congressman, does 80% seem right to you, given everything you just said?
Well, I think if coming from 140% to 80%, again, is part of a negotiation. It's part of a strategy. If there's a way to work out where it's even and where we're on a level playing field, that's what we ought to end up at. But I give Secretary Bessent and President Trump the ability to negotiate in this process. And I think that's what the 80% is at now. In a perfect world with the 2 largest economies in the world, we want to have a playing field and the same trade rules on each side. So we'll see. This is, again, the beginning of negotiations. This will be a long process. It's not going to get resolved in Switzerland, but hopefully the Chinese can come forth and start bringing some proposals to change their behavior.
Well, and as we consider the playing field between the U.S. and China and that competition, that, of course, is the focus of a lot of your work on the China Select Committee in the House. Are you able to confirm for us, Congressman, reports that the China Select Committee spoke with J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon about the bank underwriting a stock sale for CATL, and more widely, how you're looking at U.S. firms' involvement in Chinese-based companies in financial transactions?
Well, Kayleigh, we've put forth a number of policy proposals through the Select Committee on China, and one of those is restricting outbound investment from the United States, from banks, from private equity, from venture capitalists in many sectors, but particularly AI, quantum, high-capacity chip manufacturing, other sensitive sectors. We shouldn't be allowing entities in the United States to invest in China. You're feeding the hand that ends up hurting the United States. And so there's a lot of support in Congress for doing that. The China Select Committee is heavily focused on that. And so we can't trust China with much of this technology. And I think there needs to be more restrictions on that.
I'd also like to tap into your expertise and your insight as a member of the House Ways and Means Committee too, Congressman, given a key markup is coming on Tuesday. And we have a lot of questions as to what exactly is going to happen with this tax package. We just heard from President Trump in the Oval Office once again talking about it being good politics to give lower income people a big break. And we know the idea has been floated of raising taxes on higher earners, those making $2.5 million or more, to 39.6%. Is that something you personally support? Is the committee actively working on that proposal, or is it a non-starter?
Well, Kayleigh, as you mentioned, I do serve on the Ways and Means Committee. We are going to have our markup on Tuesday, and this is the one big, beautiful bill that has that's part of the reconciliation that will rewrite tax policy. Listen, personally, I have concerns about raising any taxes. If you go back to President Trump's signature tax bill in 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act created the best economy in my lifetime. But we did that by reducing taxes from small and medium-sized businesses, on individuals, and bringing down the corporate rate to 21%. So we are focused on predictability and certainty for the economy, for long and short-term investments. I think you do that with making these tax cuts permanent and figuring out the proper way to give rocket fuel to the economy on that. I think you'll see, Kayleigh, when the bill is released on Monday and we have this hearing, there's many, many good provisions in this bill that will help stabilize the economy, get us on the right track. And we've worked closely with the Trump administration on almost every provision.
Well, Congressman, as we consider that bill, it's not just the tax components. This is going to be a massive package that also is intended to raise the U.S. debt limit. We just got a letter from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to the Speaker warning that the extraordinary measures the Treasury has been using to continue to fulfill its obligations could be exhausted by August, while you and your colleagues are on recess, suggesting that debt limit hike needs to happen by mid-July. Can you guarantee that this package will be done in time, or is there a risk here that it needs to be separated out?
Well, I'm not sure I can guarantee anything that Congress will do. However, I have a lot of faith in Speaker Johnson and our leadership team to follow through on the timeline they've set out. We're going to have a hearing next week on Ways and Means. Soon after that, it'll be brought to the House floor for a vote. I anticipate we're going to pass that and send it over to the Senate. To your point on the debt limit, President Trump has made this a priority to have it included in reconciliation. We can't default on our credit. There's real ramifications. We've not ever done that before. I'm confident that we as Republicans in the House and Senate and working with the White House will get this done. We have an obligation, responsibility to do that. And I think we're on track at this point to get it done.
And finally, Congressman, I can't let a Ways and Means Committee member off the air here on Bloomberg TV and radio without asking about the SALT cap. Will it be higher than $30,000, or is that the new number?
Well, listen, we're going to listen to our members that have concerns about SALT, but we're also going to listen to taxpayers and the effect this has on taxpayers across the country. And I think we've been reasonable thus far with the SALT caucus, but we're not going to give away the store in terms of the amount of money that's going to go to high tax states for policies they continue to engage in. We have a big, diverse conference. We're looking out for the best interest of taxpayers. And this would be a much different conversation if we were $36 trillion in surplus. We're not, Kayleigh. We're $36 trillion in debt. the salt, deduction is going to cost a lot of money, and I think I'm hopeful we'll get to a resolution, but there's going to have to be compromise.
All right, Republican Congressman Darren LaHood of Illinois, thank you so much for joining us. Up ahead, we're 24 hours into a truce between Russia and Ukraine, temporary one that is. Plus, new reporting on talks between Europe and the United States over an ultimatum to end that war. But up next, who has the upper hand as the U.S. and China enter trade talks? Anna Ashton, former intelligence officer for the Defense Department and founder of Ashton Analytics, joins next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Any country or any groups of country talking about isolating China, do you know what's the response? We chuckle. Because from my perspective, it's a mission impossible.
If the Chinese don't want to renegotiate, well, that's their choice. But it is American options for what they want to do that is driving this.
A similar approach could happen with China, and that the negotiations or the tariffs could be paused for 90 days while the two sides negotiate. And I think almost anything less than that is going to be seen as a disappointment.
Those are just some of the views shared by economists this week on Bloomberg TV. And we're, of course, on TV and radio ahead of tomorrow's high-stakes talks on trade between the U.S. and China that are beginning in Switzerland. And joining us now for more here on Balance of Power is Anna Ashton, founder of Ashton Analytics and specialist in U.S.-China trade and economics. She's also a former China analyst with the Department of Defense. Anna, great to have you back on Bloomberg. When we consider the negotiating positions and leverage that the two sides have as they finally are getting ready to convene in Geneva tomorrow, who has the upper hand?
You know, Kayleigh, I think you get different answers from different people. I don't think either side really has the upper hand in the sense that both sides are facing pretty profound negative consequences if they don't find a way to step back from the brink. But I think China feels pretty confident that in the balance, it has the upper hand. China's embassy has suggested that it was the Trump administration that asked for these talks. Insiders in China have described these talks as not even a negotiation or the beginning of a negotiation, something even more preliminary than that. They seem to have done it okay with finding alternative destinations for their exports in recent weeks. Whether or not that persists is hard to say. But, you know, the pain is coming for the U.S.
Well, I spoke about how difficult these negotiations will be for both sides earlier today with Nazak Nakakhtar. She is National Security Practice Group Lead at Wiley Rein. This is what she told me, and I'll have you respond.
It's impossible to overstate how difficult these negotiations are going to be. The U.S. is looking for the Chinese government to not only open up the markets for U.S. businesses, but really to reform their economy so the U.S. market, doesn't have to deal with these distortions that arise from the Chinese government intervening so much in the economy, including currency manipulation to underprice. But it's going to be very difficult to press for that because the Chinese government needs that to retain its position as the global manufacturer.
I wonder if you could speak to that, Anna, the idea that we're asking for kind of structural changes from China, that China is not either willing or able to just completely change on a snap.
I don't disagree with her that this is something that the U.S. has looked for a long time, but it is the first I've heard of it as an explanation for the current policies or as a goal of this or the last Trump administration. That has never been what they've articulated. They've articulated a desire to balance the bilateral trade relationship. They've articulated that there's some sort of national security emergency that requires tariffs to be put in place on American consumers, but they've not talked about structural changes until today.
Okay, well, that's a fair point. When we consider then the changes that are willing to be made, President Trump suggesting maybe 80% is a good level on China tariffs. The White House press secretary says he was really just throwing that number out there. But even at a level like 80%, Anna, can real trade happen between importers and exporters in the U.S. and China?
I mean, that's still going to be an incredibly painful level for an awful lot of American businesses that rely on inputs from China in order to do business here. And, you know, I think some companies will be able to absorb that and others will not. Others will go out of business. The other problem with the 80% statement is that, you know, hours before the 80% statement, there were reports that, you know, the goal was 50 or 60% coming out of these talks. And that sort of underscores one of the fundamental issues that the Chinese see going into these talks, which is that the goalpost is constantly moving with this current Trump administration. They can't even be sure that what they begin talking about as the goal is actually going to remain the goal the next time that the president talks to the press.
Well, and the president is also, and those in his administration, talking to many other countries as well. It's not just China. And I wonder, Anna, how you think U.S. positioning of other trading partners and how they may rally against China influences ultimately the talks between the U.S. and China themselves.
I definitely think it matters from the Chinese perspective, and it matters for businesses thinking about how they're going to weather whatever tariffs end up in place permanently or for the long term with China. You know, is it going to be easier to move operations to third countries like Vietnam, or is it not? We don't know until we see what the agreement is with Vietnam. And that kind of uncertainty is really, it's what needs to change in order for the economy to be on stable footing.
All right, Anna Ashton, founder of Ashton Analytics, thank you so much. Up next, news from one of the country's busiest airports as Bloomberg reports the FAA is considering cutting back on flights at Newark following multiple breakdowns in air traffic control communications. Plus, how the CEO of United is reacting to this week's blackouts. Coming up on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons. Tonight, we've got new reporting on the repeated communications breakdowns at one of the country's busiest airports, Newark International, after air traffic controllers lost comms and radar displays as recently as this morning. Now we're learning airlines and U.S. aviation officials plan to meet on further flight cutbacks at the airport. It follows complaints from United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby about the airport's capacity. He wrote, quote, "The truth is there are more flights scheduled there than the FAA can handle." For the details, we turn now to Bloomberg's Mary Schlangenstein, who is joining me here on Balance of Power. Mary, what kind of flight cutbacks, at what scale are we talking about here?
Well, that hasn't become clear yet. We just learned today that the administration plans on calling a meeting with all of the airline leaders of the airlines that serve Newark, and they're going to talk about voluntary capacity restrictions, sort of as a short-term fix until they can get more permanent fixes in place.
Well, and what airlines would, in theory, be most affected by this? I just read out the words of Scott Kirby. How problematic could this be for United?
Well, United has already reduced flights at Newark repeatedly over the past several years. This is like their fourth time that they've cut flights already, and they've done all that voluntarily. They haven't recovered at Newark to their pre-pandemic flight levels, which was 440 flights a day. They're down 33% from that. So you've got other carriers like Spirit Airlines is the second largest carrier at Newark. So they may have to cut back. And, you know, Spirit is already having some problems of its own. And then you've got American, Delta, and JetBlue all have smaller numbers of departures from Newark.
Well, but they service the other airports in what is a very crowded airspace as we consider LaGuardia and JFK and the others as well. Is there a risk of spillover here, Mary, to other airports?
Well, you know, there are some people that have already said that they're trying to actively avoid flying into and out of Newark. And so you've probably got some customer spillage already. I don't know how easy it would be for airlines to transfer flights out of Newark to another nearby airport. You know, some of the other airports have flight limitations that could prohibit that.
And just quickly, Mary, we have 30 seconds left here, but should Americans still consider it safe to fly in and out of this airspace at this time?
You know, that's one thing that Scott Kirby was very adamant about, and the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, was also adamant that the airspace is safe, that when there are disruptions and problems, they slow air traffic, departures and arrivals. They slow everything down so that the air traffic controllers have less to handle.
All right, Bloomberg's Mary Schlangenstein, thank you so much for joining me. And coming up, how Democratic lawmakers are responding to the president's sudden shift on taxing the wealthy and more when Congressman Jake Auchincloss joins us. But first, Russian President Vladimir Putin says Russia will achieve its strategic objectives in Ukraine. More.
take very decisive steps towards justice for Ukraine. After this meeting, we will provide our final political endorsements to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. And this tribunal will ensure that those most responsible for the aggression against Ukraine are held accountable. Every inch of Russia's war has been documented.
That was EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas earlier today in Ukraine. She was among a group of European leaders who endorsed plans to create a special tribunal to prosecute Russian officials accused of war crimes in the ongoing war.